ABC Sport.
Hits it over long on, it's massive.
ABC Sports coverage of Australia versus South Africa.
Takes a freakish catch. That is a circus trick. Stark tries again. He rocks in straight through it.
Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
A rare winter home series for Australia. It may be August 10, and yet the international summer begins here before we get to the spring. We're in the top end up in Darwin at the beautiful Marara Stadium. For the first time in 17 years, Australia play an international in this part of the world. For the first time, it'll be the shortest and most exciting format of the game, at least when it comes to white ball cricket. Of course, for our traditionalists out there, great to have you with us on Grandstand Cricket. My name's Corbin Middlemas on the Boundaries Edge. It is a glorious day. Got to 32. It's currently 30 degrees. It won't drop below 20 tonight. And under a floodlit night here at Marara Stadium, we're going to get some T20 cricket between Australia and South Africa, their first meeting since, of course, the World Test Championship final at Lord's just a couple of months ago. My name's Corbin Middlemas. Jason Gillespie's alongside me, back from the Caribbean. G'day, Diz.
G'day, Corbin, and g'day to all our listeners. Yeah, what a beautiful night here, as you mentioned here. Marara Stadium's looking an absolute treat. The crowd is getting a bit raucous now, isn't it?
It's awesome. I mean, the grandstand is absolutely chockers. The Morris Rioli stand, who is an Australian rules icon in this part of the world from the Tiwi Islands, and of course the Rioli family is the patriarch to all of that. But here we are for cricket again. It's been a long while. So Michael Clarke actually captained an Australian team the last time they played here.
Yep, that's how long it's been. So, and that's too long. And I think going forward, we know the schedule is always getting more and more packed. It just makes sense that use these opportunities. Darwin, Cairns, Mackay, they're great facilities, great parts of the world, and we need more cricket here.
We're something like 43 minutes away from the first ball, and yet there's barely a spare seat in the grandstand in how it's situated at the moment. So it is absolutely heaving. You can hear the noise. We're standing right in front of it. Clear blue skies, and we're in for a great night of cricket. Obviously, everything here is through the prism of the next major global tournament. That's how the white ball arena works. You're either just coming out of a World Cup or getting ready for the next one, and that's certainly the case in T20 cricket, given they roll around every 2 years. So Australia's playing some pretty good cricket in the T20 format.
Yeah, they most certainly are, and as you mentioned, I've been in the West Indies and saw a little bit of experimentation that the Aussies did, really liking what they're doing. They completely outclass the West Indies, which is their best format as well, the West Indies. But I think the strength and depth of Australian T20 cricket is very much there, and really looking forward to seeing what they do here against a side that I think will be a bit more of a challenge in the West Indies.
3 T20s and 3 ODIs to follow. You'll hear them all here through ABC Sport. So we're on the Boundaries Edge, up in the commentary box, the rest of our call team tonight. First of all, a man who won a domestic T20 title with Victoria. He's a former pro cricketer in all sorts of corners of the globe in Adam Crosthwaite. Crossy, great to have you with us again on Grandstand Cricket.
Thanks for having me, Corbin. How good does this place look? It's absolutely pumping here, and tell you what, this wicket's a belter as well.
What can we expect? So there really is, given we haven't played international cricket here for a long while, in recent games at Marara Oval, so this is the pitch obviously that we're using here, which is a drop-in, you really have to look to the top-end T20 tournament from last year for some kind of a sample size. The average score batting first there was 160, and the average winning score went up to about 172. But from what you see, Crossy, obviously short boundaries square, what would be a good score tonight?
Yeah, look, I think it could be really, really high tonight. The Aussie batters and the South African batters can both hit the ball a long way. So I'd be looking 180 plus. I don't think you'd probably feel safe unless you got over 200. So, yeah, it's going to be an absolute cracker. It's a hard wicket. They could hardly put their tape measure into the wicket when they started from the crease. So it's going to be interesting to see how flat this is.
Every time one of the Aussies acknowledges the crowd, there's a massive roar that goes up down here, which I can't remember an environment like it for a home game for the Aussies.
No, what just happened there, Corb, is Glenn Maxwell took a hanger and he sort of threw the ball back, he fell over the rope and then took it, and that's what the crowd was going off about then.
Rightfully so as well. So Jason Gillespie and Adam Crosthwaite, our analysts tonight, to join me in ball-by-ball commentary throughout. Speak about proper globetrotters. Guy gets all around the world. He's just come back from the Test series between England and India. What a series that was. He's a familiar voice to you on ABC Sport. In the great Neil Manthorp. Hello, Manners. Great to have you with us.
Great to be back, Corbin. It's my 17th tour of Australia. It's the first time I've been. It's the first time I've been up north. It's been the most exciting 3 days of my life.
I was about to say but you've been here a couple of days. What have you been up to?
Just looking around. I mean, it's been absolutely brilliant. Charles Darwin Reserve, and just being in Darwin, just being in the sunshine. I mean, I've been in Manchester and Leeds and Birmingham for the last 2 months. Don't get much sunshine there.
Well, it does make you think, why don't Australians make more of this opportunity? So the sun shines 12 months of the year in Australia in some part of the country, and particularly it's the dry season up north, and yet it's taken 17 years for us to be back here to play international cricket.
Yeah, I'm not sure why, Corbin, to be perfectly honest, and it's a little bit disappointing because, I mean, we see the facilities here, we see the Northern Territory faithful all coming out here and supporting it. There's obviously the appetite for international cricket here, and it's a great opportunity for the Northern Territory and Darwin to really sell what a wonderful place this is. And as I mentioned earlier, with the scheduling and just everything squeezing in, we're talking about giving players breaks and things like that. But if we can spread it out a little bit more and have opportunities up in places like Darwin and Cairns and Mackay, which is fantastic.
And your young bloke is playing up here at the moment?
Yeah, Jackson Gillespie. He's playing for the Pint Cricket Club here in Darwin, and he's had opportunities. He's watched the Aussies train. He was hoping to have a bowl to some of the Aussie boys, but that didn't eventuate. But he did get to share a net with Kagiso Rabada, bowling in tandem with him, and yeah, he was as happy as a fat spider. He was loving life, and watching their players go about their work, the South Africans, some of the guys that maybe our Australian listeners don't know much about. These guys are very good players, very good players.
So, Manners, just on that, from a South African point of view, Australia are the number 2 ranked T20 team in the world. They're also the number 2 Test team in the world, courtesy of South Africa, of course, in that World Test Championship final at Lords a couple of months ago. Both teams have been in T20 mode. South Africa have been playing a tri-series recently over in Zimbabwe. How close is this squad to South Africa's best team that we're getting here in the top end?
Corbin, they don't know. I mean, there's been a lot of change. David Miller is in and out. He's 36 years old. Heinrich Klaassen has retired. There's been a number of big names who have moved on, and so they're looking ahead. And I can tell you that they're trying to rebuild the philosophy. I mean, there's always been, dare I say it, a caution-first approach in South Africa. They've always believed, that there's enough time to get back in the game. They've been happy with run-a-ball starts. You've seen a lot of players. Rassie van der Dussen is one of the old school who is still here, so they're not discarding all of their experience in one go. But they need, I think, to get more into the modern vogue, or the more popular trend of, particularly in the power play. They've got to throw caution to the wind and be a little bit less conservative. And so that's why Ryan Rickleton and Luandre Pretorius is still 19 years old, left-hander, explosive, really explosive hitter, completely fearless. But they're rebuilding that philosophy. And so I would say that they've got 15 here for the T20 series, and 15 with 5 changes for the ODI series. So the coach, Shukri Conrad, is looking to rebuild. And I would say that at this stage in the T20 squad, he wouldn't know more than 7 or 8 names that are definitely in that squad.
It felt like a breakthrough moment for cricket in South Africa, and really for cricket globally, that just as the big 3 looked like they were pulling away, all of a sudden South Africa pops up to win the World Test Championship final, and the mace obviously that goes along with it. And yet there's no Test cricket at home on the calendar anytime soon. So what is the cricket appetite like back home at the moment, man? Is there anticipation for this series? Do they rally around the national team when they're playing these sort of bilateral series abroad?
You would bring up the fact that there's no... You could have warned me about that. It makes us all bristle. I mean, the level of frustration bordering on fury that there's no home test match for 18 months. World Test champions, and we don't have a home test match this summer. We've got 5 T20s against the West Indies, and that's it. I mean, it's incredibly frustrating. Yes, the appetite for cricket is still there, and that's what makes it even more frustrating. But South Africa has fallen in love with its new baby, the SA20, and that is taking all of the attention and the administrative might, if you like. Everything's focused around that now, and for the moment there's a massive appetite. I promise you, Temba Bavuma, the Test captain, took the mace on a tour of South Africa. He took it back to his the place of his birth, where he grew up in Lango, the township just outside of Cape Town, and the crowds came out in their thousands just to look at this mace. So it has had a huge and positive impact, and it's just a massive pity that the administrators have not been able to build on that by not having any test matches. But you know, there's a lot of excitement about T20 cricket, frustration as well. South Africa are on a terrible run of form. They've won 6 out of their last 12 games. They lost 3 times to New Zealand in the triangular, as you just said, and they've failed to win their last 3 bilateral series, one of which was against Ireland. So there's a lot of frustration. You know, it's all very well saying we've got the SA20 and it's going to be the second biggest domestic T20 competition outside of the IPL, blah, blah, blah. But, you know, you need a national team that's winning as well. So there is a huge amount of importance attached to this series. As far as the authenticity of the T20 format in the country, you know, apart from just the results.
Absolutely. Just on that, by the way, the names that we're looking out for here. So obviously there's the household names, the likes of Markram and Ngidi and Rabada in particular. But you mentioned one in Pretorius as a teenager as part of this squad. There's another one in Parker who's the left arm quick, who comes with big raps on him. He's obviously, we've seen him in the IPL in recent years, earned a contract there as a 17-year-old, and he's not even out of his teens at the moment. What can you tell us about these new faces that I guess a lot of Aussie cricket fans will be learning about for the first time?
Gwenema Parker's an amazing. He's played 2 under-19 World Cups and could have played 3. They wanted to pick him when he was 15, but wow. I think the health and safety kicked in. And, you know, he's just a phenomenon, and bowls consistently around the 145 mark, can even touch 150, has done. He's made his debut in all 3 formats. So there's a huge level of expectation, and you know, traditionally we say, well, don't push the kid too hard, you know, just temper your expectations, let him have a bit of time to breathe. He is the most unfazed kid. I don't know if you remember, it was Mumbai Indians bought him when he was 17 years old. Do you remember his debut? He bowled 4 overs for 70 odd. And, you know, and there's people were saying, oh, no, he's going to be damaged, he's going to be bruised. And it wasn't the case at all. He was completely unfazed. He knows that he's got plenty of time ahead of him. Luandre Pretorius is, again, a phenomenon. You know, he's played 2 first-class games and has scored 100 in both of them, and made 97 on his debut in the SA20, opening the batting alongside Joe Root. So absolutely fearless. He also made 150 on his test debut against Zimbabwe, admittedly, in Bulawayo. But he is absolutely fearless, and I think he embodies what South Africa want, what the coach Shukri Conrad wants in that fearlessness. Just you know, like, don't be inhibited by results, as it were. Don't have that fear of failure, which has been South Africa's Achilles heel for years.
Australia still have 11 T20s after this before the next World Cup. South Africa have 19, so they've got even more T20 cricket before February, March next year, with that World Cup to be played in India and Sri Lanka. And gee, it feels like the old sort of score was 180, it's now 210, 220 for that next World Cup. There's going to be some large scores. Just on Pretorius, who we were chatting about there, the young left-hander. You mentioned your son Jacko was in the nets with a few of the South Africans in the lead up to this game. Did you get a scout on how he's going?
Yeah, he actually got a chance to bowl to him, and all he said to me was, gee, Dad, he hits the ball hard. And he's my age too. He could, because Jackson's also 19, and he's just so excited that he said the South Africans were just the most polite, generous guys with their time, and very grateful for the young guys up here in Northern Territory who have the opportunity to bowl to them. They made them feel very welcome, and which was great to hear. But yeah, certainly hits it very hard, and he did mention that, you know, Manners has spoke about a couple of the bowlers. Yeah, they bowl really quick.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what we get today with the South Africans. A slightly different look for them. And the Australians really feels like they're starting to bed down their lineup. We're about to hear the two teams when they get announced at the coin toss. So Brendan Julian is there for the host broadcaster. He's got Aidan Markram alongside him and Mitch Marsh as well from an Australian point of view. The Aussies are all in the emerald green, as they're calling it. So predominantly dark green with the yellow trim and the yellow numbering on the back. I must admit, I'm more an Aussie gold, sort of canary yellow kind of guy.
I'm completely with you and Bill Laurie, the canary yellow.
And then the South Africans have obviously got share the same national colours, so they're in the green strides, a bit of a lighter green, and in the yellow top, and of course with the green numbering to offset that. So they've got the two-tone strip. We'll take you there for the coin toss in a few moments. Crossy, your experience with cricket in this part of the world, have you played up here much in the past during the Aussie winter?
Yeah, mate, I have, and it's outstanding. They're hard wickets, they're bouncy wickets. It's going to be a great pitch. Love the idea that Mapaka's in and he can bowl fast on this. This is going to carry, it's going to bounce. The Aussies have got some pace as well, so yeah, really looking forward to seeing the pace. But Pretorius, Brevis, these Stubbs, these South African batters, they're just going to go. They're here to entertain. They've said that. They haven't had a great in lead, so they need to impress. And I think this is a dangerous South African team.
Playing surface looks tremendous. The ground's in great nick. We don't play a whole lot of cricket, obviously, in this part of the world, but drop-in pitch. The footy season, obviously, takes place during our summer, so it's the other way around, obviously, in the top end to coincide with the dry season and the wet season, but playing surface looks excellent. And what a night now that the sun has set below the grandstand. So I think it's a sellout today, and we saw some ticket prices as we walked in, Dizzy. Great bang for your entertainment buck.
Yeah, certainly. A family of four for $43, and I think $20 for an adult. So look, they're doing the right thing, making it affordable, get as many people out supporting the T20 internationals. As you mentioned, the surface, Crossy said the surface is brilliant, but the outfield's quite spongy. But we've been watching the Australians train and start preparing, and the coaches have been hitting balls out, and they've actually, it's going quite quickly along the surface. So I certainly expect a lot of runs scored here tonight.
We're standing by just to take you to the coin toss, which is about to take place here between Australia and South Africa. So we'll get you there as soon as we can. So both the captains, Aidan Markram alongside Mitch Marsh, so the captains for South Africa and Australia respectively. And we'll be able to pick that up and turn that around for you in just a moment. Conditions are absolutely glorious. We've got a full half hour after then before the first ball. So Tim David's going to join me. We'll have a chat to him from the Australian camp and also pick apart both teams before the first ball. You'll hear the whole series plus the 3 ODIs to follow right here on ABC Sport. Let's take you to the coin toss and Brendan Julian.
Hello everybody and welcome to the top end and welcome to the first T20 International here in Darwin. I've got the two captains, Mitch Marsh, Aidan Markram from South Africa, Andrew Pocock is the match referee. Mitch, you've got the coin, way you go. And the call? South Africa have won the toss, Aidan, and what have you decided to do?
We're going to bowl, Brendan. Not too much info on this venue, so I'd probably like to have a look at it with the ball first and take the rest of the game from there.
First time to Darwin, enjoying yourself so far?
Yeah, it's been good. Been here now for about a week or so boys have been out and about, some nice things to do around town and got some good training in on the side as well, so been enjoying it so far.
All right, what about this series? What does it mean? Is it a build-up for the T20 World Cup next year?
Yeah, it is. Sort of trying to fine-tune a lot of things building up to there. We do still have 15-20 games before that World Cup, so pretty much starting now with testing out some fresh young faces. Obviously get guys like KG Lungi back, which is great, and I'll start putting some good combinations together hopefully.
Good luck, go well. Aidan Markram from South Africa, Mitch Marsh, the Aussie captain. What would you have done, mate? You like to chase, don't you?
Yeah, we were going to have a bowl first. I think mainly just obviously we haven't played here before as a group and to get a look at the surface, but looking at it, looks a belter.
It does, looks rock hard. 9 in a row you could win. That's a record. Did you know that for men's T20?
No, I didn't. Hopefully the winning ways continue. We've had a great lead up as a group and hopefully we can put on a show for the Darwin crowd.
West Indies was magnificent. Your middle order looks so strong. Looking forward to some big hitting tonight.
Yeah, hopefully. This ground's a little bit bigger than St Kitts, I can tell you that, but we do have a lot of power. Some of the young guys especially, it was awesome to watch, so long may that continue.
All right, good luck tonight. There you have it, Mitch Marsh. South Africa have won the toss in this first T20 International in Darwin, and they've elected to bowl first.
Thanks, Brendan. Corbin, Middlemas alongside Jason Gillespie. Upstairs in our commentary box, Adam Crosthwaite and Neil Manthorp. This is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport as we count down to the first ball, which is coming up in about 25 minutes from now. We now know South Africa have won the toss, Dizzy. They've decided to field first. Any surprise?
Not at all. I think the modern game, more teams are deciding to bowl first. Aidan Markram said didn't have much intel on this ground here at Marara. So wanted to, as he mentioned, he wanted to have a look at the surface, first use of it with the ball. It would have been in their mind as well that Australia liked to bowl first. And we saw in the West Indies, they looked to bowl first every single time in that series. So that would have been a factor as well, I would have thought.
All right, the two teams. First of all, the tourists. Neil, will get your reaction on all of this. So Ryan Rickleton and Aidan Markram listed to open. Lawandre Pretorius is then to come in at 3, the teenage left-hander. Devault Bravis then at 4, Tristan Stubbs at 5, George Linder at 6. So that's an interesting selection there, given he's got the all-round qualities on the left-arm finger spin. The whole spinning situation has been much debated in South African cricket. Senaran Muchasamy comes in at 7, and then the bowlers Corbin Bosch, Kagiso Rabada, Quinna and Parker, and Lungi Ngidi. What do you make of the 11 that South Africa have put together, Neil?
First thing that catches my eye is Aidan Markram at the top of the order. I don't think that'll happen. I think Pretorius will open, and I think that there'll be some flexibility, I'm hoping, in the power play, depending if they lose a wicket or two. I'd be very surprised if Markram does open. He opens in the test side, but not regularly at domestic T20 level. So no leg spinner in Kaipa Peter. And just there's 2 left-arm quicks, Nondre Berger and Quinna Mapaka. So they've given the first run to Quinna Mapaka, the 19-year-old, and Nondre Berger sits out. Rassie Funadussin, I mentioned, is one of the last remaining of the old-school experienced batsmen, and he too is sitting out. So I love Rassie to bits, but I think this is a great opportunity for the youngsters to have a run. They know what Rassie can do. So yeah, I think it's exciting, but we knew it would be.
Yeah, from our point of view, I love Pretorius there, love him Parker there. I think we're happy with that, Diz.
Oh, we're very happy with that. But they're the 2 guys I certainly want to see showing their wares here at Marara.
All right, the Australian team, Crossy, I'll get you to react to all of this first before I get Dizzy's take. Travis Head and Mitch Marsh. This is our new opening combination. Never before have they opened together in T20 international cricket. They have opened previously together, obviously, in the 50-over arena. Josh Inglis is the number 3. That speaks for itself. And the middle order really taken care of. Cam Green at 4. Tim David now at 5. Mitch Owen slots in at 6. And Glenn Maxwell, who opened in the Caribbean, is now back at number 7 in the lineup with Head returning. And then Ben Dorshus, Nathan Ellis, Adam Zampa and Josh Hazlewood. So the 3 quicks, Dorshus, Ellis, Hazlewood, and Zampa as the leggy means there's no room for Abbott, Hardy or Kuhneman in the Australian 11. What do you reckon, Crossy?
Mate, I'm super excited with Marsh and Head to open, obviously getting themselves in together before the World Cup. That'll be massive. Inglis to nail down that number 3 spot. And how powerful is that middle order from the Australians? They're just powerful and strong. Any one of those 4 guys through the middle can win a game in a couple of overs. So I think that's where the Aussies' strength is, and the way they finish it. There's been massive calls to get Tim David up the order, but I think they're just so dangerous. Any one of those 4 or 5 guys through that middle can win a match for you. So having Owen coming down the list as well is super exciting, and he's doing a great role there.
It's a team that's won 22 of their last 26. As Brendan Julian mentioned at the toss, if they win today, never before have we had an Australian T20 international team win 9 on the bounce. So all of a sudden a bit of history beckons. It looks like a pretty settled lineup, this.
Yeah, it certainly is. One thing I'd like to see is potentially Inglis opening with Travis Head and Mitch Marsh at 3. I think Mitch Marsh, the numbers are, he averages double at 3 compared to opening the batting. And I just wonder if the Australians might think of doing that at some point in this series.
The other headache they're going to have at some point, Nathan Ellis. I mean, his numbers are as good as any death bowler in world cricket at the moment, and yet as often happens when a major global tournament rolls around, it's Scott Boland in the test arena, it's been Nathan Ellis in the white ball arena, that there's no room for him behind the big 3. Is it time that we start to ask that question, whether there should be room for Nathan Ellis regardless?
I think he's one of the first picked in the side, to be perfectly honest. I was chatting to Crossy before we came on air, and he mentioned a stat about in death bowling, and I think, Crossy, you can jump in here, I think he goes for less than 107 runs in the last 10 games or something.
Mate, you're spot on there. There's a 6.85 in the last 10 games, Ellis, and at 9 wickets as well. So specific skills for that specific role.
So that lends itself, Corby, that for me, that those numbers alone say to me that he potentially should be one of the first picked. I think he's I suppose a lot of the Aussie bowlers are quite tall, aren't they? But I think it's almost his lack of height that is his advantage. It's hard to get under him and get him over the rope. So as he's such a good bowler with the Yorkers, he's got multiple changes of pace. He can bowl straight Yorkers, wide Yorkers. He's got back of the hand slower ball. He's got front of the hand slower balls. He's got a bouncer that can be north of 140 k's an hour. So his vast changes of pace are a real asset for him.
Welcome to country coming up, along with the anthems of both Australia and South Africa. As we count down to the first ball, it is currently 25 past 6 local time, so we're 20 minutes away from the first ball. Just repeating that South Africa have won the toss and have elected to field first. A short time ago, I had the opportunity to catch up with Tim David. What form he's in, with a new role coming in at number 5 in the Australian lineup, fresh off that 100 over in the Caribbean. And I started by simply welcoming him back onto home soil.
Yeah, it's always a great time to play here in front of our home crowd. We get supported so well. So, it's exciting to play somewhere new, and we're trying to make the most of what Darwin has to offer.
What do you remember of the Australian cricket team playing in Darwin? I think it was 17 years ago. You would have been just a little tacker at the time. Do you remember the Aussie team up here?
You know what? Actually, the only thing I remember was there was something popped up on social media today. Might have been Huss whinging about running threes. So hopefully it's not as hot as that today. And I'm sure that there was Andrew Simons got in trouble for missing a training session for fishing. So I tried that yesterday, but I unfortunately got back for the training session. So, yeah.
That's great. What stuff have you been up to since arriving in Darwin? Have you mentioned you went fishing? Have you done any other touristy type things?
Not too many. We've been, we had a couple of training sessions to get ourselves sorted once we're in, and just get locked in on this game. But had a bit of fishing yesterday. It was good fun.
What should we expect from the pitch out here?
I actually haven't looked at it yet, so it kind of seems an interesting venue. There's a bit of a strong breeze, and it's quite open. So thank you. We'll have to wait and see what happens. It's obviously a single pitch drop-in, which can be interesting at times, and we haven't seen a lot of cricket up here. So it'll be interesting the first start and see how we go.
You're now the owner of not only the fastest 50 in Australian T20 international history, but also now the fastest 100 to go along with it as well. Does that mean we'll see you a little higher up the order than perhaps what you've batted in the past?
Well, the change has already been made, hasn't it? I've already batted a bit higher up. So, I think we're just trying out a few different things to see where we sit before leading into this World Cup. And, we're just going to play the same attacking brand of cricket, and we've got a whole group of guys that can bat anywhere in the middle order, through the top order too as well. So, we'll mix and match whenever we need to, but it might be as high as I get.
It's a notoriously difficult place to bat. I mean, you could be facing 6 balls and got to go from ball 1, or you might have 16 overs to try and navigate. How does your approach change depending on when you come in?
Yeah, I think the biggest part is if you do try and lower your tempo to bat for longer, you actually miss out on opportunities to score in the game. And T20 cricket, you have to take risks at some point. So you might as well put the pressure on the bowlers as quickly as you can, as soon as you get something comfortable. And obviously, if you get a longer period to bat, then you can make a bigger score and have a bigger impact.
Good luck tonight. All the best.
Thanks, mate.
Tim David, the new number 5 in the Australian lineup. As I touched on with him there, it is a tough spot to bat. I mean, everybody in T20 cricket wants to bat up the top when the ball's hard and the field's up. And yet now it's the push and pull between, we got the guy that's an expert in that position, but gee, would rather him face 40 balls than 16 balls and see how that goes.
Yeah, but you need players to be able to go straight away. As he alluded to, you need to... when you come in those positions, you just simply don't have time to knock it around for a little while. You've just got to get going straight away. And I liked what he said. You put pressure back on the bowlers immediately. And he does that so effectively. I like the fact that he bats in the middle order. I'd be reluctant to move him any higher than 5, to be honest. I think it's a perfect spot for him.
Yeah, I mean, the IPL and guys upstairs, Manners and Crossy, we always talk about it being it's a great reflection on how the world sees your players. So the fact that particularly the guys outside of India, who attracts the attention, and Tim David always has a suitor, and he was part of the Royal Challengers Bangalore, who of course went on to win the whole thing. But when you look at guys of that particular exponent, who's better in world cricket at the moment as your lower order finisher than Tim David in the way he goes about it?
Yeah, there's probably not many better at all, and the Aussies, as he was saying, that they play so aggressively in that middle order that any one of them, that's why they can just keep going and going and going and going, because if one doesn't come off, Glenn Maxwell will come off. And if Glenn Maxwell doesn't come off, Mitch Owen comes off. So it's a very dangerous side that the Australians are building, and they're just such large human beings that they can clear any rope that you put in front of them.
Almost look like a footy team, don't they? The way they're assembled at the moment. They've got a lot of thick guys that are big and strong.
It's interesting you say that, Crossy, because I saw Glenn Maxwell at training the other day, and he's gone, these guys in this team are just huge. And he was referring to Mitch Owen, Cam Green, and the like. So, they're just big boys. They're strong. They've got long levers, and no wonder that their half hits are going 80, 90 metres. Like, when they fully get onto it, Crossy, they hit it 110 plus, don't they?
110, 120, and it's a really nice thing to have in your back pocket to know that if you hit one 75%, you're still going to clear the rope. So, there's some serious power there, and I think there's going to be some big sixes hit here tonight.
Mitch Owen's another one who's come into this team in recent times. It's been an incredible calendar year for him. If you think about since April, he's played 26 T20s in 5 different countries across the PSL, the IPL, the MLC, and then his international cricket debut. But even you can trace it back further to that. Then when he had that breakout innings, obviously playing in the BBL final, his world has just completely changed from that point on, and now he's an international cricketer in 2 formats.
Absolutely, Corbin. What I'm loving about him is his adaptability. He's, obviously he's made his name for himself with the Hobart Hurricanes coming in at the top, and then with Tasmania in the 50-over stuff, they've promoted him to opener, and he's been doing well. But I think since he's played for Australia, he's been given this role in the middle order, and he's absolutely taken to that like a duck to water. And he's I watched his first couple of innings in the Caribbean and Jamaica. He was hitting the ball hard, and he was clearing the rope by a long, long way. He's in a very good space, and he's only getting better.
Manners, the T20 cricket, it's all about timing. I mentioned if you haven't just finished a World Cup, you're about to have another one. And South Africa obviously timed their run beautifully in the last World Cup, made it all the way to the final. And yet you look at the Australian team right now, you'd say there's probably only 2 changes potentially, with Stark and Cummins obviously coming back in, and everybody else. You think that's the team that they're looking for in India and Sri Lanka, obviously early 2026. How far are South Africa away? How many spots are still to be determined, do you think, in this team from the one we're looking at here?
Plenty, Corby, plenty. Really interesting, you're talking about Tim David. I reckon he's the ultimate, he's a pioneer in terms of specialisation. I read an article a couple of years ago when he got together with his agent, I think it was, who said, what you need to perfect is the art of expecting to face between 10 and 12 balls and hit half of them for 6. And that's what he worked on. And I think it's absolutely brilliant. But in terms of Mitch Owen and those big, strong guys who were able to score at strike rates of 200, I look at a guy like Tristan Stubbs, who did that, burst onto the South African domestic scene with a strike rate of 220, was hitting every 3rd ball for 6 and played with absolute freedom. And when he got his international chance, he was watered down, in that South African way. Just calm down, you can do all that big hitting later on. Just read the match situation. And it was always like, what do we need to do to get over the line in the last over? Whereas other teams are winning, as we saw with the Australians in the Caribbean, with 3 or 4 overs to spare. So I'd love to see Tristan Stubbs relieved of responsibility rather than given responsibility, which is what happened to him. Right, you're a senior player now, you've got to be there at the end, you've got to get us over the line. Just play with freedom, do what you did when you were 19.
Absolutely, yeah. And you look at the Australian lineup, they've had different stages where they've held David back to basically go, no, it's not the right time of the game, we'll elevate Glenn Maxwell up. And so as much as they are listed at David 5, Owen 6 and Maxwell 7, that if the match situation changes, they won't necessarily walk out in that order.
No, that's right. And you'd suspect if there's double spin on, Maxwell may go in a little bit earlier. That would probably be the one time when I think they would potentially change their order.
You mentioned Bravis as well in the role that he's played in that middle order along with Tristan Stubbs. Is it true they called him Baby? Check in with Manners in just Manners, just along with Bravis alongside Stubbs in that middle order. Is it true they called him Baby AB at one point as well as the second coming to the great AB de Villiers?
They still do.
Yes.
It was at the Under-19 World Cup in the Caribbean. He was the top scorer, made 501 runs in 5 games, which was absurd at a strike rate of 172. That was in the 50-over World Cup.
Yeah.
And well, anybody watching will see an unmistakable resemblance to AB when he bats. And if they don't see it, we'll describe it. And
yes.
you'll see why he's known as Baby AB.
We're so lucky to have him. The great Neil Manthorp is going to call the first ball for you alongside Adam Crosthwaite in a few moments. Corbin, Middlemas and Jason Gillespie to get you there. We've got the Welcome to Country and the anthems coming up in just a moment. And we're standing right in front of the Morris Rioli stand and the raucous crowd that is here. It's a sellout. It's a great vibe, isn't it, Dizzy? What a beautiful night for cricket.
Oh, it most certainly is. It's just the crowd are on their feet. There's camera phones everywhere. Every time any player from either team looks their way, there's a big roar of approval. And this Darwin crowd is absolutely brilliant, and we'd love to see more cricket up here. Love to.
Absolutely. There's some test matches up for grabs against Bangladesh, which are going to be played in the winter months, or the winter in the south, obviously, here in Australia. So that would bring in to play Darwin as a potential host for one of those games, plus Mackay and Cairns, who are involved in this white ball series as well.
Yeah, most certainly, and it just makes sense with we touched on it, the congested calendar, ever increasingly congested calendars. It just makes sense to come and play cricket in the north of Australia. We're one of the few countries in the world that can play 12 months of the year.
The two teams just waiting on the boundary's edge, and now they've been introduced, and so as a result they step out over the rope. There's a huge roar from the crowd and about to line up for the anthems in front of the main grandstand here at Marara Oval. Just repeating, South Africa winning the toss. They've elected to field first. Ryan Rickleton and Aidan Markram to open. Lawandre Pretorius in at 3. Devold Bravis in at 4. Then Tristan Subs, George Linder in at 6. Mutasami to come in at 7. Corbin Bosch at 8. And then Rabada and Parker and Ngidi. Meanwhile, the Australian team, a very settled lineup, as expected. Head and Marsh to open. Inglis at 3. Then Cam Green, Tim David, Mitch Owen and Glenn Maxwell in the middle order. The bowlers, Dorcius, Ellis, Hazelwood and Zampa. All right, let's take you to the presentation, the Welcome to Country, followed by the two anthems. We'll pick it up on the other side of that. And the first ball moments away with the Aussies batting first.
We thank you for playing your role. Now, if you are able, please be upstanding as we are joined by Larrakia Nation Elder, who will be delivering our Welcome to Country. Followed by that, we will have Bradley Forster, who will be singing the South African National Anthem, and then the Australian National Anthem will be delivered by Kiran Rajasinghe.
Bachiwa Garamilla. Good evening and welcome everyone. To the Aussies, g'day. To our South African friends, hello, welcome. Ukubingawela. Kele. I hope I said it right. Traditionally, when people from other lands visit Aboriginal country, a welcome to country will be formed by a traditional owner, not only to acknowledge Aboriginal inhabitants past and present, but to also give those receiving a welcome to country safe passage through our lands under the guidance and protection of our ancestors. It does not matter about race, colour, creed or religion. Larrakia welcomes everyone. Larrakia land was never seceded, and this land we're on today always was and always will be Larrakia country. My name is James Parfit Fijo, and I'm a Larrakia man on Larrakia land. Sachin Tendulkar once said, enjoy the game and chase your dreams, because dreams do come true. And what a dream it is having him here to Darwin. I'd like to finish with the words of the Reverend Wally Fijo. You have come by way of Larrakia land. While you leave, you'll take the Larrakia message with you. Again, thank you, South Africa and Cricket Australia. You've done a great job, and will please come back again. Thank you.
Israel.
jij die diepte van ons hier. Het eeuwige gebed, dus waar die kransen antwoord geeft. Sounds the call to come together and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land.
Australian, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. If golden soil and wealth for toil, our home is girt by thee. And a bounty nature's gifts for beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In your dreams, then let us sing, advance Australia
Magnificent. Full-throated version of both anthems. Fantastic job.
I think we're ready to go. There's no doubt about that on the back of the anthems here at Marara Oval, Australia and South Africa in front of a raucous sellout crowd. Jason Gillespie couldn't get a better night for it. It's currently 29 degrees. We've got the sort of, what are we going with, violet, indigo, sort of purplish sky, floodlit.
Oh, you can't get better than this, Corby. This is absolutely fantastic. See the South Africans in their huddle out there in the middle. The Aussies walking off, getting themselves ready to bat. This is going to be a cracking night.
We better get out of the way. We'll kick you up to the commentary box. The great Neil Manthorp alongside Adam Crosthwaite. Australia are batting first. South Africa winning the toss and electing the field. Take it away, Manners.
Thank you very much indeed, Corby. I have to say that I wasn't expecting to be this overwhelmed by the sense of occasion, by the crowd, the stadium, by the presentation and by the enthusiasm. I mean, I know that the years have improved my level of my ability to be cynical, but I thought, you know, it's the height of footy season in Australia, and when cricket was first played at international level in Darwin and in the Northern Territory, my impression from many, many miles away was that it was almost an unenthusiastic compromise, because I think the first opposition were Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, and they were fixtures that the Cricket Australia almost reluctantly accepted, and that, well, we'll squeeze them in the winter, we'll play them up in Darwin. And it was almost an apologetic thing, and yet here we are, 17 years since the last international fixture, and Adam Crosthwaite, I'm blown away. I'm overwhelmed.
Manners, I love hearing that, because you're right, there's been some great people in Australian cricket do a lot of really good work up here, and these grounds, as we're seeing, there's not just this ground, there's a couple of grounds in Darwin that are world class, and that's what's super exciting. And to bring
there's three of them right here.
Right here, floodlights, 15,000 people in, international standard. There's no reason that this couldn't be a fixture on our calendar year on year, and I think it will be. There's been a lot of great work that's been done by Northern Territory Cricket to get the Aussies up here and to get South Africa up here, and that's what everyone's so excited about, to have two powerhouses in world cricket playing in Darwin at the start of August in Australia. It's outstanding.
I mean, you know, don't get me wrong. I've been in smaller grounds around the world, and even at home in South Africa, you've got to take a game to a smaller ground, and it will be greeted with enthusiasm. But there'll be 2,000 or 3,000 people, maybe 4,000 people, and I know that was the size of the crowd when international cricket first came here. But yeah, I mean, it's nice to think that South Africa is an attractive opposition.
Yeah, very much. Very much.
And the rivalry's there.
And you're right, like they're packed in today. Like, I'm looking down here at the stand just below us, the Rioli stand. There isn't a spare seat. It's been sold out for a couple of weeks. Everyone here in the territory is just so pumped to see the Australians, but not just the Australians, to see the South African team out here playing cricket. It's outstanding.
Lungi Ngidi is going to bowl the first over for South Africa, and no surprises that Aiden Markram chose to bowl first. That had absolutely nothing to do with conditions, other than the fact that he had no idea what the conditions would be. And he said, very small amount of data to work with. He said, well, I think we'll just have a look at the pitch and find out what we need to chase.
And that's fair enough. And I think Mitch Marsh was pretty similar as well. That there's only been the 2 wickets that have been dropped in. That they are a drop-in wicket. A little bit spongy, as Dizzy was talking about earlier, that the outfield's a little bit spongy, but this wicket is rock hard. And I think there could be some bounce, there could be some carry. And if that happens and the Aussies can get it out of the middle of the bat, there'll be some runs as well.
Well, we're ready to go. We're waiting for the countdown for TV to get ready for us. For a moment there, I thought Travis Head and Mitch Marsh had a problem with something. There's no problem with the sight screen. It's the size of an outdoor movie screen, and it's all black. Here is Ngidi, first delivery to Mitch Marsh, and he smashed it straight back over the bowler's head. He hasn't hit the first ball for 6. He has. The first ball of the match has been smashed over long off for 6, and I think it was a miss hit.
He didn't get all of it, did he? But that's a beautiful swing. Mitch Marsh just saying, I'm the captain, let me take the first ball and let me hit it straight back over his head for 6. Length, full swing of the bat, and it carries all the way. That's a great sign of intent from the Australian captain.
Do you know something? It was a slower ball from Lungi Ngidi. So he's gone for the triple bluff. He's bowled a slower ball, first ball being hit for 6. Here is Ngidi, bowls again to Marsh. That one's a long way down the leg side. That must be called a wide. Ryan Rickleton, the keeper, diving away to his left. Not only did he dive full length, he had to take a step and a half before diving. So a less than encouraging start from Lungi Ngidi. How was that shot from Mitch Marsh? I mean, so if it was the triple bluff and he's bowled the slower ball first up, which I think he did, he has induced a false shot and it's still gone for 6.
Oh, yeah, that's it. The strength of Marsh, just the swing, the back lift that he had, and just the way that he's able to throw his hands through it.
Here's Ngidi again, bowls. Marsh smashes it over extra cover, back of a length, full pace, and he's gone over the top of Devalt Brevis at extra cover. That's just power. And I don't want to belittle the skill involved, because again, he's hit it off the back foot over extra cover, but the strength is what comes to mind immediately.
And that's it, and that's the athlete that Mitch Marsh is. That's just genuine power. That is brute force, just to take 140 Ks to hit it, through cover on the up. It's pretty impressive batting at the start of this T20 match.
Well, we're 3 balls in, and Australia have 15 on the board. So
we're actually only 2 balls in.
2 balls in, sorry. That's right, yeah, because he had to re-bowl the wide. Here is Ngidi again to the crease, and bowls punched away behind square on the offside. I said 15, I'm at 11. Tried to punch it away on the offside. Did Mitch Marsh, gone straight to backward point to the fielder in that position. Tristan Stubbs is at slip at the moment. I'm not sure how long he'll stay there. We've got a backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Have man at deep backward square rather than long leg, and a man at deep backward point. So there's interesting square to the shoot fielder square. That one is driven off the back foot out towards deep cover. The sweeper, it is Brevis in the deep who does the tidying up. So yeah, the old days of long leg and third man have been replaced with deep backward square and deep backward point.
You're 100% right though, that the angles that their point fielder and cover fielder were a little bit different to what you would normally say. They were really straight. The point fielder was almost in front of point, and what we would normally say traditional third man was almost at a deep backward point that the ball went through. It's really interesting the way they're getting their angles.
Wenema Parker, the 19-year-old, is, he's no slouch in the field, but he was actually a gully, wasn't he? Which is a surprise. He's maybe developed a new skill, catching. Haven't seen that before. Here's Lungi Ngidi, bowls now to Travis Head. First delivery is tucked away off his hip, out towards mid-wicket, and no run. It's gone straight to Luandre Pretorius, who I think will become less and less of a wicketkeeper as his career goes on, more of a specialist opening batsman. But he's at the moment at mid-wicket for the left-handed Travis Head. None for 12. 5 balls in. First ball hit for 6 by Mitch Marsh in the first of these 3 T20 internationals. Here's Wingingidi. Can he finish the over? And he does, to Travis Head. Slashed off the back foot. Very, very hard out towards deep cover. Fielded by Kagiso Rabada. Deep backward point. So already Australia none for 14 off the first over. But we saw the benefits there of the 2 outfielders being square, because it could have been none for 18.
Exactly right. Like the way that first over went, and Mitch Marsh just getting on the attack straight up. First ball 6, third ball after the wide was just smoked through cover. It was just a real show of intent, I think, from the Australian captain to welcome the South Africans onto Australian soil.
Been staying in the hotel right next to the South Africans on the Esplanade in the centre of Darwin, and I must say that it's been a long time since I've seen a South African team quite so relaxed, going for morning strolls and looking at all the historical placards and a lot about the role that Darwin played or was being bombed in the Second World War in 1942. Learned a lot about Darwin. I spent most of my life wanting to go to Darwin under the misapprehension that it was a small town. It's anything but.
You haven't been swimming, though, have you?
No.
Have you seen the crocs? Have you gone to the jumping crocs yet? That's what you've got to do.
It is Rabada with the second over bowling to Marsh. Flicks it away down towards fine leg, and it's very well fielded by Ngidi, who palms it back in before stepping over the rope. It bounced before him. A little pickup flick shot from Mitch Marsh as Rabada went full and straight, targeting the pads. Yeah, I did make the mistake of saying to a few people, I'm looking forward to a dip in the ocean, and they said, well, you won't come out.
You won't come out up here.
It's terrifying.
We all get nervous when we see the visitors splashing around in the water in Darwin.
I didn't even dare go onto the beach after people told me that.
That's fair enough.
Saltwater crocs.
You've got to get, whilst in Darwin, you've got to get yourself to one of the croc jumping exhibitions, because you can't see them. Where are they? They're not here.
Do you know what?
Next thing, bang.
So popular. They were sold out in the 3 days. I've tried to go on a trip, but apparently Monday, tomorrow, is a possibility.
We'll
I'm definitely going to do that. Here's Rabada bowling to Travis Head, and a big swing and a miss outside the off stump, taken behind by Ryan Rickleton. One of the beauties, and it is a beauty because it's such a novelty, of the Marara Stadium, which of course hosts more footy than it does cricket, is that you get to commentate side on, which happens very, very rarely. I was trying to think back to the occasions that I can remember anyway. In 35 plus years, I reckon it's just the 6th time that we've commentated from side on. And I think maybe one of the first times was in the early days at Canberra. I think that was at side on as well. That's also a footy ground, isn't it? Here's Rabada again, bowls Head, another swing, another miss. Another take by Rickleton. What you do appreciate is just how far back Rickleton and the slips are standing.
You do, and you see the pace from side on, don't you? And then there's serious pace in this wicket. There's serious bounce, and Travis Head is just launching his hands through his 2 player misses here, but this is on a length, and Travis Head has thrown the kitchen sink at it twice in a row, made no contact, and this has made a change in the field. Regulation third man now goes back. And up comes the deep backward point.
And Ryan Rickleton tried to catch it as if it was a kitchen sink as well, and spilled out of his gloves. That was quick. Rabada has played no cricket since the World Test Championship a couple of months ago. I'll tell you a bit more about that in a moment. Here is Rabada bowling to Head, and again forces it away. Cut shot to Ngidi at point. Some fast bowlers actually do need to work, and they can't just step off the gas, and they need to keep a number of overs up, and when they come back after a long break, they can be very rusty. Rabada's one of those finely tuned sports cars that actually you can park in the garage for a while, just go and dust it every now and then, a little bit of polish.
Polish it off.
And then it's magnificent, you know, it just drives absolutely perfectly. And so he's spent some time away and loves his basketball. Kagiso Rabada pops over to the States every now and then. all top secret, but he loves it because no one knows who he is. Anyway, he's made a very impressive start. He'll go for 60 now in these 4 overs. Now I've said that. Short cut and dropped, I think, at backward point. Now then, it's a question of whether that carried to George Linder. I think it did, didn't it?
I think you're right. I think this has gone sort of shin high, ankle high, and he's drilled it straight at him here, and we've got a great shot of it here, side on, and yeah, that's a chance.
And do you know what? I think it actually didn't go as quickly as he thought. It just sort of dipped on him, didn't it? Did it come slightly high off the bat?
Yeah, it's a little bit, and again, it's a really square point, so it's a really different catching angle.
Here is Rabada, looks for the Yorker now. Cut to backward point, and it's taken by Quenema Parker. Well, look, Travis Head thinks it's a bump ball. He's standing his ground. Mapaka wasn't sure, was he? He didn't celebrate immediately and wildly, but it's been chopped to backward point. Quenema Parker has taken the catch, and he didn't throw it up in the air and celebrate. It was almost as an afterthought that he said, how's that? And then he sort of jogged up to celebrate with his teammates. And I'm not surprised that umpire Donovan Kosh has sent it up for a referral to the third umpire.
Yeah, and I think what's going to be really interesting here is, as a batter, you're never really sure whether you smack the ground or you get it early. So as Travis Head here, he's not sure himself. He doesn't feel like he's nicked it to the gully, but you're never really sure here as we've got the slow motion replay.
Yeah, thank you. Roll back for me, please. Just roll back.
Yeah, he's hit the ground and the ball at the same time, but that's out. He's going to be given out here.
Rabada knew.
Yeah, Rabada knew, and you can see Travis Head hits it on the half volley, but hits the ground almost at the same time. So in his hands, he feels that that's hit the ground, but he's walking off. He's not waiting for the decision. Travis is on his way.
Good catch from Quenema Parker, by the way. The 19-year-old.
The new gully fielder, that's what you're talking about. He's got his new position.
I must say, and again, I refer back to the sort of South African conservatism. They do have a tendency when a new guy comes into the team to immediately be sent out to the furthest point, sometimes third man to third man.
Especially the youngster, right?
Yeah, that's right, exactly. You know, and I think they've discovered that he can catch and that he's a good fielder. And that was a good patch at round about shin height. So Travis Head has gone for 2. And Australia 1 for 15 after 2 overs.
And what an over that was by Rabada. Only the one off it. Obviously a few player misses from Travis Head, a drop catch and then an out. A seriously good over. 1 for 1 has really dragged it back after Marsh took on the first over.
Now then, I know that George Linder, the left arm spinner, 32 going on 33 years old now, highly experienced, has played domestic T20 cricket around the world, and he's no stranger to bowling in the power play. So this will be a preset thing. This will be something that was discussed and was expected. So it's not about the fact that Lungi Ngidi went for 14 off his first over. That's actually, in today's T20 world, no car crash, is it?
Yeah, exactly. And as you say, I think that a lot of the first 6 overs gets pre-planned by a lot of the teams these days.
So left arm conventional finger spin from George Linder. Big, tall, powerful man. Spinner in a fast bowler's body. Off the back foot, Mitch Marsh punches it down to long off. And they go through for a single. Tristan Stubbs doing the fielding down there.
I'll tell you what was been really impressive, having a look at this South African side, is how fit and strong these boys are. Like, they're seriously strong. They fill out. Someone's got the extra small shirts on tonight, because you can really see that they've been working hard in the gym. There's some strong units out there for both teams.
Dewald Brevis has got he's got pecs that he's proud of, and I think he goes for the medium, and he's a large. Here's Linder again, short cut to backward point and caught. He's gone, taken a backward point by Sunyaran Mutasamy, the second spinner in the side, and George Linder, as he so often does in domestic cricket and as well in his 15 T20 games he's played for South Africa, striking in the power play, forcing
Inglis.
Josh Inglis onto the back foot to cut. And you said there might be a bit of bounce, and that was what undid Josh Inglis, isn't it?
Yeah, it was just he tried to lay back on it a little bit too much, and he's just really sliced it to backward point, just trying to get on the offensive straight away. And the spin has come in here for the South Africans, and it's a little bit of extra bounce. There's a nice coverage of sort of hard. It's a nice coverage of grass on this wicket, but it is hard and bouncy. So, again, Josh Inglis here just leaning back, batting on leg stump, just losing his balance and cutting it straight to backward point.
As very often happens in T20, I didn't even get a chance to introduce Josh Inglis, did I? The first ball, he's cut his first ball. And there's, again, before the play, advocating that there's no fear in the power play. Play your shots from the word go. And he's done that, and he's out. Cool.
And that's it. They talk about that, losing 3 wickets or taking 3 wickets in the power play. If you can take 3 wickets in the power play, you win more. You win, I think, it's 75, 80% of the games.
It's Mitch Marsh on strike. No, he's not. Sorry, it's Cameron Green who's come in at 4. I have introduced him, or at least Crossy did, and he's tried to play a similar shot. Actually, he's forced it off the back foot, but has kept it on the ground, and there's no run. Fielded at square point by Luandre Pretorius. Now, George Linder, very, very good start. Crowd's gone a little bit quiet, but it's early days. 2 for 16. Linder in again and muscled through the offside for 4. Terrific shot that from Cameron Green. I mean, I'm tempted to say because of the shot that it was a bit short, but it probably wasn't really.
Yeah, well, that's it. He just stood up on it a little bit taller, probably a taller man than, well, he is a lot taller man than Josh Inglis, and was able to punch that forward of point with the two men out, or a deep mid wicket and long off, so that there is that gap there if you can punch it through the offside.
Well, nobody sweeping on the cover boundary. It is tough, the power play, isn't it, really? Who'd be a bowler? Who'd want to bowl with 2 men on the boundary, especially spin? But Linder has become something of an expert at it. A quicker one there, hit in the air, just over the top of mid-arm and down to the boundary for 4. It's hit very sweetly, very cleanly, but it really wasn't very far away from man at mid-on. It's Captain Aidan Markram diving away, running to his left and then diving up, but just couldn't get a hand to it. So George Linder, very good start, 2 for 24 Australia. As Linder, the left arm spinner, in again, gone high, gone long, and Adam Crosthwaite just called it. There's a gap at long on, and Cameron Green has said, I fancy that gap, and he's gone over it. Beautiful strike, deep mid-wicket, couldn't get round in time, but I think it might have cleared him anyway. So lovely, lovely shot from Cameron Green, and there's no holding back from the Aussie top order. 2 early wickets, so what? Gone are the days when there's consolidation is even considered.
Well, that's it. There's no rebuild here at all, right? There's the straight over. As soon as he's gotten 2 straight, he's gone over mid-on twice in a row. So he cut him when he was a little bit short and then pitched it up and gone bang, bang. So Cameron Green, I think this Australian mentality at the moment with the way they're playing their cricket is that let's just go, we're going hard. And Mitchell Marsh still there. He only faced the 6 balls and on 13 himself, but Cameron Green 14 off 4.
Just looking at some of the South African fielders, and it's almost like an American sport where they've got preconceived plays and they're trying to remember what they are. Quentin Mapaka was just where am I now? For the right-hander with Rabada bowling. It is Rabada. Oh, it's gone high. Mitch Marsh has gone underneath it. It's gone high as it's gone long, and that's a terrific catch from Mapaka. He knew where he needed to be, just needed to remember it. Marsh has played the pick-up flick, and it's gone as high as it went far, if not higher. That's seriously gone 30 metres in the air. Mapaka runs around from deep back with square leg to square leg, steadies himself, but has taken it below the eyes. Really, really well judged catch. That would have come straight through the floodlight pylon. And, well, he's taken it beautifully. And Marsh has gone now, and Australia now might be feeling a bit of a wobble.
A massive wobble, I think. 3 down, and here comes Tim David in the power play, if you don't mind. People have been asking for Tim David to move up the order, but don't think we thought he'd bat in the power play. Now, this will be interesting to see how hard he goes here. But as you said, the fine leg wasn't sure where he was supposed to be. I wonder if he was out of position then and then ended up taking the catch.
Yeah, do you know what? I think he might have been.
Because it went a long way in the air, but he missed the rope by probably a good 10 metres. And as you said, a beautiful catch. And that's a big one for South Africa to get rid of the dangerous Mitch Marsh.
Gee, that went high. That went really, really high.
He had enough of it if he got his trajectory right. He got under the ball so much and hit it.
He'd have hit it over the grandstand.
and he is one player that can. But again, this for me is a big change in Australian cricket right now. What's happening is Tim David walking out in a power play is something that I don't think we've ever seen before in T20 cricket. It's going to be interesting to see how he goes about this.
There's Tim David on strike. There are 2 slips in place now as Rabada is in, and David takes a step forward and pushes it out to extra cover, fielded by Mutasami, and there's no run. You know, I was just in the build-up. I was talking about when he made a career decision, didn't he? Become a specialist finisher. You know, if you. And this was before he was playing for Australia on a regular basis. I think he was still playing for Singapore at the time. And yeah, they work on the basis you'll face 10 or 12 balls and hit half of them. He's down the wicket. He's gone straight. He's gone high, and he's gone for 6. He's taken a step and a half down the wicket to Rabada, and with no long on or long off, he's not going to face 10 or 12 balls tonight, but if he hits half of them for 6, Australia will make 300.
Well, I'm being told this is the second time he's actually faced the power play, and he's run down the wicket to Rabada and belted him back over his head for 6, second ball. This Australian cricket team has no fear at the moment. They don't care what the score is. They don't care what's happened. They just back themselves. He's a good 1.5 meters out of his crease here and hit Rabada back over his head.
Such a good shot. Such a good shot. If South Africa bat at the same tempo, we're in for quite a night. We already had a great deal of entertainment. Rabada now counters with one back of a length, and he's thinking, if you charge at me again, you're going to have to charge 2.5 meters down the wicket. And he's defended it up to mid-off. No run. What a shot that was from Tim David. And Australia, losing the toss, asked to bat first. 3 for 36. In the 4th over.
In the 4th over. It's been incredible entertainment so far. There's been everything at the moment. There's been some fast bowling. There's been some big hitting, some great catching.
Here's Rabada again, goes back of a length, and it's attempted force drive off the back foot by Tim David. Just hits it a bit straighter than he wanted. I think he was trying to punch that through extra cover. He takes a single to a deep set. Mid-on and mid-off are both right on the edge of the circle.
He almost has such a violent swing, Tim David, in him. And when it doesn't go right, it can look a bit ugly. And that was sort of the way that happened there. But when he hits them, they stay hit.
Quite remarkable couple of sixes. First ball of the match from Captain Mitch Marsh and Cameron Green as well. It's Green on strike now, and that's a low full top. No, it's not. It's a wide down the leg side. There you go. That's side on for you.
Yeah.
What do we do? Look at the street. I prefer to watch the action live, and it looked like he'd bowled a low full toss and being flipped away, but in fact he missed it. I think it was a low full toss. But, yeah, I did get that bit right. A wide from Rabada. Australia moved to 3 for 38. With Marsh gone for 13, head for 2. Josh English first ball duck. Here's Rabada running in once again to Cameron Green. Flicked away through mid-wicket for 4. Beautiful shot. It actually runs downhill from the table. Rabada bowling from the Michael Long end. And so the table is actually raised. I don't know whether it's been relayed over the years and that's what's raised it, that drop-in pitch. In fact...
Yeah,
that's a footy thing,
exactly right. Yeah, it would probably be more a footy thing. The drop-in pitch would just be a little bit higher than the rest of the ground and falls away. And it's a bit spongy, as we sort of said in the pre-game. It seems to be running away pretty nicely as well, which is good. It looks in great condition, but you're right that the wicket is raised on top of the rest of the ground.
When we walked out there, I asked Dizzy, I had to ask him whether the outfield was one of those hybrid surfaces with, a certain amount of astro and real grass combined. because it just looks too perfect.
Yeah, they've done super well here. Everything that we've walked into here into Darwin today has been outstanding. The ground is in great condition. The crowd have rolled in. The pitch looks good. It's just, for mine, it's a lot of tick boxes for Australian cricket and for Northern Territory cricket to bring international cricket, and the cricket we're getting is matching it.
Corbin Bosch, right arm fast, and he is fast, 30-year-old, and always smashed. First delivery, one bounce four over extra cover. That's the unforgiving nature. Nothing wrong with the ball. It's just slightly too full, I suppose. But it's certainly not a half volley. It's hit on the up over extra cover by Tim David. Belted for four.
And this is the hard thing. Like, what do you do to Tim David? Normally, they're so used to bowling to Tim David with five guys on the boundary, and you can sort of contain him, but he's just hitting the ball in the middle of the cricket bat. And as soon as that happens, you're not stopping it.
Here's Corbin Bosch once again, blonde hair, straight approach, bowls and flicked away through the leg side. Didn't quite middle that, but it's okay. It's gone straight to deep square leg, and it'll just be a single, a little bit of strike rotation. Tim David moves on to 11 from 5 balls. Cameron Green has 18 off 5. He's got 18 off 5. Those Cameron Green was scoring 40 off 120 in the Test matches in the Caribbean, wasn't he? So maybe the frustration of those very difficult pitches giving way now to a little bit of freedom. 18 off 5. 3 for 47 Australia after 4.2 overs. Bosch in once more, and it's driven by Cameron Green out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Deerbolt Brevis. Very nicely fielded by Deerbolt Brevis. Gets a throw in towards, in fact, that's George Linder. Sorry about it. Linder also a very fine fielder. Brevis is an exceptional fielder in the mould of A.B. de Villiers when he wasn't keeping.
It's very interesting if you look at this Australian team. You've only got Travis Head, Cameron Green, are the two players that actually are in that Test team at the moment.
Driven straight down the ground. What a shot from Cameron Green for 6. That was absolutely classic. That was a Test match looking shot. High left elbow, straight follow through, straight bat, and that's cleared the long on boundary, which I reckon is close to 70 metres by another 20.
I think so. He's just getting under it. He's batting deep in his crease, and he's just getting under that ball to pop that over the rope. It's a lovely swing.
Nothing wrong with this pitch, is there?
There's nothing wrong with the pitch, and there's pace, and there's carry and bounce, and and you can see that the Australian batters are really trusting the bounce and trusting the pitch, because they're swinging straight through the line of the ball and they're making good contact.
Green is 24 off 7. David is 12 off 6, and Australia 3 for 53, bringing up the 50 in 4.4 overs. That's going some. 3 wickets down. Here's Corbin Bosch. He's bowled a little too full. That's back of a length. He's compensated, and it's pushed out towards Tristan Stubbs at cover point. Comes sprinting in, pick up and field, but they've gone through for an easy single. This is breathtaking stuff. They're 3 wickets down.
It really is, and you always talk about trying to take 3 wickets in the power play if you're the bowling side, but the problem is the Aussies are also 54. So it's not normally you think if you can take 3 wickets in the power play, they'll back it off a bit, but the Australians haven't backed off one little bit. They've just been full pedal to the metal and just going as hard as they can. And full well knowing that they've got batters to come.
I'm just about to say they've got Mitch Owen and Glenn Maxwell to come. It's another one smashed over extra cover. It's a beautiful shot. It carries. What a piece of timing that is. My goodness, Tim David has just played an extra cover drive of such sweet timing that it looked like it'd be a couple of bounces for 4. So flat was the trajectory. And in fact, it's raced away all the way, bounced maybe a metre over the rope, nobody on the extra cover boundary, and that's gone for 6. Extraordinary cricket from Australia, who have reached 3 for 61 from 5 overs. It's all too much for me. Corbin Middlemas will take over from me for the next 5 overs after another word from Adam Crosthwaite.
Live live coverage of Australia versus South Africa on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Thank you, Manners. Lungi and Geedy to continue at 3 for 60 as Green wristily whips it over deep backward square for 6. And that is a long way back. It's not only over the rope and over the fence, it's about a dozen rows back at that. Make it 3 for 66, the Australians. Still 5 balls left in the power play. I'm just sitting down in the seat. Adam Crosthwaite, good evening to you.
Good evening, Corby. This is outstanding cricket. There's something, I don't know what's happened to this Australian batting lineup, but they have just gone all out attack, and this is as hard and as fast and as aggressive as I've seen this top order for a long, long time.
It's a big statement given they've won a T20 title in 2021, but this is as good as the side's ever looked.
It really is, and it looks like they're all out attack, that they're not concerned about getting bowled out. They're not concerned about conserving their wicket. It's just all out, go, 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 and they're sticking it over the rope time and time again. They've hit 5 4s and 6 6s in 5.1 overs.
And Geedy's bowled 7 balls that have gone for 20. As Green on 31 awaits him, Geedy, as he cross bats. They're straight back down the ground and away for 4 more. Yes. Diving effort. The man moving around in Corbin Bosch, who tried to pick that off coming around from regulation long on, couldn't get there. And that's a cross-batted swat back down the ground for 4 more. Pure muscle from Cam Green. The Aussies 3 for 70.
It's just, and again, just staying still. He's camped right back in his crease, but really staying still with his head. We're looking at slow motion replay here, and Cameron Green at his best, just looking like he knows exactly what he's doing, and he's attacking every single ball.
Long on's back and deep backward square. The only 2 allowed out as Ngidi to Green, just rolls forward and turns it away to square leg. Pick up on a throw at the stumps, misses from Pretorius, the teenager. And so a red dot ball, and there's been many of those. It's either been a wicket or it's been runs. 3 for 70, 5.3 overs in. Think about the Aussies have just come from the Caribbean on those small grounds. The power play scores there, 64, 45, 65, 66, 67. So they averaged 61 in the power play over in the West Indies. And already we're 5.3 overs in. Still 3 balls left to the power play, and the score's 70 as Green jams down on a Yorker and keeps it out.
And that's what they just need to do now, South Africa. They just need to get out of this power play. You need to have the boundary riders out, because this wicket is an absolute cracking pitch, and the Aussies are just swinging through the line, and there's a lot going. That's a brilliant Yorker that's needed to be bowled in the power play. The only way that you can stop him is you nail that Yorker.
Great to have you with us on Grandstand Cricket, the start of a 6-game white ball series, 3 T20s, 3 ODIs. Australia and South Africa, first meeting since the World Test Championship final. As Green has popped it straight up in the air, camped underneath it. Rickleton takes the catch with the gloves on, and Green goes for 35 off just 13 balls. And Australia are 4 for 70 with still a ball to come in the power play. What an eventful start. 4 for 70, and Ngidi eventually gets his man.
Here comes the risk, and again, he's just tried to launch that, and he's gone straight up, and in walks Mitch Owen in the power play, batting at 6. It'll be interesting to see if they do pare it back a little bit. They've been all out attack, and they've lost 4 wickets, so...
No secret of T20 cricket is that, Crossy. 2 dot balls leads to a wicket.
Exactly right.
2 dots. That's as good as it gets.
Coach Gillespie in the back of the box been asking for this. Again, just slow ball, rolled his fingers on it. Cameron Green very annoyed with himself there.
So after dropping their first chance in the field, South Africa have caught everything from that point on. And Ryan Rickleton, number 44 on his back, hangs on to it. So Ngidi joins in the party. Green out for 35 off 13. Incredible start. If you've just flicked on the radio and you're wondering what on earth's happened, well, Travis Head was out for 2. Courtney Parker off the bowling of Rabada. It was a sharp catch in the gully. And Josh Inglis came and went first ball. So Australia lost 2 wickets in the space of 3 deliveries. Multasamy to take the catch at point off the bowling of George Linder. The left-arm finger spinner, so he got a golden duck. Josh Inglis, and then Mitch Marsh out for 13, caught by Parker off the bowling of Rabada. And the Aussies were 3 for 30. It didn't slow them down. In the next 2.4 overs, they added 40 runs. Crazy.
The game has just changed. The fact that you lose a wicket does not stop the momentum that this Australian cricket team has.
So Owen's batting in the power play. 5.5 overs, 4 for 70, and Owen lofts a drive immediately, but safe. Bouncing away down to Corbin Bosch, who fields it long on. And a single taken, so Mitch Owen off the mark. Ball 1. The Aussies 4 for 71 at the end of a dramatic power play. Tim David's 18. Corbin, Middlemas and Adam Crosthwaite on grandstand cricket. We haven't seen too many power plays like that, Crossy.
No, we really haven't. It was, again, and they didn't really know the wicket. Both teams were saying that they were a little bit concerned about the wicket. Inglis gets a first ball duck. There was just so much happened in that power play, and it was aggressive by the Australians. And 4 for 70, I don't know in what camp you'd rather be. You've taken 4 big wickets, the South Africans, inside the power play, but the Aussies haven't stopped, and they don't look like slowing down at all. And here's the one that we've been coming to watch.
This is the guy we've been waiting to see. He comes with big raps on him. Quina Mpaka, who is on here as the power play comes to an end. Precocious talent. He's 19 years of age, left armour. Made his IPL debut before his international debut at just 17.
And he can touch 150, and that's what is exciting. We don't have as many around world cricket at the moment, but for a player that can touch 150, if he gets it right tonight, it could be interesting.
He's bowling to Mitch Owen, who's a new batter, and Mpaka to him, and immediately plays it into the ground and down out towards Markram, who fields it mid-off. We're sitting side on here, as Nana's touched on moments ago, and it looks rapid.
That looks so quick. So quick. Not that you'd know it, because Owen's just smashed it to mid-off, but that looked fast. It's a quick action, and it's exciting. And that's what's exciting about this South African team. They got a couple of young 19-year-olds, and Mpaka being one of them.
Has been clocked at 151.6 over the wicket to Owen, who pops it up in the air, but safe over the head of mid-wicket. Bounce it away into the outfield. They thought about 2. They'll settle for 1, so Owen moves to 2, and Australia 4 for 72 at the start of the 7th over. Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport. All the games covered live from the top end. So Darwin first up for the 2 T20s, and then off to Cairns. Split there, the end of the T20 series, start of the ODI series. And then 2 ODIs to finish in Mackay.
That's just onto Owen a bit too quick there. David really can't back in the crease.
On 18, gets a short one, pace off, and he just hooks it along the ground out towards deep backward square for a single. Mentioned David before. He's only batted once previously in the power play, which I heard you outline, and the good omen for Tim David was that occasion. He went on to score a 37-ball ton. That was the 3rd T20 against the West Indies. Only time he's previously batted in the power play in international cricket.
Well, it worked then, but you can see the South Africans, they're going to the slower balls now. You can see that they're really bowling the ball hard into the wicket.
Field back, power play over. He rocks David straight through him. And Mitch Owen is out for 2. What a delivery as Mpaka goes straight through Mitch Owen. And the young man gives us a taste of what he's capable of. Crashes into his stumps. They go cartwheeling back. And Owen departs for 2. And Quina Mpaka is straight into the game in over 1.
Outstanding. Just cartwheeling back the off stump. Bowling the ball at the top of the stumps. We tell all the fast bowlers to do this. He's running hard. He's hit the top of off stump and sent it cartwheeling back towards the keeper. And that's some serious pace.
Oh, boy. What a delivery. Mitch Owen out for 2 off 4, and all of a sudden the Australians are 5 down. 5 for 73. And the thing that is the most eye-popping is we're only 6.4 overs in.
I'm not sure it's going to stop with Glenn Maxwell strolling out to the middle. Maxwell and David, they don't stop. And I think this is where it comes back to the mentality of this cricket team, of the Australian cricket team, is that it is just all guns blazing and go, go, go.
Quina Mpaka, the 19-year-old left armour. He's already played 2 test matches, 2 ODIs. Played just 2 games in the most recent edition of the IPL for the Rajasthan Royals. He's got the Royals connection, plays for the Pal Royals in the SA20. Of course, same franchise owners. And 5 for 73. And Quena and Parker shows what he's capable of there, as he had Owen sort of backing away outside leg stump. Top of off and with the zing bails. Quite a show. Maxwell's first ball is full. He opens the face of the bat and runs it along the ground down to third man. Picks up a single to get off the mark. So 5 for 74, the Australians. David's still there. He's 19 not out. And just repeating, Mitch Owen, the last to go, out for 2.
It's been a show, but this kid looks fast, doesn't he? We've seen him in the IPL, but there's something different when you're playing international cricket and you're coming up against the first time we're seeing him in Australia. And
his run-up starts on the 30-yard circle, and Ryan Rickleton is almost that far back at the other end as he digs one in short and weaving out of the way, David, as it zips through to the keeper, Rickleton.
It's a good bumper too. Like, again, just committed to it. Got a little bit too short, but again, he's got a good balanced run-up, and we'll let Dizzy do the fast bowling analysis, but it's a beautiful run-up, and it's just a lovely little action that's coming out at 140 plus tonight.
So 140, 142, 118 the slower ball, 143, 144, 141. So he gets one to hop up on David, who's defending high up on his toes, and keeps it down out towards Mutasami, who moves in to field from point, and it's the end of the over. So 5 for 75 at the end of the 7th over. The Australians, they were sent into bat. Tim David 19 not out, Maxwell 1 not out. It's an incredible scoreline so early on. And Australia at the end of the power play were 4 for 71. They now find themselves 5 for 75. Jason Gillespie sits back down. Hello, Des.
Hello, Corby. Hello to all our listeners.
That's a dramatic start.
It is a dramatic start, and listening to Crossy talk about just the way this Australian team's going about it, it's just, no fear. Just they're going hard. Continue, even if wickets are falling, they're backing themselves in. It's really good to see.
Centre and Mutasami is into the attack now. We'll get our first look at him with the ball in hand. And operating from the Michael Long centre end of the ground with his slow left arm orthodox, a 31-year-old. 5 for 75. He's bowling to Maxwell. He's got the baseball cap on, the reverse sweep. And can't break the infield. Picked up a backward point.
Wonder if there was some temptation made in Markram to keep the quicks going, especially with Maxwell coming in. Probably prefers the spin.
What would you have done?
Keep the quicks on.
Yep. As Mutasami delivers to Maxwell, he lets one slide down the leg side, and these will be... No, caught a bit of pad on the way through. Just repeating, we are side on, by the way, so it does sometimes just shake us a little bit trying to pick up little things like that. Just clipped the pad of Maxwell, and the reason it drifted down the leg side is Mutasami to Maxwell again, a play and a miss. Taken by Rickleton. Gee, that was close to his off stump. Whips the bails off.
He's mixing up his pace nicely here early in his over.
Australia added 40 runs, by the way, in 16 legal deliveries between the 3rd and the 4th wicket falling. Cam Green 35 off 13, and Tim David a fast start. And the Aussies at the end of the power play 4 for 71. They're now 5 for 75 in just the 8th over. So the run rate still high, 10 and over, despite the fall of wickets. Mutasami to Maxwell, hits in the air, out on the offside. There's a man back, and that's a superb catch. Diving effort is good, and reeling it in on the way through. And Corbin Bosch takes a sensational outfield catch. Mutasami gets the wicket, and the Aussies in strife. 6 for 75. Maxwell comes and goes for 1.
And that's a fantastic catch by Corbin Bosch. Diving to his left, forward towards his left. The ball was spinning a lot because Glenn Maxwell had sliced it. That's a fantastic catch. Put Australia in a little bit of trouble here.
George Linder, my apologies, took that outfield catch. So George Linder hangs on to Maxwell. He's out for 1. And so Maxwell departs. And the Australians 6 for 75 on the opposite side of the ground to us in the outfield. So Linda with the catch and the wicket to Mutasamy. Ben Dorshus, I'm sure he didn't think he was going to be batting at this particular stage of the innings, Dizzy.
Certainly not the 8th over. He'd be thinking if he was going to get a hit at all, it would be maybe in the last 3 or 4 overs. But South Africans have weathered a bit of the onslaught. Australians have dealt. They're in a pretty good place here. A lot of responsibility on Tim David's shoulders now from an Australian perspective.
And Dorshus arrives, and Mutasamy on his way in around the wicket, and Dorshus driving along the ground, and down to long off will pick up a single. Takes the score to 6 for 76. Now a little conference too as Mutasamy just wants to chat to his skipper before this last delivery with Adam Markram. Deep conversation, working around from what would be regulation cover or extra cover for the right-hander. And Andrew McDonald just down in the dugout having a chat with Nathan Ellis, who may have to bat more than half the innings. Trying to work it off his hip. David doesn't quite get it. Plays back down the pitch, and that's the end of the over. So they keep Dorshus on strike. 6 for 76, the Australians, after 8 overs. Just recapping, Marsh with 13, Head out for 2, Inglis a golden duck, Green 35, Owen 2 and Maxwell 1. And despite the run rate in double digits, chasing Gillespie, the problem for the Aussies is bar Tim David, all the recognised bats are already out, and we haven't hit the halfway mark of the innings.
Well, that is true, but we do know, we have seen in BBL, Ben Dorshus score valuable runs for his team, the Sydney Sixers. He's got a lot of work to do here. He's got to support Tim David. Be interesting to see how Tim David plays it now with only 4 wickets in hand and so much time left in this innings. Does he just keep going and keep going hard, or does he just be a bit more measured?
New over starts and a thick edge here from Dorshus down towards third man. He picks up a single, and Parker continuing. What did you make of the young man in his first over? Queenan Parker obviously picked up that wicket on the way through, rock and rolling Mitch Owen for 2. What are you seeing him?
Yeah, well, first of all, I really like how Aidan Markram kept him out of the power play. Young player, 19-year-old bowler. Give him a chance. Use your more experienced players up front, which I don't mind. But yeah, got beautiful run up and delivery. Very simple, repeatable action. Builds up nicely.
And here comes the teenage southpaw, delivers to David, who plays back down the pitch.
There's some genuine airspeed there, Corb. As I said, it's pretty simple, repeatable action. Gets his wrist and fingers behind the ball. I think there's potential for him to swing the ball in the conditioned suit, but his absolute point of difference is his airspeed. He's not the tallest player, not the tallest bowler you'll see going around, but gee, that airspeed is something that's pretty exciting.
And how does David's innings change from here? So 19 off 11. He's the last of the recognised bats. He's had to play multiple roles for the Australians. Has been much discussed his move up the order.
Yep.
Does he just need to bat through here?
It's an interesting one. The Australians are clearly, they look to go hard. But maybe he just needs to temper it a little bit. Well, we'll soon find out, Corb.
5 back, and Parker on his way in again. Bowls to David, square drive, picks out the fielder and farming the strike this early on. So he's keeping Ben Dorshus away from the young flamethrower in Parker. And so a dot ball to the outfield and the man at deep point in Pretorius.
I like this from David, taking some responsibility here. I think will he be more measured? I'm not sure about that, but he'll certainly still look to hit the ball hard, but he'll look to place the ball.
Catch out a little bit, I'm sure, thinking that there was often a single there, but there wasn't. As David, full-blooded pull shot, crack, hammers it into the advertising hoardings. A low flat 6 through mid-wicket. And Tim David, that is why he is making sure he's going to face the majority of these balls with the tail.
How hard has he hit that? Wow, that's, for our listeners, that hasn't really gone that high. It's stayed pretty flat. It's hit the advertising boardings, probably 10 metres in front of square leg. But the length allowed him to play that shot. It was probably about hip height, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Beautiful strike of the ball. And even a clap from the bowler.
Barker on his way in again, pushing across David, who turns it along the ground out the mid-wicket. Throw comes in there from Kagiso Rabada. Dorsch back behind the crease at the non-striker's end. So David on 20. David on 25. Dorsch on 2. 6 for 83. And only now 6 down. 6 for 83. That the run rate dips below 10 and over. As in Parker takes the pace off here. That's a superb shot. It's a cut shot, but somehow picked the gap between cover and mid-off and away for 4. So David trading in boundaries at the moment. He moves to 29. Dorsch is 2. And after 9 overs, Australia now 6 for 87.
What I really liked about that from Tim David, he just stayed still. As we've seen a couple of the dismissals of the Australians, they've given themselves room. Mitch Owen, Glenn Maxwell, they've given themselves room. And particularly Mitch Owen, what was so good that he did in the Caribbean, he stayed still. He looked to hit straight.
Yeah.
We've seen Cameron Green got out when he looked to go a bit squarer from a straight ball and about off stump. And Tim David just waited for that one. That one was a pace-off delivery. Great shot.
New over starts as Mutasemi continues, and a late cut from Dorsch picks out the fielder at backward point. And collected there by Lungi and Gidi. If you've just flicked the radio on, the Aussies, they were 3 for 30 early on and then put on 40 runs in 16 balls between Green and David. As Dorsch is wrapped on the pads by Mutasemi and the ball trickles away on the leg side. And Green eventually out for 35. And the Aussies lost another wicket. Mitch Owen went cheaply, as did Glenn Maxwell. And the Aussies were 6 for 75. They're now 6 for 87. And we're still not even at the halfway mark in the 10th over. Cut shot here from Dorsch finds backward point again.
These are precious dots for the South Africans. They'll look to try and get through some overs quite quickly, one would suspect here.
Coming, Sid.
A couple of dots to start in the over. Mutasemi well flighted. Dorsch takes it on the full, drives along the ground down the long on for 1. 6 for 88. Gorgeous night. It's currently 27 degrees in Darwin. International cricket returning here. The Aussie team playing in these parts for the first time in 17 years. Played Test cricket and ODI cricket in Darwin previously, but first time in the T20 arena. The shortest and fastest version of the game. As David pushes back to the bowler. 2 to come in the over. That Aussie team, by the way, the last time they played in Darwin. I don't know how many of those you could give me, Diz. ODI here back in 2008.
Oh, naming the players?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
As David plays into the ground, rolls away out towards cover. Oh, that's the end of the over. Race through that. And they keep David on strike, which means he'll be... Sorry, they keep David... prevents a single off the last ball of the over, and as a result, it'll be Dorsch who will be on strike for the start of over number 11. I'll give you that one on notice, Diz. So 6 for 88 after 10 overs. David on 29, and Ben Dorsch, his partner, has just arrived. Neil Manthorp about to come back in and join Jason Gillespie on Grandstand Cricket.
ABC Sport coverage of Australia versus South Africa, live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Thank you very much indeed, Corbin Middlemas. It's going to be George Linder with another over of left arm spin. And on the back foot goes Dwarshuis, pushing it out.
Give us your best here, George.
Trying to push it towards cover, but fielded by the bowler off his own bowling. I must say that in motor racing terms, it's hard not to think Australia have taken their corners a bit too quickly in the first 6 overs. Wow-wee. But they're going quick. Here's Linda again, and Dwarshuis punches one off the back foot out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary. And that's what they're committed to doing, Jason Gillespie. Driving very fast and not slowing down at the corners.
It seems to be that way, Manners. We did see a little bit of a change from Tim David that last over. A little bit more measured against the slow left arm.
Push back, sir. In there, Luke.
We'll be interested to see how he plays George Linder here.
And now then, where are the boundary field? Long on, long off, deep square leg sweeper on the cover boundary. So the straight hit is supposedly covered. That's a quicker one from Linda, and there's an appeal for leg before wicket from Ryan Rickleton, but he's man alone, not even supported by the bowler, who grins ruefully.
I think it actually gripped a little bit on the surface.
I thought it would. I thought that tufty grass, and in South Africa certainly you would expect a bit of turn. It pitched outside leg stump, but it did straighten, didn't it? Quite considerably. Ryan Rickleton with a good catch. That one is spun from outside leg stump into the gloves of the keeper. There are 2 men behind square on the offside, back at point and short third really. Pushed away by Tim David just for a single behind square on the leg side. He's got rid of his helmet. In South Africa and in the UK, you have to wear a helmet at all times, even against spinners.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's the ECB and Cricket South Africa regulations. You can't bat at any time without a helmet. But it is a warm evening, so it's understandable from that point of view. As Linda is in once again, and sweep shot from Dwarshuis out towards deep square leg, and he's hit it very nicely in front of square. Beats Thibault Brevis at backward square leg and races away to the boundary for 4. That was a good shot.
That was a very good shot from Ben Dwarshuis in front of square. He was in the air, admittedly, for most of the way, but he picked the gap beautifully between the 2 outfielders. I did mention before, Manners, to Corbin Middlemas, that Ben Dwarshuis has made some really useful runs for the Sydney Sixers in BBL, and coming in this role, about number 8.
Australia 6 for 94 after 10.5 overs. Quick one from Linda, and they'll get 4 here wide. So I'm suspecting as it runs away towards the boundary, and the boundary actually, the outfield slopes away from the table in the middle, and so he's never going to catch that one, Lungi and Gidi, and they've got 4 wides. Wide signal from George Linder. Did that? Oh, that's just gone horribly wrong. I was going to say, did that turn down the leg side? No.
That's just an awful delivery. If he could have his time again, George Linder just didn't quite get that one right.
6 for 99. Tim David on 30. Ben Dwarshuis on 8 from 9 balls. Linda in again. A little bit of width outside the off stump, not enough to cut, and it's pushed out to Rabada at extra cover, and the over comes to an end. So Australia finally deciding that there's some degree of compromise required if they get about through their 20 overs.
Yeah, most definitely. It's been Tim David who has led that. He knows he needs to face the majority of the deliveries the rest of this innings and the last 9 overs.
Almost a game of chicken, really, in the power play, with Australia, I think, just going so hard and so quickly and so fast. It was a question of whether South Africa could keep their nerve. And I've seen them on a number of occasions not do so, but I think they stuck to the disciplines pretty well. It was an expensive over from Corbin Bosch. He went for 18 for a couple of 6s. Here is Senyarin Mutsami, and the left-arm spinner is hammered by David over wide, long off, and that's the biggest 6 of the game. He smashed it over it with just beautiful technique, hitting technique, giving himself room, freeing the arms, hitting through the line, not a great deal of spin, and that hit the middle of the bat.
It certainly hit the middle of the bat. A bit of width there. He's just planted his front foot down the wicket, swung through the line, and that was doing nothing but going over the boundary rope.
It's gone a long way over the boundary.
It certainly has.
Oh, goodness. What a shot. And Tim David brings up the 100 for Australia. 6 for 105, and we're only starting the 12th over. So do you know what? They can still make 200 here. If Tim David makes 80 or 90, and they're still on for 200. It's a crazy thing to say. What's the batting like to come? Nathan Ellis can bat, can't he?
Nathan Ellis can bat a bit. Adam Zampa can hit a long ball. So I'm not sure Josh Hazlewood's hitting too many sixes and fours.
I'm not sure he's going to be hitting the ball that we've just been using, because I'm not sure it's come back.
No, I think the third umpire did come out with some replacement balls, so...
Have they got it back? I'm not sure the original came back. It landed.
Yeah, I think it landed on a roof.
Yes,
of some
exactly.
description.
Yeah.
It's 109 metre 6,
That's outrageous.
over the offside.
Here's Mutasami, left arm spin, and that one is blocked by Tim David. Satisfied with the work on the previous delivery, he went back to this one and just knocked it back. Tim David's mopping his brow in between every delivery. It's still a warm evening. High 20s as Mutasami is in once more. David pushes it straight back to the bowler, who's made an extremely impressive start. Senyarin Mutasami with his left arm spin. Very experienced player, 30 years old, and he's barely played for South Africa, but has played a lot of domestic cricket over a decade, so he knows what he's doing. As David is on the back foot to the next one, just quicker and punch down to long on and go through for a single.
It's a pretty clear game plan from Tim David. If he's getting any width, he'll, as we saw with that 6, he'll throw the kitchen sink at it. But I think he's also waiting for the length. If he gets the length, step hit length, he'll look to hit straight. But other than that, if it's into the pitch, which the bowler's been doing, then he'll just look to rotate the strike.
Sammy in again to Dwarshuis, and it's chopped off the back foot out to Larandre Pretorius. I bet he's looking forward to having a bat. He's on the cover boundary, sweeping, apologises for his throw, which is on the half volley to keeper Ryan Rickleton. I'm sure he'll go in first. The scorecard we were given...
You don't think Markram will open?
I can't see it. I can't see the reason for the change. Pretorius has been opening successfully. That one is driven by David. Takes a quick single on the misfield from the bowler. There's a very, very fast recovery and a throw at the non-striker's end, but David had to accelerate to get home, and he did. I think Markram would prefer just to... I mean, he usually bats 4 in this format for South Africa, you know, just to keep an eye on things. And that South African way, you know, control, steadiness. Don't do anything too rash, too early.
But as you said in the pre-show, Manners, they've got an influx of youth and guys that probably haven't learnt what not to do, so to speak. They can innovate, they can just go out there with just a real clear mind that they just see ball, hit ball. And I think that's going to be quite refreshing and be interesting to see how these players develop over the next little while. And if the South African selectors will continue to keep the faith in these players.
6 for 108 after 12 overs. What I'd just like to see South Africa do is sometimes consciously try and get ahead of the game, just like Australia did in the Caribbean. You know, they were winning with 3 or 4 overs to spare.
Yeah, absolutely.
Whereas for South Africa, Corbin Bosch, after that expensive first over, is back into the attack now. And it's a quick delivery. He can be quick. And Tim David tries to pull it through the leg side, hits him in midships, maybe high on the back leg. And that's just a little uncomfortable initially. But Parkinson's law tends to apply with South Africa in run chases. As the work required expands to fill the time available. Is the way it tends to work with them. You know, they normally win with 3 balls to spare
instead of 3 overs.
Yeah, exactly. And then when you're doing that, when you're timing your run chase so meticulously, if things go wrong and you lose a couple of wickets, you suddenly find yourself in trouble, like they did in the T20 World Cup final. That's pulled away out towards deep mid-wicket. Again, hard and flat out to Rabada at deep mid-wicket. Didn't quite reach him. Don't think he quite timed that. Maybe toe end. 6 for 109.
He was toying with the idea of not taking that single, wasn't he?
Yes.
He just thought, well... But then I think he's realised that Ben Dwarshuis has been out there 9 off 11. He can hold a bat, Ben Dwarshuis. So I think Tim David just needs to take every opportunity, every run that comes.
Crossy and I were standing at the back of the commentary box when Tim David refused a single early on in Dwarshuis's innings, and we looked aghast at each other. And then you said right on cue, I like that. Tim David's taking some responsibility. And we were like, really? With 12 overs to go, Bosch in again. Dwarshuis pushes it away behind square on the offside.
to be fair, the reason I said that is because who was bowling? It was Mapaka. If it was anyone else, it would have easily taken that single.
I think Crossy and I were just picturing him nursing the strike for 12 overs. No, I think...
no, I didn't mind that.
And we got your point, because, you know, subsequently... But certainly first, second, third... the first half of the over. Yeah, but otherwise you don't want to be turning down too many runs in this format. Here is Bosch again, bowls short, pulled away by David out towards square leg, all the way. Bosch tries the short ball and pays for it with his fourth six conceded. He's not normally the weak link, but he's an all-or-nothing bowler. And
well caught by the gentleman in the crowd. He caught it one-handed, and while holding his two beers in his other hand.
I missed that. Let me have a look at this. Oh, that's magnificent.
But not one beer, two beers in his hand.
That's right. He's got two tins in his right hand, and he's caught it left-handed. That's sensational.
Jeez, sign him up.
Seriously, 6 off the first ball of the match, and I think that, as a highlight, may just have been passed. That's magnificent. I wonder if he's actually left-handed. He looks like Travis Head, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does a little bit. He's got his 15 minutes of fame. He's texting all his mates, no doubt.
The beers weren't even on top of each other in one. The next side-by-side, big hands, obviously. That one is driven down the ground by Tim David. There'll be a couple of comfortable runs here as Brevis does the fielding down on the long-on boundary. That was well spotted. That was very good. David moves on to 45 from 27 balls, 6 for 118. A reminder that Cameron Green earlier today made 35 earlier this evening, made 35 off 13 balls, 4 fours and 3 sixes. Gee, if he carried on at that strike rate, 250 was on the cards.
It's interesting that 3 of the Australian batters' dismissals have been when they've moved around the crease. And what has been the feature of Tim David? He's stood nice and still.
It's very true. He hasn't moved at all. That's a low full toss by Bosch, and it's driven for 4 more. It's not Corbin Bosch's evening. First over costing 18, and the second one has been belted for 14. And, 6 for 122. Tim David's 50 from 29 balls. Being kept good company by Ben Dwarshuis. 50 off, he scored quicker 50s, but not in quite such dire circumstances. You remember he came to the crease at number 5, and the scoreboard reading 3 for 30. But he's standing very, very still. There's no trickery involved. He's just backing himself, isn't he?
He's just trusting his technique. He's got long levers. He can reach the ball. And he's played a couple of wonderful shots to the leg side when the ball's been a bit shorter. But his play through the offside manners has been absolutely superb.
Change of bowling. It's the great Kagiso Rabada who comes back. I referred to him being a great, probably more from the Test arena.
He's one of the best that ever played the game. His numbers are extraordinary, manners.
Yeah, and he's pretty good in this format as well. Steered away by Dwarshuis for a single. That is exceptionally good batting. If he can take a single off the first ball of the over, then that's almost better than striking a boundary and using up balls that he's not scoring from. Very, very good cricket from Ben Dwarshuis. Tell you what, whatever happens from here, if he's scoring at a run a ball with 2 overs to go, he's done a great job.
I couldn't agree more. He's 11 off 13 at the moment. There's been a great support for Tim David.
Here is Rabada to the crease again, bowls, and David again standing still, waiting, back of a length. Drives it really off the back foot, if there is such a thing. Forcing it, standing tall. He's a tall man anyway. Gets on top of the bounce, punches it to the cover sweeper for 2 more. Brilliant innings so far from Tim David. 53 from 30 balls, 6 for 125, and the partnership is it 50 partnership?
50 partnership of 34 balls.
Ben Dwash has scored 11 on them.
Just highlighting how important this innings from Ben Dwash is.
Here's Rabada once again, bowls and short, and it's pulled again super powerfully by Tim David. It's Theobald Brevis who does the fielding on the deep mid-wicket boundary. I tell you what, if you're listening to the whole innings, there is only one Theobald Brevis, but South Africa have managed to get him in all of the busiest positions. He's fielded it more than anyone else tonight.
He has fielded a lot.
Do you like his extra tight shirt?
It is. He's definitely asked for a smaller one than... And he must have put it in the dryer as well, I reckon.
I reckon he's just said, just spray mine on. It's very, very tight. Done some gym time. It's cut away by Dwarshuis to backward point, fielded by Mutasami. And there's no run. Australia 6 for 126. I'm going to ask you what a good score is, but I mean, what do you think the pitch and the outfield and conditions are worth as a good score, and then there's what's a good score from 6 for 126?
Yeah, well, I would have said, 180 plus at the start of the game. I probably haven't deviated from that. I still think Australia are going to need something in that vicinity.
Here's Rabada, bowls a bouncer, hopelessly short, too short, and it's past Dwarshuis harmlessly and left it alone. It's called a wide.
And in answer to your question about at 6 for 126, I think if these two are still in 4 overs time, they could very easily get 180. Yeah. No question. Absolutely no question. So it really does depend on Tim David. That's the way I see it. If he's in, even another 3 overs, I think Australia will be looking well north of 170 at least.
Here is Rabada up to the crease again, bowls, and it's slapped away, past backward point, down towards the third boundary. It won't be cut off. Lungi Ngidi down on third boundary, and Theobald Brevis at deep backward point, unable to get to it. You know that bouncer from Rabada? I know for a fact that you spotted immediately that it was actually a slower ball bouncer, and I missed it. It was a slow ball bouncer, and that's why he was puffing his cheeks out and thinking, I almost got that right, almost got it right. But it was, the giveaway was that it was on its way down when it reached the keeper. Yeah. But he's trying something a bit different. You must pick me up on it next time I miss it. Short and pulled away by Dwarshuis down towards long leg. Thank you very much indeed to Jason Gillespie. Adam Crosthwaite will come in. I've got one more left, yep, and Adam's doing the last 6 overs. So it's not going to be the usual crescendo of firework batting in the final 5 overs that we're accustomed to from Australia, because they can't quite afford to do that. Tim David, though, I think controlled himself superbly, the way that he's mixed some astute attacking shots with some important defending, just to make sure. I mean, like Australia, they've gone flat out until they're 6 down, and they are now just playing a little bit more sensible.
Manners, I love that you say that, but Tim David, I don't think is going to care. I think he has set himself now. He's faced, what's he faced? 31 balls. He could get 100 off 50 balls. That's the type of player that he is. He could really bring this home.
Mapaka into Dwarshuis, and good job. Leg by, first ball of the over. And do you know what? Just make sure you get one. Doesn't matter what flavour it is. And in fact, he got a nick on that, didn't he?
Benny Dwarshuis is playing a great role here. And I think you guys were just talking about it then. He's giving some stability, which is probably what the all-out attack just didn't have in that first... With the first 4 or 5 guys, it was just all-out attack, wasn't it, from the Australians? It's been an interesting game plan, but it's hanging by a thread, and that thread is Tim David.
6 for 133, Australia. Quena Mapaka left arm over the wicket, and that one is chopped away off the back foot by David. It's just a single out to Luandre Pretorius on the cover boundary. Again, just almost almost reluctantly setting off for the single there, just thinking about whether he should.
we were laughing about it earlier. The fact that he was farming the strike or wanting so much of the strike, which is the smart thing to do. But yeah, I think at the moment, just back Ben Dwarshuis, he's batting well, he's sticking there with you, and he's scoring his own boundaries when needed.
Here's Mapaka up to the crease again, bowling full speed, and that one is too quick for Ben Dwarshuis, with respect.
Look at that from the bounce.
Flown through.
The carry through to the keeper who's literally only a couple metres inside the circle, is taking that head high on the up. That's serious pace. And I think because we are side on, we get to see it a little bit more than normal. But what a night we have. What about the Northern Territory moon in the background? 10 to 15,000 people in here. Do we have I don't think we've got the number yet, but it's sold out.
Driven by Dwarshuis to mid-off and caught. Good catch from skipper Aidan Markram. It wasn't easy, that. It's gone hard and flat, and it's at awkward waist height. It's arrived at waist height, but it was coming to him at chest height. Initially, he had the fingers pointing up, and then had to point them down and jump in order to get into the right position to take the catch. Good catch. And another wicket for Quina Mapaka. Ben Dwarshuis is on his way, and Australia 7 for 134 now, 134, I beg your pardon. 7 for 134. David still there on 55. Dwarshuis gone, I think, for a very, very good 17. Talking of the moon, with jet lag at its absolute peak yesterday morning, I was up at 5 o'clock and I saw one of the most spectacular moon drops I've ever seen in my life, and the moon went down behind the ocean. Following on from my first night in Darwin, I went to Lyndall Market and saw one of the best sunsets I've ever seen in my life. So I've seen the sun and the moon go down in the space of 24 hours.
You need to get some sleep, don't you?
I do.
It's it's a beautiful part of Australia and a place we're all very proud of, and it's so good to see the cricket here. And the wicket, I'm just so impressed by the pitch and the wicket. This has got pace and carry and bounce, and it's played no tricks. It's come onto the bat nicely, but there's been reward there for the South Africans, and they've bent their back and got the ball into the wicket.
Quina Mapaka to the new man, Nathan Ellis, and he's guided this one away past the keeper really skillfully. Just stood tall to a quick delivery, chest height, opened the face of the bat and guided it very fine past the keeper, down to third for a single. Off the mark straight away. Australia 7 for 135. Not enough at the moment, you would think.
No, it's definitely not enough, but with David still in the mood that he's in, and Ellis, we've seen Ellis in the Big Bash. We've seen him, even for Australia, we've seen him play some beautiful hands.
Last ball of the 15th over, and it's turned away by Tim David. There you go. See, that's clever and sensible, and it's better off, he's better off, Australia's better off, him taking a single off the last ball of the over to keep the strike rather than hit a 4, in my humble opinion. 7 for 136, David 56, 15 overs gone. Australia going at 100 miles an hour, but losing wickets at the same rate. And in the last 5 overs, will be described to you by Corbin Middlemas.
Australia versus South Africa on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
We love having him as part of our team on ABC Sport. And just chatting about Ben Dwarshuis before we came on air today, about his name as it would be pronounced in Dwarshuis in Afrikaans. So that's how's the pronunciation is meant to roll, but very Australianised version of Dwarshuis, Dwarshuis. So that's you learn something new every day. 7 for 136, David 56, Ellis 1. How are you, Crossy?
I'm good, Corb. I'm excited for the last 5 overs, but I'm finding it very strange here with David still not taking those singles, just wanting so much of the strike and knocking back the singles. And I get it, but then it's knocking back runs that are potentially going to be needed later on.
7 for 136, Mutasamy to bowl his last over here as David dragging it along the ground all the way out into the deep. Just a single as
No,
brave as
no
Fields
run.
again.
No-
Out
no
deep,
run.
Sorry, no run. Out to deep mid-wicket.
So he's gone back. So it was an easy single to deep mid-wicket, but that's 2 balls in a row now. He's refused the single.
Field back straight and on the leg side. They're up inside the circle behind the batsman. And David, 56 not out of 35 balls. The Aussies 7 down, 136 on the board. As David goes aerial, he's hit this very high. He hasn't quite got it. Long on back, spills it. Drop catch in the outfield. It's been put down, and he's not happy. Tristan Stubbs spills it. And did they get 2 or they didn't get anything? David's back on strike. I was certainly watching the trajectory of the
catch
ball.
as well, but I don't know what's happened here. I don't know. Have they got any runs or is he...
Regardless, David's back on strike as he's taken a full ball outside leg stump and Stubbs puts it down at long on. Mutasamy continues. David, he's got every bit of this. He has crunched that. He's hit it out of the park. Tim David has put it up on the roof. Holy smokes, he crunched that, David. And there was no doubt about that one. 7 for 142, David to 62.
That is a big hit. He's just rocked back. He didn't get that one wrong, and he's bounced it off the roof of the Morris Frioli stand. Broken a couple of solar panels, I think.
Wow. That is up on the grandstand where we're situated, square of the wicket. It was a dot ball, in fact, the one previous on the drop catch. And then he hits in the Stubbs direction. He hits it way over his head. It's another no-doubter. Back-to-back sixes for Tim David. And he is putting on a show. He's 68 not out.
I guess this is why he wanted to strike and he didn't want the singles. He wanted to look at the bowler over and over again, and back-to-back monster strikes. That Stubbs catch, that could really come back to hurt South Africa here. That should have been taken. He's a quality fielder. He's been doing the hard yards from long on to long on, Stubbs, to get himself in the hot spot. And it's a catch he cannot put down.
So put down on 56. He's now 68. Back-to-back sixes. And Mutasamy's probably thinking, I've just got to get out of this over somehow. He's bowled so well so far. And yet he's got another delivery to try and get through here. As David is picking him up clean. Last ball of his allotment. David's going to take the single as he plays it along the ground out through mid-wicket. So the man who's swinging the red-hot bat, Tim David, remains on strike. He's 69. The Australian 7 for 149. 16 overs down, 7 for 149. And the power play was dynamic. The Aussies were 71 after the power play, but 4 down. It all happened. Australia were 3 for 30, and then Cam Green and Tim David put on 40 runs in 16 balls, taking the Aussies to 4 for 70. They were soon 6 for 75. They lost 3 for 5 at that stage. And then really, David has had to bat with Dorcius and now Nathan Ellis to try and get this total up to something respectable. There was no problems with the run rate out of the gates. It was just the wickets that were a concern. And they were shared around. Rabada's got a couple, and Parker, who we love what he's bringing, the left arm tearaway, he's got a couple of wickets. Mutasamy's got one, Linda's got one, and Ngidi has the other. So 7 down, 7 for 149. And David, the only man to pass 50, 69 not out. As Lungi Ngidi's back, he bowls 4 on the stumps and driven along the ground by David down to long on. Ellis is hopping around at the non-striker's end, but Tim David tells him, wait there.
When you know you've got control of the game is when you can just continually knock back the singles, which he's done over and over again. But if he keeps taking 12, 14 off and not losing a wicket, does play into this is where the next level of strategy comes in. And this is the next probably iteration of strategy in T20 cricket is a single worth it? And I think that's what Tim David's showing us right now. The single probably isn't worth it. If you can clear the rope at the back end like he's doing.
Dropped on 56. He's now 69. 7 for 149. Ngidi 4 to him. David jams it out. Rolls away through mid-wicket. He wanted 2, and those long strides of Tim David puts pressure on the outfield. And he'll get back comfortably in the end for a second. Tearing in off the boundary. Kagiso Rabada couldn't take it clean. And David into the 70s. He's 71 not out.
You do think about it. in regards to strategic, are we going to get a game of cricket in the future that singles are non-existent, that players just stay at one end? Because one of the big things is rhythm for these batters, and for someone like David that can see 5 or 6 balls from the same bowler, their ability, that the numbers just go up. The more balls you face from a certain bowler, your numbers, your strategic numbers, or your percentages of hitting a boundary just go through the roof.
Here comes Ngidi again, bowls to David, who cracks it straight back down the ground. That'll be 6 more. Effortlessly just picks it up, flat 6 in front of the side screen, and David's total swells to 77 not out, 7 for 157.
I'm going to keep on that piece, Cor, because this is a beautiful shot, and he's missed his length. He's been hit for 6. So first ball of the over, Tim David declined a single. They got a 2, so he's given away 1 run to then the next ball go for 2, the next ball go for 6. So he's given away 1 run to create 8.
Adam Crosthwaite on grandstand cricket. David on 77 gets a slower ball, a chopper out on the onside. And again, he turns down the single here, so it keeps the strike. 8 off the over so far. It's a great point, and it's out of necessity here, given he's batting with the tail. But you're right, maybe this is the way forward, particularly when you've got the matchup in your favour and a bowler that you can line up. Because why not face 6 balls off him? Because
as a fielding team and as a bowling unit, all you want to do right now is get Tim David off strike.
Yep.
So bowling a single, and we speak about it a lot in cricket, we want to bowl the single, get him off strike, bowl to the other guy. If that batter then decides, I'm not taking that single any longer, I'm just going to line you up and hit home runs, which Tim David can do over and over again.
Trying to clear the park again, David, as he gets a full ball, well bowled, Ngidi, and jams out a full Yorker on leg stump. Same field, by the way. They're up behind the wicket, and they're back square and straight. So 5 back means deep backward square, mid-wicket, long on, long off, and the sweeper on the offside. So he's at almost a deep cover point, and extra covers inside the ring. 94 up. Fine leg up, third man up, backward point, and extra cover. And Ngidi over the wicket to the right-handed David, jumps back in the crease and whips it off his thigh pad, comfortably through square leg for 1.
That's the over.
That's the end of the over. So 9 from it. Importantly, David keeps the strike. He's 78 not out. Australia 7 for 158. What would you have done there? Would you have brought the field up for the last ball?
That then becomes the issue, right? That's I think going to be the next 4 or 5 years of T20 cricket that this type of strategy comes into it. How do you get Tim David off strike, especially when he doesn't want to give up the strike? Then the fear comes into, then we have to bowl at this guy for 6 balls. In the last 2 overs, with really no risk, Tim David's taken all of the strike, and he scored 12 and 9.
Yeah.
Which is getting the Australians closer to that 180, 190, which we think is par. Well, I think is par anyway.
And Tim David's been able to face 45 balls here. He's 78 not out. And the Australians 7 for 158 after being 6 for 75 as David hits down the ground. Takes it on the full, but no run there. Picks out Stubbs at long on and again denies the single. So Ellis, who's been batting with him, when did that wicket fall? It fell in the 15th over. We're now in the 18th over. So Ellis has been batting with him for 3 overs. He's faced 1 ball.
14.4 overs is when Ellis came in.
Now at 17.1, and he's faced 1 ball. David is 78 off 56. And really batting with Dorcius, who went at less than a run a ball for his 17, and now Ellis. He's been able to double this score, Tim David. Looking to pull and just get to bottom edge, and the ball trickles away on the onside. I mean, Ngidi runs up from short, fine leg to retrieve it.
And you see it's all reflective in the field as well. You can slice this ground like a pizza, and you've got majority of the toppings on one side of the ground and one side. And it's literally all you can do is try and play defence. But the guys at the dead wicket boundary, if he gets it half right, as we've seen, they're not in play.
On his way in again, full at the leg stump, Rabada, and jamming up on the pads. Tim David goes hopping away, and the ball trickles down the leg side to Rickleton. So Rabada 3 dots to start the over. It's been a good start. And David's now 78 not out, and the score hasn't moved. 7 for 158.
It also shows that the class you might have a strategy to some bowlers, but when you face the best in the world and Rabada's coming in at you, it's hard to execute.
Rabada tries again. David waits for the slower ball. He pulls it away. One bounce and off the hand of Pretorius. Over the rope for 4. Had to work around to his left. It's just kissed off the outfield and Pretorius couldn't quite reel that in. 4 runs. David is into the 80s.
Again, you'd be disappointed if you're from South Africa. This misfield, that really should have been stopped. Could have got that, and that would have been a big save. Would have been 4 dot balls, but now got the 4 runs.
Leandre Pretorius, the teenage opener who we're expecting to see open the batting. Neil Manthorp telling us moments ago that despite Markram being listed at 1, he's the more logical opener. As David gets another slow ball, lifts it over the offside here, finds the gap out through deep extra cover. It won't be 4. And trotting around to his left, retrieved in the outfield there by Corbin Bosch. So just a single for David. And it gives Ellis 1 ball to face to complete the over. David moves to 83. And the Australians 163, still 7 down. The only other thing that's the most inconsistent thing in cricket, the colour green.
Yeah.
So the Aussies are wearing this emerald green colour, but it's happened with Pakistan for years over the way. And now, obviously, the Aussies and South Africa obviously wear their fair share of green. The inconsistency in colour of pads. So Tim David's wearing a pair of pads which look like they almost belong to a different team. His team's wearing sort of an emerald green, which is what Nathan Ellis's pads are. And yet Tim David's almost like he's picked up a pair of pads out of the opposition locker room. They're a completely different shade of green. And it feels like out of all the colours on the colour wheel in world cricket, we cannot master green. As Ellis throws the long handle at this, he's hit it a mile high, out towards deep square leg. Pretorius takes it in the deep, and he makes up for his sloppy fielding earlier in the over. He squeezes it, the high ball out at deep square leg. Ellis goes for 1. Rabada picks up the wicket.
You have to just roll back just to make sure that's where he lands.
Oh, hang on. We're just making sure that this is a legal delivery from Rabada. The reaction says it all. It's a no ball. Kagiso Rabada overstepping. 1 more to the Australian score and a free swing coming up.
So what happened there? Did they run back and they get 2? Or did they...
I don't think they ran.
Sloppy by the Aussies if they haven't run.
Especially now, given the rules that it doesn't really matter whether you're on strike or not. So Ellis with the free swing. Rabada digs it in short. Ellis looking to try and pull and got the Q end of the bat and rolls away to regulation mid-off. David says, hang out there. I'll keep the strike for the next over. And 18 overs down, 7 for 164. And Andre Pretorius can't believe it. He took a nice catch. The ball went high above the floodlights. Ellis should have been out for 1. Rabada should have had his 3rd wicket. Instead, his set of 4 is done. Rabada 2 for 29. The Australians 7 for 164 after 18. And I know they were scoring at a good clip, Crossy, but after having the Aussies on the ropes at 6 for 75, South Africa are going to be chasing a whole lot more than they should have been.
Yeah, I agree, and it's been a masterclass by David here, but it's one thing that you can tell is how much these Darwinians are into this game. That was a big MCG-like roar when he stepped over the front line. It's a great atmosphere here tonight. The cricket's the match.
Quina Mpaka is back to bowl his 4th and final over, 2 for 19 from the 19-year-old. The left-arm flamethrower on his way in, delivers to David on 83. Wristily whipped away out to square leg, man in the deep. It is put down, not to be, and dropped in the outfield by Bravis. And Tim David is going to survive.
Again, you just can't put him down. That's should be taken. Coming in, he's overcooked the run. He's taken a really bad angle to the ball.
Not hands to it.
And Brevis as well. Stubbs and Brevis, 2 of their best.
Same field, David on 83. No runs, 7 for 164. And Parker to him now. Absolutely crunches this high up into the night sky. Very high, coming in off the long on boundary, and it is caught. He's got him this time. Stubbs hangs on to it. And then Parker picks up the big wicket of Tim David. And he is out in the penultimate over for 83. Innings comes to an end, a couple of lives late. But Tim David can walk off with his head held high again. What a knock. Comes in the power play for the second time in his international career. On the first occasion, he made 100. Today, batting with the bowlers. 83 off 52.
Outstanding. And you can hear the Northern Territory folk just absolutely showing their love for Tim David. It was an outstanding innings. One which showed a little bit of different strategy, not taking the singles and backing himself to hit over the boundary, and he's got his side something to bowl at. I still think they might be a little bit short. They'll need that 180 plus because it's a good wicket.
They do have a solid bowling unit. The three quicks, Dorcius, Alice, just about the best death bowler in world cricket at the moment. And Josh Hazlewood, who was part of the title-winning unit with the Royal Challengers Bangalore. They're the three quicks. And then this man, Adam Zampa, the man who's taken more wickets than anyone else in international T20 cricket for Australia. He's got the tearaway and Parker on his way in. Bowls to Zampa, and he cuts out through cover point. Will pick up a single. And Pretorius Fields in front of us in the Morris Rioli stand. 9 balls left before the compulsory close, and Australia now 8 for 165.
It's been all action, hasn't it? Look at that David dismissal again. Lined it up, he cleared that front foot. Just didn't quite get it off the meat of the bat.
And Parker tries again, jumping back in the crease. Alice jammed up, rolls away off his pads. And I'll scamper through for a single.
Looking at Parker here, he looks a good prospect. I know when you get picked up in the IPL, you've got to be a good player, and you're playing international cricket, but I feel like his action and his delivery and his run-up, I still think he's got more kilometres in him. I think this kid could be someone that could touch 150 consistently.
Just 19 years of age, made his IPL debut at 17, his national debut at 18. He's on his way into Adam Zampa, who pops a ball up on the leg side. It's going to carry all the way out towards deep backward square, and it's caught. And Bravis hangs on to it. And so Zampa is out. He goes for 1. And the Australians, a chance to be bowled out here. 9 for 166 in the penultimate over.
And 4 for the youngster. It's his 4th wicket here. And
how's the carry there? Just turned it away off his hip.
And that's the pace. Zampa's actually middled that, and he's clipped it off his kneecap, carried all the way out to deep square leg. Came himself a little bit unlucky there, Zamps.
We're excited to see this guy, weren't we, today? And Quinn and Parker to see what he was capable of, and he's delivered against it. 4 wickets for just 20 runs. And now he's going to get an opportunity here to take an international fifer. He's bowling the man coming in at Jack, Josh Hazlewood, number 11. He's got 1 ball to do it. Matches between the two countries. Ashton Agar holds the only fifer. Here we go. Quinner and Parker on his way in, delivers to Hazlewood. It's full at the stumps, and he does well to keep it out. He's pushing away along the ground out towards cover point. It's the end of the over. And now it's Nathan Ellis who's telling Josh Hazlewood, stay there, mate. Give me the last 6. And we got 1 over to go. So 19 overs down in the innings. Australia 9 for 166. And in Parker, 4 overs, 4 for 20.
It's an outstanding spell. Outstanding spell, and just an exciting cricketer. The Aussies need something this last over. They really do. I think 170 is well below par got to find a way to hit the boundary a couple of times here.
And Parker's best bowling previously was 2 for 38. So easily the pick of his game so far in his 9th T20 international. We're excited to watch him bowl, and she's absolutely delivered today. 4 for 20, the 19-year-old. Australia 9 for 166. And Corbin Bosch is going to bowl the last over from the Michael Long Centre stand of the end of the ground, or the Michael Long Centre end. 6 balls to come, or 1 wicket to wrap it up. Ellis jumps back in the crease, drives along the ground. It's a superb shot. Back past the non-striker, mid-off up and away for 4. Ellis's first boundary moves to 5. The Aussies up to 170. And you can't wipe the smile off Nathan Ellis's face.
We've seen Ellis do this for the Hurricanes on times, and this is beautiful. Mid-off up, that's just a lovely shot. They were well behind the over rate too, the South Africans. The only reason they haven't been penalised and bringing an extra fielder up this over is because they've taken the wickets.
Bosch on his way in again. Oh, it's full and it hits Ellis. Got him on the thigh pad. Seems to be okay. But that will go in the book as a dot ball. Makes it 4 to go before the compulsory end.
Just needed some bat on that. Some bat would have got him another boundary. He has the ability, Nathan Ellis. He's got the ability to clear the pickets.
Scurrying through the list of numbers here to work out how much precedence we've had of Nathan Ellis with the stick in international cricket. As he jumps back in the crease again and trying to drive back down the ground. He didn't quite connect. It rolls all the way to long on and decides against the single. So keeps Hazelwood at the non-striker's end and a dot ball. 3 to go. 9 for 170. Ellis, this is his 26th T20 international, high score of 11. But as you said, we've seen a bit more from him in domestic cricket.
Yeah, I remember a beautiful innings he played out at Geelong for the Hobart Hurricanes with his team in real trouble.
9 for 170. Bosch hits him again. And Ellis is hit right on the hip as he looks to try and heave that away on the leg side. And there's no padding there. He saw it, and they've called a no ball from square leg, and a free hit will follow. And Nathan Ellis is a little sore here as he's...
And this is not what you want as a fast bowler, to get hit in the ribs. Most of them, I'm looking there, I think he's got a chest guard in, but I think this hits him in the back. Oh, no, it's okay. Just hit him in the stomach. It hasn't hit him in the grunter, which is what you don't want. He's probably just been hit just above the box there. He's
right on the belt line.
He'll be okay.
Nathan Ellis got a little bat on it too first before it hit him.
You just don't want that as a fast bowler to cannon in right underneath your front rib, or your front rib as a fast bowler. That'll leave a mark, but that won't affect his bowling, which is good from an Australian perspective. It's got to hurt though.
Yeah. Free swing helps. Another no ball, 9 for 171. Keep in mind, by the way, Australia was 6 for 75. 6 for 75. So back end of the innings, they put on 3 for 96. Bosch to Ellis, jams him up. And a dot ball just dragged it back onto his pads, and the ball rolls away on the offside. So 2 to come in the innings. 9 for 171.
Outstanding skills here from around the wicket, trying to take out one side and you hit the paint. For all young fast bowlers, when you're trying to bowl a Yorker at the end, at the death, sometimes it's not always on the stumps. It's outside that off stump and hit the crease line.
9 for 171. Ellis awaits Corbin Bosch and hits him clean. Straight back down the ground. He's got enough of it. It's 6. Back over the bowler's head. And Nathan Ellis joins in the party late. 2 boundaries in the final over for the Aussie quick. And this total continues to grow. 9 for 177.
We were just talking up how he's just hit the crease, but that one is his length, and lovely shape, but he just holds his shape there, Ellis, and didn't he love it? Got it out of the screws, 6. Needs to finish well here.
Last ball of the innings. Bosch to Ellis. Comes down the track, jams it out on the onside. They're going to take on the armour. Bosch, who throws the stumps down as they come back for 2. And off the very last ball, they were able to bowl the Australians out 178 to the first all count. They came back for the second, and Ellis with a sacrificial wicket. He is run out for a dozen, and he actually took a bit of his bat on the way through, keeping that out. He'll have to go and retrieve a little bit of his hardwood, and that'll be kindling from there as he takes a chunk out of his bat. And for the first time in T20 international history, South Africa have bowled out Australia. It's taken all 20 overs, every last ball, at 178 and done. Sets the target at 179 for the South Africans. Hazelwood not out without scoring, and Ellis run out by Corbin Bosch off the last ball for a dozen. I'll give you the full card in just a moment, but first, Adam Crosthwaite. What do we make of it? 178 posted by the Australians.
Well, the Aussies just went so hard at the start. They were on fire. They were 70 in 5.5 overs, but they were 4 down. It was always the wickets that they just kept losing. Green was outstanding, 35 off 13, and David, 83 off 52 was unreal, but there was just nothing around them, and sort of a bit reckless. They really should have got closer to 200 with the way that they batted, but for mine, they're a little bit under par. I would have said sort of 180, 190 would have been par, but it's all set up for a great game. But, geez, I tell you what, I love the way that Mapaka bowled. 4 overs, 4 for 20. Was the difference. A lot of guys got some tap. The Quicks got some tap. But Mapaka 4 for 20 off 4 was outstanding.
What did Tim David do well as the top scorer with 83?
Well, I think he knew where he wanted to hit. His plans were settled. The strategy for knocking back a lot of the singles was interesting, but it paid off, and he's given his team something to bowl at. It's probably a little bit below where they would have liked to have been, but we know how skillful this Aussie bowling lineup is, and it's going to be an outstanding chase tonight.
178 all out. It's going to be a lengthy card. I'll try to race through this as quickly as I can. Aidan Markram won the toss. He elected to field first, so we got to see the Aussies and their new opening pairing in T20 international cricket for the first time, despite opening in ODIs together, Marsh and Head. Well, they lasted just till the end of the second over when Travis Head was out, caught by Parker off the bowling of Rabada for just 2. The next man to go, just a couple of balls later, Josh Inglis hit the ball straight to Mutasamy at point of the bowling of George Linder. He was out for a golden duck, so Head for 2, Inglis for a duck, and then Mitch Marsh, the skipper, went for 13 off just 7 balls. Also caught by Parker off the bowling of Rabada. At that stage, the Aussies were 3 for 30 after 3.1 overs, and you thought, oh, here we go. The Aussies are just going to have to nurse their way through the power play. Instead, they put their foot on the gas. They scored 40 runs in the next 16 deliveries. An incredible stand between Cam Green and Tim David. When it was over, the power play wasn't even finished. 5.5 overs, Green out for 35, caught by Rickleton, the keeper. Skied ball off the bowling of Lungi and Ndidi. The 5th man out was Mitch Owen. He came and went rock and rolled by Queener and Parker, the 19-year-old. That was his first wicket. He went for 2. His next was Glenn Maxwell, who was caught by Linder off Mutasamy's bowling, out for 1. And then the 7th man dismissed was Ben Dorcius, but it wasn't before a sensational partnership which unfolded between him and Tim David. After being 6 for 75, the Aussies were then 7 for 134. They put on 59 runs. 59 runs for the 7th wicket. Dorcius able to add just really a partner for David as he went berserk at the other end. Dorcius out for 17 off 19. The 8th man out was Tim David. The score was 164 by then. He finished with 83 off 52. Caught by Stubbs in the outfield off the bowling of Parker. And then the next man out was Adam Zampa. He became Parker's 4th wicket, caught by Bravis, also in the outfield. A deep backward square, trying to work a ball off his hip, hit it straight down his throat. He was out for 1. And off just 2 deliveries, he was the 9th man to go. And Parker finished with the figures of 4 for 20. The full bowling list in just a moment. Nathan Ellis, the last man out for 12. Off the very last ball, he sacrificed his wicket, coming back for 2. And the bowler running out after it was able to throw the stumps down as they took that sacrificial second run. Ellis out for a dozen, run out by Bosch. Hazelwood not out on naught. 178 all out after 20 overs, the first time that South Africa have bowled out Australia in a T20 international. The bowling, and Parker 4 overs 4 for 20, the teenager. How impressive is he? Rabada 4 overs 2 for 29. Lungi and Ngidi 3 overs 1 for 34. And George Linder 2 overs 1 for 26. And Mutasamy 4 overs 1 for 24. Tidy figures from him. And then Corbin Bosch, a little expensive, 3 overs, none for 44. So 179 the target. And the roller is out there. A few of the junior games are taking place. And the Aussie boys are just getting loose before they make their way into the field. Now, the innings is going to commence, the South African innings, at 8:49 local time, which is still another 16 minutes away from now. Off the SMS, we haven't done too much SMS so far today, but if you want to get involved, 0467 920 222, 0467 920 222. Ken in Sandringham in Victoria, ABC cricket team, thank you for bringing us these matches. As always, good listening. Great to hear Desi's dulcet tones in the commentary. He's popular up here, Des.
He is popular everywhere, I think.
Did you say he's got his own box here?
Yeah, he's got a corporate box about 3 down.
How about that? Is it Jason Gillespie pictures everywhere? I'm sure up on the walls and everything in the Jason Gillespie corporate box. So feels like a good spot for us just to duck into, I think, at some point and see how that's all going.
Beers down there, I think, yeah.
Warren from Blacktown off the SMS. It's great to have cricket to listen to in the middle of winter in Australia. Amazing. Thanks, Warren. Nice to hear from you, and keep them coming throughout the night. 0467 920 222. So I guess the headline talking points out of all that, the innings for Tim David, 83 runs, sensational. Coming in the power play early on. The next top score was Cam Green with 35, and from a bowling point of view, you were pretty impressed with Queener and Parker, the 19-year-old, 4 overs 4 for 20.
Yeah, he was outstanding. I thought the wicket here at Marara is outstanding. It's fast, it's bouncy. It's going to give some assistance to the quicks, and the Aussie bowlers have to bowl well. Hazelwood's going to be really important up top, and then Ellis down the back. But Zampa will come into the game. It's set up for a huge second innings, this.
Who do you give the edge to at the halfway mark?
Well, I'd rather probably be in the South African camp at the moment. I think the Aussies are a little bit short. Really excited to see Pretorius get out there and go. They're batting with Pretorius, Stubbs, Brevis. They're young, and they're going to go just as hard as the Aussies did.
I loved your point too around Tim David, which we saw something different today, where, I mean, it's not often that they find themselves, particularly the Australians, at 6 for 75 in the 8th over. But we saw someone at the peak of his powers who knows he's hitting them well, made 83 off 52, and maybe if he was batting with some other batters, he would have gone at a better clip than that. But instead, he was farming the strike in the first half of the innings to make sure that he was facing the majority of balls, hitting them along the ground into the outfield, and telling the bowler who he was batting with, whether that was Dorcius or Ellis, save him. I've got this.
And I think one of the biggest things for mine is that looked like it was a pre-planned. It looked like it had been spoken about by the Aussies. The bowlers and the other batter knew exactly what they were doing. It wasn't like other times where the batter was like, what are you doing? Are we running or are we not? It looked like it was pre-planned. It looked like it's something the Aussies have been speaking about for a while, and Tim David executed it pretty well.
You made the point during the commentary that this may be a sign of things to come.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if it does, because I tell you what, if you can't get Tim David off strike, if you can't get Glenn Maxwell off strike, what do you do? And this is where the next iteration of T20 cricket is, when the batter decides who's on strike and who's not. That's going to make bowling even harder than what it already is in T20 cricket.
I'm just doing a quick little tally here, so bear with me. 8. This is going to make for great radio, I'm sure, as I try and add this up on the run. But 13 sixes by my count and 12 fours, so that gives him 25 boundaries. There was a great book written by Nathan Lehman and Ben Jones, I'm pretty sure. It's called Hitting Against the Spin, and it's all about basically data in cricket and how that's taken over, particularly in the T20 game. It's a fascinating read, but they talk about the fact that in T20 international cricket, I think it's some incredible number, like upwards of 80%, that if you win the boundary hitting tally, you win the game. So basically, the modern T20 cricket is a boundary hitting competition. So further to your point, where you talk about singles and everything else almost becoming irrelevant in the modern game, that if you find a way to clear the fence, you win.
There's often been, it's a rhythm thing, especially for the batters. There's a rhythm that you get into, and there's nothing worse than when you get off strike. You're in that rhythm, you're feeling good, you're trying to line someone up, and then you get off strike and you've got to stand at the other end. Now, if they stop doing that, I remember Chris Gale did it a couple of times real early in the IPL. I think Ricky Ponting did it in the Big Bash, and I remember watching that going, wow, if Ricky Ponting doesn't get off strike, how do you bowl? How do you stop these guys? The idea when analytics comes into the game more than what we already have, you will start to see teams knocking back the singles to be able to hit home runs, and that really comes into back to baseball, money ball type of situation. So it's really interesting thing to watch for the next couple of years of T20 cricket going into the World Cup.
Yeah, you're the perfect person to speak to about this. So there is obvious overlap in baseball at being able to line up certain pitches and certain bowlers.
Yeah, exactly. And their game is very much about matchups, and this game is becoming more and more about matchups. So when you have a matchup, you don't want that matchup standing at the non-strikers end. And I could almost guarantee, and I'm going to try and chat to him about it, but Andrew McDonald would know this, and they would know this is the matchup. We want these guys facing the most amount of balls, i.e. in a power play, or enough of spin. And hence why I think that they all just have the confidence now, this Australian team, to continually attack and attack and attack, because they have the confidence in their game plan. Their coach gives them the confidence. Each player knows that, hey, my job is to make runs and to attack these certain bowlers so they don't stop. Glenn Maxwell tonight kept attacking when it was 5 or 6, put his team into some trouble, but that's the team and the ethos that's sort of been built around this side.
9 minutes away from the run chase. 179 is the target for South Africa. Today in the NRL, wins for the Rabbitohs over the Titans. So the Bunnies, who are anchored to the bottom of the table, beat the Titans 20-18. Meanwhile, the Eels in another close game, 19-18, got it done against the North Queensland Cowboys. Now that result's significant for the Rabbitohs. They get off the bottom of the table, and it means that the Gold Coast Titans are last of all again. So they switch places on the back of that. In the AFL today, round 22 Sunday fixtures, a 9-goal win for GWS over North Melbourne. The Bulldogs had to come from behind in the final quarter to beat Melbourne. They got the dead cat bounce under their new senior coach, or their interim coach, in Troy Chaplin, and after the sacking of Simon Goodwin during the week, but ultimately fell 6 points short. And the Adelaide Crows, who were behind against the lowly West Coast Eagles. Crows playing for top spot. Eagles have one win for the year. Eagles led for much of the second half, and yet Adelaide again coming from behind to win by 9 points. So a pretty good day of footy there. Now, don't forget the Grandstand Cricket Podcast. It is available every Monday, a new drop with myself and former Australian opener Ed Cowan. Felt like last week was right in his wheelhouse on the Grandstand Cricket Podcast, where we got a chance to talk about the privatisation of the Big Bash and a little crossover area of cricket and business. And I'll be able to bring you just a little excerpt here from the Grandstand Cricket Podcast, which you can find through the ABC Listen app, chatting about the need that the BBL is looking to try and privatise, or at least if you believe the reports, looking to privatise a percentage of their franchises, and why they need that money that it would free up in the game to be able to promote the BBL, as we pick up a little excerpt of that conversation from last week.
So what does the Big Bash need $200 million for? So it's easy to say, hey, we need it to invest. Invest in what? What would $100 to $200 million actually give the Big Bash more than what it's already got at the moment? They've got a TV deal that's locked in, that's not changing. And they've already got the 8 franchises who are up and running, playing at main stadia. They're not building new stadiums or whatever. Like, is that purely just marquee players? Like, what would you be spending that money on in investment?
So marquee players and event. So to make it the hottest ticket in town, to have full houses, to ensure the Australian players are playing, you'd obviously have to move other things around. I don't know what the number is, but I'm taking a guess. So we're talking about over a time period. So it's not, let's say, over 5 to 7 years. So an extra $20 million a year, let's say, or $25 million. What does that? There's some marketing involved in that. There's some player payments. You can kind of take it. And this is why I don't understand why they need 500, because I'm struggling to kind of come up with ideas how to spend 100 over 5 years.
For me, it just sounds like a massive figure. It's like, I don't understand money goes quick, but
it's a lot of money. There's no doubt about that. So just to move through these options, the second thing they can do is sell. Okay, let's say the league's worth $1 billion. They could sell 10 or 20% of the league to a private institution like a Blackstone that provides not just money but expertise to help grow the game and grow the Big Bash. So whether it's technology, whether it's know-how, they can help support as a minority partner the growth of the league.
And they benefit because if they're a stakeholder in a rising tide lifts or boats, everyone wins.
Correct. And so whether they're doing IP deals, that they just have, they do these deals around the world. They know they have a playbook and they can come and help you operationalise that, because I do think there is a skill gap in Australian cricket, because otherwise they would have filled it already. The Big Bash wouldn't be where it's at. And so those types of investors at a league level makes quite a bit of sense to me, because you bring expertise, you bring capital, and it also is one counterparty that you can work with. And it also provides an opportunity and time-wise to get your governance sorted out. So have it as a separate operating model. You can always sell the teams further down the track. And it also maybe allows to have some kind of, employee ownership scheme. Essentially, the players or the ACA can own shares in the league that they can crystallise further down. So it's a cheaper way of incentivising players.
And so,
and just to play that out, let's say Steve Smith retires in 2 years. He has a choice of going to play for the Dubai Capitals for 500 grand and 3 weeks work, or play for the Sydney Sixers for 250 grand and it's 8 weeks work.
Yep.
I don't know. I mean, he might have such emotional attachment to the Sixers, but that's not a rational decision.
And there's only so long you can rely on that and try and, press players on, playing for loyalty and all the rest of it. Yeah.
That's exactly right. And so, having, and we've seen Messi in the States, that players owning portions of teams and leagues is a very aligned way to incentivise them over the long term to create value. So that is an option.
So you wouldn't be rushing to sell the 49%? Because of the other thing.
So the third option, and I personally think this is the personal view. And I need to be careful because I am on a cricket board. Is at this point in time, my brain, having not seen the report, but living in this world daily, to sell 49% of each team, it might maximise the dollar value that Cricket Australia can get, but why we need that money, I would love to see. But you have to deal with 8 counterparties, and instead of institutional investors, you might have some, but you've got trophy hunters. You've got the IPL teams for strategic value. You've got billionaires. You've got people who are doing this for other reasons than the betterment of the game. That once they're sold, they're sold.
That's the big point. I think that's the thing, that this is a one-time sale. That's it.
And why would you sell it when it's broken? Or not broken, but it is not.
So you're saying fix the league, then sell it, and you get a better price down the track.
Yes. Thank you for kind of joining these dots for the audience. So why wouldn't you take some money now, fix the league, get your governance model sorted, get your revenue stream sorted, be it not just broadcast, because in the broadcast deal will expire, so a new broadcast deal, and you can then go to market and sell your teams down the track, and that's how your investor at the league level or private creditors get paid back with their return. And you got to remember, these are profitable teams. So people gravitate, it's worked so well with the 100, and we've seen big money. That is a totally different structural setup. You've got 18 counties, most of which lose money every single year. And their T20 teams, some don't have 100 teams, and their T20 Vitality Blasts don't make money, and the county doesn't make money.
So what are England doing with the money? Basically funding the county system?
They're funding the 12 counties that don't have teams.
Cameron and Corbin Middlemas from ABC Sport here.
Alongside Paul Roos, Brett Delidio and Poppy Penny, we bring you all the latest AFL news from both on and off the field on the ABC AFL Daily podcast.
You can hear it all on the ABC Listen app.
Time to steady and pull the trigger.
Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast. It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
Let's hit high, far, see ya.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus South Africa.
Up in the air and corner, deep backward points. Whips the bails off and square leg says that's out.
Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Welcome back. We're a couple of minutes away from the run chase at the Marara Stadium in Darwin, and it is, in fact, as advertised, Aidan Markram, in a surprise move to me anyway. The South African captain's walking out to bat alongside 19-year-old Luandre Pretorius, and their target will be 179 in 20 overs. I think Australia did very well to reach that number in the end, thanks to Tim David's brilliantly paced 83 after a slightly overpace of 35 from 13 balls from Cameron Green. He may well come to reflect on what he might have done differently. He used the gearbox at least, not stayed in sixth. Maybe spent a bit of time in fifth, maybe even fourth. But Dizzy Gillespie alongside me. It is a total that I think should be short, but it's not going to be about the conditions. It's going to be about South Africa's approach and whether they play with whether they try and win with an over to spare.
Yeah, that's right. I think they just need to go out there and play with freedom, play with intent, but take that responsibility and get the job done. Don't leave it to the next player.
It's going to be the left-handed Luandre Pretorius on strike. Oh, no, it's not. It's going to be Aidan Markram on strike.
No, he's setting up.
Yes. He is on strike, but he's a non-striker's end.
That's right.
It's Josh Hazlewood who'll bowl the first over, and there is a slip in place, a slip in a very narrow gully, and a sweeper on the cover boundary. Here's Hazlewood then, the first delivery, and it's Aidan Markram forward playing defensively square of the wicket on the offside. I'm just trying to think of the reasons that Aidan Markram might have been moved up to the top of the order. He would have had a say in that, but Shukri Conrad's a very hands-on coach, and initiative would have come from him. But Markram has, talking about that South African caution, and he has been guilty of making a lot of runnable starts, 15 off 15, and then getting out and taking, sort of sapping some initiative out of the middle order. So I reckon Shukri Conrad may have said, you know what, get into the power play, enjoy the fact that there are only two fielders out. Here is Hazlewood, second delivery, and Markram drives it gloriously through extra cover. He does possess all of the classic cricket shots. He doesn't have so many of the trick shots, not too many reverse ramps and scoops, but that's when he plays an extra cover drive like that, he's a cricketer.
Gee whiz, manners, and that wasn't that full either. It was, yes, it was drivable, but it was probably a knee roll length, maybe a little bit shorter. He's just lent on that, pierced that gap between cover and mid-off absolutely perfectly.
Super shot. South Africa underway. Need a target of 179 as Hazlewood is in again. Bowls. Markram drives again. Another cover drive, but it's gone straight to the man at cover, Mitch Owen. There's a couple of cricketers with substantial wingspans. Is that Cameron Green at slip? In fact, is that Cameron Green at first and second slip?
That is Cameron Green. It is indeed. Looks like it's Zampa at that short third man. Quite fine. We've got a deep third man. It's very square, like almost backward point.
Glenn Maxwell and Mitch Owen at cover. Captain Mar. Oh, that's flicked away by Markram on the leg side. He's going to pick up 4 more here. That's handsomely put away. Josh Hazlewood I don't know that he's looking for some swing, just exploring. He's bowled a couple of quite full-length deliveries. That was even fuller than the previous one.
That was fuller and a bit straighter, so that allowed Aidan Markram to access the leg side. It's just a flick, really. You're exactly right, Manners. It was a lot fuller than the boundary hit through the offside. Allowed him to flick it in front of square for 4.
Mitch Marsh is at quite wide at mid-off and mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg. Here's Hazlewood again, bowls. Oh, Markram has gone leg side again. He's pulled this. It was back of a length. He's compensated well. I think when that came out of Josh Hazlewood's hand, he probably thought, got it, nailed it. And Markram has just pulled it off a length over mid-wicket for 4.
It was a very nice shot, Aidan Markram. I don't think he got it all, but he certainly got enough. Get the ball to the fence.
Just his approach, and given that it is Josh Hazlewood, the Aidan Markram of the last 2 or 3 years would have been a lot more cautious, and he would have said, it's Josh Hazlewood, let's not take any liberties. He's Josh Hazlewood, but And ordinarily he would not be in the power play because he's been batting 4 sometimes in the power play, but that's 3 boundaries. Here's Hazelwood again, bowls, Markram drives and is caught at cover. It doesn't pay off for South Africa. The catch is taken at cover by Cameron. Is that Cameron Green? He just moved out.
Yeah, it was. I was about to say that, man. It's just before that ball was bowled, they moved Cameron Green to that very spot. An instant success for the Aussies.
Well, South Africa suddenly 1 for 12. All 3 coming to Aidan Markram, but that's confirmation of the way he played, that the reason that he's moved to the top of the order or been asked to go up to the top of the order is so that he can try and take advantage of the power play fields, and he did so. But, well, early signs, very, very early signs. South Africa's innings has started in much the same way that Australia's started and continued, with a flurry of runs. 12, 13, 15, 18 and over at some occasions, but a fall of wickets as well. So the scorecard that we were given is accurate because Luandre Pretorius has strode to the crease at number 3. It was nice work from Cameron Green. 35 off the bat from 13 balls a little earlier, and good catch. Do you know, I was keeping an eye on the batsman, and you quite right. Cameron Green was moved from slip to extra cover, and Aidan Markram drove it straight there. I wasn't expecting Glenn Maxwell to be opening the bowling.
Well, I think there's a reason for that. It's with the left-hander on strike.
Maxwell to Luandre Pretorius, and he sweeps it hard. It wasn't the right length to sweep, really. It was too full for it. He couldn't get down on one knee. He's hit it straight to square leg, and ricochets to his left, Travis Head, and they go through for a single. George Linder did turn one, the South African left-arm spinner, so there is some turn out there, but I think it'll be sporadic. Just from my reading of the wicket when we were out there earlier, Dizzy, there are sort of dry, I wouldn't say clumps of grass, but it's uneven covering. The ball will grip sometimes and not others. That one is flicked away by Pretorius down behind square on the leg side. He's determined to play the sweep shot against Glenn Maxwell. And they're going to come running back for 3. That's good calling from Ryan Rickleton. He didn't take a single off the previous delivery, I beg your pardon, but he's played the sweep shot again. Travis Head did not concede a single to square leg, but he's played 2 improvised sweep shots. You wouldn't say there was anything classic about either of them. Here is Maxwell again, and it's chopped away by Ryan Rickleton to Mitch Marsh, who's at cover point. It was Rickleton who faced the first ball of the over. They did take a single. Rickleton is on 1. Pretorius is on 3. South Africa 1 for 16. Needing 179 as Maxwell is in. There's a big appeal for leg before wicket. A very loud, very, very confident shout from Josh Inglis. But are they going to consider a review here? I think they are. Maxwell didn't seem that bothered about the LBW appeal.
No, I think Maxwell thinks it's close. They're having a look at it. Mitchell Marsh has signalled the tee.
What was your initial impression from square leg as we are?
Yeah, it's difficult from here, but not out was my first initial thought.
Decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Can we start front?
Okay, well, it's a third umpire, Phil Gillespie, who's going to be having a look. First of all, to see where the ball pitches, and that looks okay.
Yeah, thank you. Ball appears close.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Top of leg.
That is going to be a bit closer than we think. I think
through flat line.
See if there's a
gap between that ball and that flat line.
This could be close.
I think it's hitting the top of leg. It's a question of whether it's hitting enough of the top of leg stump.
Thank you.
It's
ball tracker coming
Ryan Rickleton on strike. Well, I tell you what, it's we're on. Snicko's clear. There's no bat. You can see that with the naked eye.
Pitching is in line.
It's going to be close. Has it spun enough? Umpire's call. Didn't think it was. It's just clipping the top of leg stump. You can understand the umpire giving that not out. That's not a bad decision at all.
However, it would have been given out. If it was given out on review, it would have stayed out. Good decision.
So South Africa 1 for 16, target 179. What an evening, what a day it's been. Maxwell is in, and down the wicket comes Rickleton, using his feet nicely, driving it down to wide, long off, and Tim David runs around the boundary without any form of cap. Didn't bat with a helmet or a cap or anything else for most of his innings, and has taken the field with the same lack of headgear. Luandre Pretorius on strike now. On 17, 1 for 17. Only in the second over. Crowd have had tremendous value for their money so far today, and that one is driven through the offside. Handsome strike from Luandre Pretorius for 4. Through the offside. You were talking about ticket prices earlier, Dizzy. I've just done the test series in England, and that was eye-watering money. £140 for a regular seat to watch a test match.
Per day?
Jesus,
That is obscene.
Yeah, you're looking at, you can add 50 or 60 just for your basic pie and a...
You're looking at taking out a loan to go to cricket.
You said it was $20 for a family?
No, it's $43 for a family here, family of 4, $20 for an adult ticket, which is very reasonable. It's, so you can come to both games for less than $100 for a family of 4. I think it's a great initiative.
That is brilliant.
By CA and NT Cricket.
Do you know if there's any tickets left? I know it's almost a sellout.
But my understanding, it was that tonight's a sellout, and I'm not sure about Tuesday, though.
We were told that it was heading that way, that there weren't many tickets left, capacity of 10,000. Here's Josh Hazlewood for his second over. Rickleton looks to swing one away on the leg side and doesn't make contact. Taken by Inglis. No run. Pretorius, Luandre Pretorius on the non-strikers then. 9 off 3 balls. Ryan Rickleton has just a single. I don't know if you're a big IPL fan or follower, or whether you just catch it when it happens to be on, or look at that. But didn't Hazlewood have a good season for the Royal Challenge?
Yeah, he bowled very well. Took wickets, up front and back end of innings. He was a big reason why Challengers did so well.
Here is Hazlewood again, bowls driven down the ground by Rickleton. There's a tumbling, diving stop from Captain Mitch Marsh at mid-off, and they could take a single. I'm not a massive fan of the IPL, but it's very hard to avoid, especially in South Africa, because it's,
it's so prominent, isn't it?
Time.
Yeah.
It's on everywhere.
Yeah.
So, but
and the SA T20 competition, a lot of those teams are owned by IPL franchises, is that
all
right?
of them.
All of them are, okay.
Completely. And they bring their staff and they empty the offices and they take over, and as they should. They paid good money for those 6 teams. Short pulled away for 4 more by Luandre Pretorius. He didn't get hold of that at all, really. I'm looking at the toe end of his bat, which is a clue where he mishit it, but it is brutal in the power play.
Has it been a good thing for South African cricket, the influx of the IPL money, so to speak?
I think you have to say yes, yeah. It's from many different aspects. Of course, there are downsides to it.
No Test cricket this summer in South Africa is a downside, obviously.
Well, it's massive. I mean, it's difficult to directly proportion the SA20's responsibility for that. But here's Hazlewood again, bowls, and Pretorius pushes one out towards square leg. It's gone straight to the fielder as well, and there's no run. But, the grounds, like St George's Park in Gqeberha, formerly Port Elizabeth, full. Bull Park in Paarl, full. All these grounds which have never been full in their lives.
Right, wow.
in their existence, certainly not in the modern times. So, and just, it might be the format, but a lot of South Africa's best players have no experience of playing in front of a huge crowd, of a full capacity crowd. Yeah. And you'll know that it makes a big difference, whatever the format is. Here's Hazlewood again, bowls. Pretorius again clips it firmly out to Travis Head, tumbling away to his right. at mid-wicket. The money is, put it this way, it's a complex filter before it reaches the grassroots of the game.
Because that's the whole point of it, isn't it? To stimulate that growth at the grassroots level.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, but the franchises are paid several million US dollars, and they have first pick when there's money to be made.
Right. Gotcha.
I mean, it has been, and you know, and it's because they're IPL teams and they have that money to invest that the competition's been such a great success. The quality of the cricket's been very good as well. Hazlewood is in once again. Down the wicket comes Pretorius, and then flat bats it to mid-off, fielded by Mitch Marsh. Interesting compromise of a shot there from Luandre Pretorius. He wanted to go straight. Hazlewood may well have seen him coming and dragged his length back a little bit, or just instinctively. And he couldn't get underneath it. It was a bit wide, and he flat batted it to mid-off. End of the over. South Africa need 179, and they are 1 for 28. Luandre Pretorius 13 off 7. Ryan Rickleton 2 off 5. Captain Aidan Markram, the man to go. 3 fours off the first over from Josh Hazlewood before holding out to Cameron Green. Right, is this Ben Dwashe?
Yeah, this is a good move. Early in his career, but 13 wickets from 7 games. This is his 8th game. He's done quite well. Economy a little bit high, but it's, as I said, it is early days in his career, and he's bowled a lot of hard overs as well for Australia.
Dwashe in once more then, or for the first time, sorry. Left arm over the wicket, and it's pushed away by Ryan Rickleton behind square on the offside. He calls through for a quick single, maybe. Well, Luandre Pretorius was struggling there. Is that Maxwell at point?
Glenn Maxwell. Glenn Maxwell always throws at the stumps. If he feels half a sniff of a run out, and that would have been out as well.
Oh, yeah. A metre and a half.
At 36, he's still one of the best fielders going around. Loves fielding. It's his favourite part of the game, would you believe? How many cricketers...
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah, it's true. He loves fielding. It's his favourite part of the game. Yeah.
Wow.
Extraordinary, isn't it?
I'd need to look into his eyes when he said it to know whether that's really the truth. Here's Dwashe again, and it's flicked away. That's a lovely shot from Luandre Pretorius. Did that carry it?
Nearly carried down to deep backward square. Nathan Ellis.
Yeah, goodness me.
It's close. I think it just dropped short.
Diving forward, it's
a good effort.
It's a very brave effort as well.
Flicked by Pretorius.
Dwashe delivered that with his toe about 6 to 8 inches behind the popping crease. I don't know whether that was... I mean, it's so far behind the line. And you half wonder whether it's kind of deliberate. Anyway, he's up to the crease again, bowls now, and Rickleton goes long and straight over long on and down to the boundary for 4. He's just slightly over-pitched, Dwashe, and Rickleton. Little flick up. Again, wondering whether he was trying to go more leg side there, and in the end ended up a bit straighter. But 4 runs.
It wasn't a bad delivery. I think it was just an excellent shot from Ryan Rickleton. Over mid-on. Probably about a middle. The ball was probably middle and off. So not a bad delivery by. Just a very good shot.
Here is Dwashe again, and Rickleton goes high, and he's miscued it, but he's going to get away with it. It's over mid-wicket, and he actually hasn't mishit it quite as badly as I thought he had. That's gone for 4. It looked more like it had gone straight up initially, and then you realise that the fielders have turned and were chasing towards the boundary. But, well, we did say in the pre-show that these days a half-decent mishit is still going to go to the boundary.
Oh, just with the power of the modern player. As you said, mishits are still, in some cases, clearing the boundary. And that one, we thought he mishit it badly, and it still went for 4.
Here's Dwashe once again to the crease now, bowls, and that one is driven by Rickleton, but it's only as far as Travis Head at cover. Have we read out the SMS from Jack from Glenelg? I love Glenelg. We haven't. Here we go. Here we go. So this is addressed to you.
Okay.
Just so you can contemplate it Dizzy, we should be playing 2 tests every year in the top end in August against Zimbabwe, Bangladesh, New Zealand, etc. Cricket Australia don't care for and have disdain for minnows and for our love of test cricket. Oh, I shouldn't have read the second half. Controversial. Here's Dwarshuis again and steered away behind square on the offside.
But Jack from Glenelg, in terms of playing up here every summer, I completely agree. Completely agree. I mean, Manners, this is your first time here in Darwin, and you're in love. But it's super impressive, isn't it? It's a wonderful place. You know, it's great for the Northern Territory. The shop front window, you know, having international cricket. You know, you've got billions of eyes on it, on Darwin, on the Northern Territory. And, you know, I'd be pushing hard. I'd be campaigning Cricket Australia. We saw Todd Greenberg, the CEO, just before he came to say hello, and I'd be imploring him to explore annual games of cricket here. Make it a fixture, consistent fixture in the cricket calendar, because football encroaches on the Australian cricket summer. The football codes are encroaching increasingly, so let's be a bit more creative. We're one of the few countries in the world that can play 12 months of the year. Let's use that to our advantage.
Glenn Maxwell starts a new over of off-spin to Rickleton, tries to flick it through the leg side, hits him on the pad. Yeah, I absolutely, completely agree. And, I think a test matches against the smaller nations makes a lot of sense, but so does one-day cricket. I think that, you know, the bilateral series, 3 matches, maybe even a triangular, swing and a miss from Rickleton, hits him on the pad once again. And I remember when cricket was first played in the Northern Territory, and again it was almost an apologetic compromise, and that's the impression that was created around the world, really. Down the wicket comes Rickleton, using his feet very nicely, flicks it away to Cameron Green at deep mid-wicket, and they go through for a single. And I mean, now that I'm here, I just think absolutely the facilities are mind-blowing. I mean, we're this whole Marara Sports Complex is incredible. It's one of the best sporting facilities I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, in my opinion, this is where, if Australia were to have a cricket academy again, and a national academy, I'd be suggesting Darwin as the location for that going forward.
Here is Maxwell in once again. That's driven down the ground. It could be out. There's a man at long off. He takes the catch. It's Nathan Ellis, I think, down there on the long off boundary. And a straightforward catch. He'd have been very disappointed had he not taken that.
It was Mitch Owen.
Mitch Owen, yeah. Very, very simple, straightforward catch, and he's just miscued it. So Glenn Maxwell is bowling his second or third favourite aspect of T20 cricket.
I reckon it's his third favourite.
And Luandre Pretorius has gone for 14 from 9 balls. And South Africa needing 179. 2 for 40. We're in the 5th over, so nothing like the scoring rate that Australia managed there. So Australia's power play was 4 for 71 in 6 overs. 71 in 6 overs, but it was 4 wickets that was the concern. Tim David managed to alleviate that concern with a brilliant 83, but Pretorius crossed with himself.
Rightly so. He picked out the one fielder outside.
I was going to say off spinners aren't given enough credit, so even if it was a batting error, I think.
Yeah, quite clever from Mitchell Marsh, using the off spin of Maxwell to the 2 left-handed batsmen. Bowling, you know, a spinner bowling 2 overs in the power play. They're hard overs, and Glenn Maxwell is 3 wickets away from 50 international T20 wickets. I think if he does reach the 50 mark, he'll only be the 4th player to score over 2,500 runs and 50 wickets.
Maxwell in again, sliced away by Devol Brevis, the new batsman, and he hasn't got hold of it at all. That was a complete miscue. Total slice up into the air, but it's a power play shot, and he's got away with it on that basis. He just cleared he's cleared Tim David at cover, and man at bat. Is that looks like Sean Abbott's on the field?
That is Sean Abbott. Who is he on for?
I'll leave that to you. That's.
I have a feeling he might be on for Cameron Green.
Here's Maxwell again and pushed away defensively by Brevis. And there's no run. That's the end of the 5th over. South Africa's target is 179. One more inside the power play. They are 2 for 42, and for the next 5 overs, we'll be with Corbin Middlemas.
ABC Sport coverage of Australia versus South Africa, live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Thank you, Manners. 2 for 42, so Markram out for a dozen. He faced the first 6 balls and was out off the last of those deliveries for 12. And then Pretorius out for 14, caught by Owen in the deep off Maxwell's bowling. So 2 for 42, little comparison at the same stage. The Aussies were 3 for 60. Is Dorcius, who bowls a ball in at the hip of Rickleton, who pulls him out to deep backward square for a single. So Rickleton to 14, South Africa 2 for 43. And first to 3 T20s in this top-end series. First 2 games here in Darwin before the white ball series shifts to Cairns. Couldn't have hoped for a better night, could we, Dizzy, in terms of the spectacle and the weather and everything else?
Yeah, fantastic. And a good game of cricket on hand. It would have been a little bit... Seeing Australia 6 for 75, we were worried that it was going to be all over, out for 100, but wonderful masterclass from Tim David. But, yeah, a beautiful night. The wonderful support from the locals here.
Last over of the power play, so still just the 2 out, deep backward square and deep backward point as a back foot drive from Brevis out towards mid-off, and David comes in to collect. What a night he had, Tim David, 83. And really did some hitting at the start with Cam Green, and then had to completely change the way he went about it and was actually farming the strike inside the first half of the innings.
It was a remarkable innings, a mature innings. He picked his targets. He stayed within his bubble, so to speak.
Brevis on strike. It's a short one. He ducks underneath it, and it balloons over the head of Inglis, the keeper, and down to the rope and over it. So make that 5 wides. So 5 more to the South African score. That will help. Big
Do they
time.
call it wides or?
They called it wides. I actually thought there was more buys than anything. It sort of went just over the shoulder of the batsman in Brevis.
It just kept rising.
Yeah.
Josh Inglis, not the tallest man out on the field.
No.
Had no chance. It went way over his head.
5 wides. 131 off 88 needed. 8 wickets in hand. And Brevis playing a miss. Looking to cut into the gloves of keeper Inglis here. 2 for 48. How'd you go, by the way, with my little trivia question earlier?
Well, I was going to have a stab at it, and I thought, well, I'll wait until we're back on air together. Okay, so it was 2007, is that right?
2008.
2008. So
ODI.
I'm going to go Michael Clark.
Yep.
Who would have been playing for Australia at that time? Dave Huss?
Yep.
Dave Hussey? Mike Hussey?
Yes. Got 3.
Okay.
Dorcius bowls to Brevis, who's cutting again. Can't quite break the infield. Nice bit of work there from Maxwell. Prevents the single. Top ball.
I'm going to go someone like a Cameron White, maybe? Just he's playing.
Got 4.
I'm trying to think bowlers. Brett Lee?
No.
Nathan Bracken?
Yes. Nathan Bracken's there.
George Bradley Hogg?
No. Dorcius bowls to Brevis, takes a hand off the bat. He's hit it sky high. Chance on the offside. The Aussies don't drop many, and they don't drop this. It's hung on to, and that is the end of Brevis. He's out for 2. Dorcius gets the breakthrough, and all of a sudden South Africa are 3 for 48. It's the sub Sean Abbott who takes the catch, and South Africa are 3 down before the power play ends.
Yeah, pretty straightforward catch there for Sean Abbott. Just a leading edge from Brevis. Who played the ball way in front of his eyes. pretty poor shot in the end.
Yeah, it wasn't a good stay, was it? 2 off 6 balls for him, and didn't look overly comfortable at any stage. No. And now Dorsch picks up his wicket. And that makes the score 3 for 48. Still not out of the power play.
Wonder if there was a change of pace there from Ben Dorsch, because Brevis indicated that there may have been a change of pace. I just think it was just poor execution.
Australia at the same stage, by the way, they lost a wicket in the identical spot, 5.5 overs. They were 4 for 70. South Africa's 3 for 48. Who would you rather be?
Australia.
Ooh.
Right now?
Yep.
Yep, Australia.
Here comes Tristan Stubbs. Walks out of the bat at number 5.
Because South Africa now, they need a Tim David innings to win this game.
And you think about what was the equation, something like, 130 off 80 odd before that dismissal. As Dorsch to the new bat and defending it back down the pitch. Stubbs, it's the end of the power play, 3 for 48. It's probably easy to say now, but you think if Brevis had just made it through and they got through to the end of the power play, 2 down, that game would look a little different. It's a big wicket for the Aussies. 3 for 48 in response to their 178. Corbin, Middlemas and Jason Gillespie, Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. And that wicket just rudely interrupted our little game too.
Yeah.
Trying to review the ODI
How dare it.
2008. So you had Clark, Hussey, White, Bracken.
Yep.
There's 6 to get.
Nathan Horrocks.
There's actually no frontline spinner.
Mitch Johnson.
Big Notch, he's there.
Big Notch Johnson.
So 2 left armers.
What about the Duke? John Wayne Hastings?
No.
No.
So you need another right arm quick. You need a bowling all-rounder, 2 openers and a wicket-keeper.
Or Simo?
No. Same state.
James Hopes.
Yes, as Maxwell bowls to Rickleton, who pulls out towards deep mid-wicket. Hopes is there.
Who was keeping? Was Paney keeping?
No.
Hads.
Yep, still hadn't.
Guido.
So
Guido Hadses.
2 openers.
2 openers.
And 1 right arm quick.
Haydos.
No.
Simon Kadich.
No.
Shane Watson.
Yes.
Another opener.
Yep.
Ooh.
Do you want me to give them to you?
Yeah, go on.
Sauce.
Oh, Sauce, of course.
And our own Stuart Clark.
Big Star for us.
Yes.
Big Star.
So that was the unit the last time Australia played an international here. As Maxwell outside the off stump, Stubbs full-blooded cut shot. And his protection back now. So just a single out to Owen, who zips it in a hurry. 1 to Stubbs. He's off the mark. 3 for 50, South Africa.
Some very good cricketers in that list, Corbin.
Yeah. So Watson and Marsh opening. Clark, Hussey, Haddon, White, Hopes, Johnson, Bracken, Clark.
Yeah. No frontline spinner.
No. And the Bangladesh team, do you remember? 2008. There's a full-blooded drive from Rickleton, can't break the infield, and well picked off. Mitch Marsh at cover. This is one of the great rivalries in world cricket at the moment. Australia, South Africa, of course.
Absolutely.
World Test Championship final last time they met. And here in the shortest version, as Maxwell drags one down the leg side, Inglis whips off the bails, appealing for a stumping. It'll be a wide down the leg side regardless, 3 for 51. He wasn't all that confident and not out the call with the back foot planted.
I reckon Inglis, he would call DRS every single time if he could. If it was up to him, he would call it every single time. He thinks they're out every time.
Missed out today. Got a golden duck from Josh Inglis. Been in good form at number 3 in his new role as Rickleton controls it off leg stump along the ground out to Owen on the onside for 1.
I was fortunate enough to be in Jamaica. Some of his batting there, it was absolutely superb.
78 not out, back on July 22.
Yeah, that's one of the better T20 knocks I reckon I've seen. It was absolutely extraordinary. All around the wicket.
Stubbs, one of the inclusions for South Africa, didn't play in that tri-series in Zimbabwe. He's cutting here, can't break the infield. Nice work from Mitch Marsh, diving out to his left. They still get a single anyway. And it's a warm round of applause for that effort. 7th over, 3 for 53, South Africa.
Yeah, good bit of work by the Bison. Moves well for a big man. Richie Marsh. In fact, all our Australian players, the big boys. Yeah. It was interesting. I saw Glenn Maxwell at the Aussie training the other day, and he just turned to me and goes, Diz, how big are our team? He said he feels like a midget.
Yeah.
Really small.
With Mitch Allen's the Aussie rule style full forward, isn't he? He's a big unit, one of the newcomers as Rickleton, square drive, upish but safe. Out through point, just a single. End of the over, so the Aussies back protecting the boundaries. And a good over from Maxwell in the end, so just singles across the board. He's bowled 3 overs for 19. He's bowled 3 of the 7 that have happened so far. So the Proteas 3 for 54, stumps 2, Rickleton 17. And South Africa 125 needed with 13 overs to go. More from Jason Gillespie throughout the night. Brendan from Toowoomba off the SMS. I'm really enjoying manners on the cricket coverage. Keep up the great work, team, as far as I'm concerned. More cricket in Darwin is a good thing. I agree with you there, Brendan. Thank you for that. And no name, no pack drill on this, but great calling, fellas. Any chance of some Big Bash rules coming into international cricket, like the batting power play? It just seems very predictable that the first 6 overs are the power play and that's it. What do you reckon, Crossy?
I'll turn myself on.
Yep, it's good stuff.
I'll get back to that.
Zampa's on. Rickleton, slog sweep, out through square leg. There's a man back protecting the boundary. Won't be 4. It's Nathan Ellis, just a single.
I think the Big Bash put the surge in to try and sexy up the back end of the game, didn't they? And I'm not sure it's worked. It's a bit different. I think if the IPL aren't doing it, I'm not sure international cricket will do it. That would be my thing. I don't mind the surge, but until the big dogs go, I don't think anyone else will follow suit.
I'm the other way. I want to see the Big Bash go back to the 6 up front.
Yeah, me too, actually.
Here's Zampa on his way in, bowls to Stubbs. He's cutting out through cover point. Will pick up a single out into the deep. 3 for 56, South Africa. The target is 179. So 179, the victory target. 3 for 56. What have you made of the start to the run chase, Crossy?
Interesting. Obviously not as hard as what the Aussies went, but there's some serious talent in this side. Again, required run rate 9.7, so still under control, especially with the players that they've got, but they've got to get through Adam Zampa, and that's tough.
Zampa on his way in again. A reverse sweep pops up just wide of Hazelwood at what is regulation short third, and that'll keep running all the way downhill for 4. So Rickleton living dangerously, but gets the boundary, moves to 22. South Africa 3 for 60 in the 8th over.
Lovely little reverse this, just over top edged it, but had the spin to spin past and keep going, and Hazelwood was never catching that. This ground especially, you can sort of see it's getting a little bit, the dews come in, you can see the footprints on the ground, you can see Adam Zampa really rubbing the ball to try and get it dry. That's when it really becomes hard and becomes a lot easier to bat when it really slides on.
After being 3 for 48, South Africa trying to repair things a bit. Slog sweep into the deep from Rickleton. Hasn't quite got it, just lands short of Alice coming in off the boundary at deep backward square. And he's one of the better fieldsmen in this lineup, so wasn't able to get to it.
Again, just see that bounce that Zampa's getting. He's coming over the top of the ball. He's wanting to get that bounce, and that's 2 sort of top edges. One on the reverse sweep and then another on the conventional.
.118 needed off 74. 3 for 61 in the 8th over. Zampa on his way in, Stubbs forward, defending out to cover. And no, the call as Mitch Marsh prevents the single. 118 off 73. If you weren't with us earlier, Tim David played a starring role in the innings. His new role at number 5 was in at the power play for just the 2nd time in his international career, made 83 off 52. Zampa in at the pegs, and Stubbs turns it off leg stump. Out through square leg just for a single, and then off the boundary. Retrieved by Ben Dorshus. And that's the end of the over. So a couple to win the over. 3 for 60. Sorry, single to end the over. 3 for 62. 8 overs down. The target is 179. South Africa 3 for 62.
Just got to be careful here, South Africa. When you start sort of flirting with that 10 runs and over, it really starts to get yourself into the mode that, hey, if we lose a wicket now, one of the rules of thumb, if you lose a wicket, normally it takes the run rate up a whole run. So you don't want to get it north of 10, north of 11, because that becomes really hard. You have to try and take the middle overs, and I think the Australians are understanding that, bringing Nathan Ellis back in and bringing it into the attack now is huge, and it's a really big spell, this.
So far, 4 of the 8 overs have been the slow bowlers. Maxwell 3, Zampa 1, 3 for 62. And we saw the success from Mutasami in particular, 4 overs, 1 for 24. While in his slow stuff, Linda just bowled the 2 overs. So 6 overs of spin in the South African innings with the ball. Here comes Ellis, that familiar approach, hits the crease, bowls in at leg stump, and Stubbs plays along the ground out towards mid-wicket. Picked off there by Travis Head. Prevents a run, 3 for 62.
We've talked about how good Ellis is and how different he is, and I think Dizzy spoke about it before, because he isn't 6'5" and a traditional sort of God-given fast bowler, that his skills are outstanding. He starts with an out the back of the hand slower ball, and the biggest difference is he can bowl at 140s, but his slower ball's at 110, and that's a huge difference in ball speed.
Field spread. Stubbs takes the ball off leg stump, clips it back to the square leg umpire. There is protection out there. They wanted 2, and that's going to be knocked back. Glenn Maxwell, geez, so good in the field. Covered ground away to his right, and good luck trying to press his arm as he zips it in low and flat. Just a single.
And I think coming back to Ellis, I think that one of the biggest things that he has up in his armoury, so his first ball was at 111 and his second ball's at 135. It's not so much that the fast, like you can't set yourself for the quick ball because he bowls a lot more slow balls, but you also can't set yourself for the slow ball because his quicker ball is still at 140 or mid-130s. That the difference in speed just makes it so difficult to line him up.
An incredible series over in the Caribbean. Economy rate of 7.88. Zallis bowls to Rickleton, who drives along the ground out to mid-off and may take a single to Marsh. By the way, that series, the overall rate was over 10, and he went up less than 8. And in particular with the 6 hitting, so Australia and the West Indies struck 117 sixes. He conceded just 3 of them.
This is where our stats we need to get better with our statistics here. Like the differential between where you go and to where the game's run rate is, that we have to somehow come up with a stat that can tell us that this guy is -3 or -2 or something to be able to tell us.
On his way in, bowls to Rickleton, who chops down on 1 out on the offside, and they take a single. Mitch Owen moves in from cover.
Because when there's continually a player or a bowler that can go under the rate that the game is levelled at,
it's a good point.
That there needs to be that understanding of, hey, when the game's at 9 and over, Ellis goes at 7 and over.
Surely we can do that with all the data and everything we have nowadays.
I think so, and I think for me it becomes a very, very important stat in T20 cricket.
Here's Ellis again, digs one into the surface, pull shot, that is clean, and that is 4. Rickleton finds the gap, 2 back on the leg side, just dunk it into the wicket, and Rickleton hopped all over it. He moves to 28, South Africa 3 for 69, 3 for 69, that is in the 9th over, and the target is 179 to win.
Again, another slow ball, but just turned on here, just got the line a little bit wrong, and this ball, when it gets into the outfield, it's going to skip over the sort of what's becoming a wet outfield out here.
2 fresh batters for South Africa. Both these guys skipped the try series recently. Rickleton has had about 6 weeks off. Back in international colours here, looking to cut wristily, and plays into the ground and picks out backward point. Dorsh's fields, 9 overs down. South Africa 3 for 69. The target 179, so they need 110. of the next 11 overs. And there's the simple math for you on all of that. The other one, Crossy, which we talk about a lot in T20 cricket, is the sacrificial wickets late in the innings. About whether there's another way, like if you look at the last wicket that fell, for example, Nathan Ellis was run out coming back for 2. Is there a way we can record that differently in the card?
Well, that's it. They do it in baseball, and again, we come back to the way that they do things in baseball, but the baseball have the sacrificial out. When the out actually helps the team or it's for a greater purpose, that doesn't go towards your average because, again, Nathan Ellis getting run out at the last ball, which a lot of players do.
Here comes Zampa again. He bowls to Stubbs, who hammers it back down the track, deflects off Zampa. I'm not sure it removed the bails. Goes for 4. They were appealing that it had hit the stumps at the non-striker's hand, and yet the bails didn't come off. They didn't light up. It took Zampa's hand on the way through, and it's 4 runs. Stubbs hammers that back down the ground, and it's the first boundary in gee, it's narrowly missed the stumps at the non-striker's end, and he did well, Rickleton, just to stick the foot out and make sure he was grounded. But a boundary, the Aussie boys actually at the top of their mark, waiting to watch the replay.
I think that would have been potentially out. It was almost a missed run out that's now gone for 4.
Yeah. Flew past the thumb of Adam Zampa. Felt like we hadn't had a boundary for a number of overs, and now we've had 2 in consecutive balls. In at leg stump as Stubbs just trickles it away on the onside. Wants to come back for 2. Inglis is chasing, throws at the keeper's hand. Would have been interesting with a direct hit. It misses. And a sprawling run completed by Stubbs as he has to slide on his back to make his ground. And Josh Inglis, who was fielding the ball out at square leg, didn't miss by much. Stubbs a dozen, Rickleton 28, South Africa 3 for 75.
It's great skill, that, to be able to get the ball just to that 30-metre circle. I haven't looked at the run out again. That's hit his hand. And I think this is that's hit the stump. That's hit the stump.
Yeah.
But the bail hasn't come off.
Amazing. Certainly you could hear it in the stump mic at the time. As most unusual. They targeting Zampa here as Stubbs has to jam out a full ball out through cover for 1. So 10th over, target 179. South Africa 76 on the board, 3 down. As we know in T20 cricket, a wicket or 2 here or there and the game changes dramatically.
But yeah, coming back to your stat line, I think it is something we need to look at, or just need to understand a lot of the time, especially when we see lower averages.
Particularly the T20 game's so different than Test cricket. So why do we still keep the stats the same way we do for the traditional version of the game?
Yeah, the average actually doesn't mean anything. Or what's your strike rate?
Here's Zampa on his way in again as he bowls on middle stump and trying to wristily work it away. Rickleton plays into the ground and Zampa fields on his follow-through. I know Michael Hussey was always a big advocate of the algorithm about the average plus
strike rate. 150, you're a decent player. 160, you're starting to be better. But now we're seeing when you add that together for some of these players, some of these guys have got 200 strike rates.
So anything sort of north of 160-ish is going pretty well. As Rickleton plays straight back to the bowler, a crowd catch, and certainly fooled a few below us. Zampa fields on his follow-through. The other thing with the sacrificial out too is a little bit of that has changed given the change in the laws too, where the player that hit it now has to, the new batsman is on strike regardless. So it used to be used a lot, didn't it, late in innings to get the set bat back on strike. So maybe some of that watered down a little bit in recent times. Last ball before the halfway mark as Rickleton down the track, trying to pick the gap between mid-wicket and long on. He does so well enough. Maxwell throws it into the keeper's end and Rickleton's back for 2. So halfway stage of the innings, game beautifully set up. Target 179. South Africa at the halfway mark, 3 for 78. Stubbs 13, Rickleton set on 30. South Africa need 101 runs from 60 balls, 7 in hand. This is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Coming in next, Neil Manthorp to join Adam Crosthwaite.
Live coverage of the cricket. Australia versus South Africa on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
impromptu drinks break for the South African players with Tristan Stubbs on 13, Ryan Rickleton on a measured 30 from 27 balls. Very, very much a case of South Africa as they do, trying to meticulously pace the run chase rather than get ahead of the game and make life a little bit easier for themselves. But maybe I'm not giving enough credit to the Australian bowlers. It's Dwarshuis in once more, and it's just pushed away, clipped away on the leg side for a single. And South Africa moves to 3 for 78. It's not a criticism at all. I mean, when it works, it's fine. But as we have known for many years, T20 cricket, particularly a run chase, is not a meticulous science. And as much as you like to think that you're in control of the situation, that run rate climbs very, very quickly.
It gets out of control fast, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And I just think that someone needs to make a fast start, get out the blocks quickly. Dwarshuis in once again and flick away on the leg side. Doesn't make contact with Rickleton's bat, I don't think. It was off the pad. No, there was some bat there. Little inside edge onto the... No, it was a leg by. The umpire was just having... It looks like he was having a word with... is that Donovan Cock or Sam Najatsky? I think that's Sam, the smaller of the two. And he was... it looked like he was having a word. Did you hit that? And if Rickleton said no, then they would put him in a very small minority of batsmen. So the call of a leg by is the result. 3 for 80, South Africa. They've got the target down to double figures now. 99 more needed. Dwarshuis in again and beats Stubbs outside the off stump. Just looks a little tentative to me. There's Tristan Stubbs. He's just feeling a little bit, and it's what I've become so accustomed to seeing South Africa on the international stage. They don't play with the same abandon and freedom that they do at domestic level.
Well, that's it. We saw the Australians in the first half of their innings playing with reckless abandon, right? They were going, throwing everything at every ball, attacking so much. We definitely haven't seen that from the South Africans as yet.
Dwarshuis in and to Stubbs, and he's looking to get forward. He's taking half a step forward. He's on the front foot almost before the ball is bowled and just pushes it square of the wicket on the offside. And so two very, very contrasting styles, an excessive abandon and maybe not enough.
Well, that's it, and I think we're going to see by the end of the day which strategy comes out on top, because one team, the Australians, went hard from the start and had to hang on at the end, and the South Africans have tried to conserve their wickets. They've allowed the run rate to get up to 10 and over, and now they have to come home with 101 off the last 10, 98 off the last 56.
Yeah, and it's climbing very, very quickly. At that stage where rotating the strike and taking singles is actually putting you behind the game. Dwarshuis in short ball, pulled away by Rickleton, out towards deep backward square leg. Two fielders collide. Big Cameron Green has the better of Nathan Ellis down there, and he puts his arm around him. The two of them collided, and it's Adam Zampa. Sorry, the contrast in size is even more marked. As Cameron Green came around to field, he just bumped off Zampa. It's like he was being tackled by a scrum half.
I don't think Adam Zampa's going to win that very often. Not sure Cameron Green even noticed he was there.
He's a full head taller than him, and about maybe a foot wider as well. Zampa had no chance. Dwarshuis in again. Rickleton drives powerfully down the ground. He's hit that very hard. Tim David comes around from long on to field and keeps them down to a couple. But every time Australia restricts or prevent the boundary from being scored, it's a mini victory. 3 for 85, South Africa. 11 overs gone, needing 179. You can probably sense from my voice, and you can see my face as well, Crossy, that I've seen South Africa do this before. They're sort of digging themselves into a little hole.
Yeah, and it's looking what's happening at the moment. The worm really isn't catching up to the Australian innings, is it? And this is what Australian cricketers and this Australian attack does so well, is that they strangle you and they suffocate you, and they get you under 10 and under 10 and under 10, and all of a sudden you need 12 and over. Then it does mean that you have to press the red button and you have to go at everything. So The Australians have this planned out. They've still got 3 overs from Ellis, 3 overs of probably our best T20 bowler in the last 9. So the strategy is working here for the Australians.
All-rounders Corbin, Bosch and George Linder to come. Senior and Mutasamy can also bowl. Can also bat, but he'll probably be... Yeah, they're probably a specialist batsman short as new over begins from Nathan Ellis, and it's driven out square of the wicket on the offside by the right-handed Tristan Stubbs, gone straight to the fielder.
I've watched Stubbs for a couple of years over in Delhi in the IPL, and when he gets going, you can see how much of a great, like, almost easy player that the ball comes off the bat. But today and tonight, it just doesn't look like it's really working
but
for
you've
him.
seen him at Delhi also. In the pre-show, I talked about 15 at a run of ball, that kind of start that's been so costly for South Africa. He's 15 off 16. And yes, you can catch up, but if you don't...
You put the pressure on the rest of your team, right?
Exactly right. Here's Nathan Ellis, who's been very impressive. That's short, but it's straight, and Tristan Stubbs tries to pull it through mid-wicket and can only find long on, so it's only a single. I mean, the thing about Tristan Stubbs is that, it's easy to say, well, he's naturally a slow starter, and, well, a lot of that is self-induced, and it's a choice. And a lot of it has been the result of coaching and instruction. Like, you can't go mad from, well, you can, look at Cameron Green.
Well, I was just going to say that the Australian number 4 faced 13 balls and scored 35, and now the South African number 5 has made 16 off 17. If that was reversed and Cameron Green was in that position, all of a sudden South Africa only need 8 and over.
Ellis into the left-handed Rickleton, who drives it powerfully down the ground. Again, it's just a single. That's very good work from Captain Mitch Marsh at mid-on, deep mid-on, right on the edge of the circle, dives to his right. And having fielded it, takes a rag out from his pocket and tries to start drying the ball. So dew is a big factor. I have noticed it on the walk back from Lyndall Markets on the first night. I noticed that it was... And also the giveaway is that there's a dehumidifier in the room that so there's a bit of moisture in the air, and you've got to look after the ball. Nathan Ellis, lovely little twirl halfway through his run-up. And that's driven away. That is 4 runs. Tristan Stubbs through mid-wicket. Straight bat. Wasn't a pull shot. More of a flick drive through the onside, through mid-wicket for 4. That's better from Stubbs, and a much-needed boundary. Haven't had one for 2.5 overs.
And that's picked up nicely, and it's exactly, it is the gap. There's no mid-wicket, and there's a forward square leg, so it is a gap that can be targeted, especially with the ball sliding on with the dew coming in late at night. It's going to be hard to stick in the wicket, so if you can keep your shape like you did then, you can find those boundaries.
Tristan Stubbs looking to catch up his own personal innings, and also South Africa 3 for 91 now. Goes deep in his crease, very deep. When he gets a bottom edge, and he's played an unorthodox cut shot. Call it what you will. There's many a nickname for it, but it's an inside edge, dragged back, I think past off stump actually, rather than leg stump, because he had got outside the off stump. But 4 fortuitous runs for Tristan Stubbs. It was a long way outside the off stump. He was looking to slap drive it through cover.
And it's the bit of luck that the South Africans need. Now, all of a sudden, they've started the over well. They've got back-to-back boundaries now. That they need to continue. Like, they need a big over. You need a big over to really try and drag that down under 10.
They do have batting to come, but it's 3 all-rounders, really, and then the bowlers. Parker and Gidi and Rabada. That's pushed away by Stubbs for a single up towards mid-on. And that contributes, of course. I mean, one of the reasons that Australia went so hard so quickly up front is that, as we evidently saw with Nathan Ellis batting at number 10, hitting a 6 in the last over, they bat so deep. Whereas Stubbs is well aware, I just said, Rabada, Parker and Gidi don't really bat, and 2 all-rounders, Linda and Corbin Bosch, who are good hitters, but, don't have the skill, as Tim David showed, to build an innings. So
exactly right. And I think that that's the way that this Australian cricket team has been built, that We've got some guys going real hard at the top of the order, but anyone through the middle order for the Australian side can win the game in a couple of overs. So they have that freedom, and I think this is what Andrew McDonald and Mitch Marsh have really instilled in this team, is that freedom to go out and play, and the consequence isn't here. Whereas you're watching the South African innings, and it feels like the consequence is there. It's like, I need to get in, I need to put 10 off 10 and 15 off 15 to then get going, whereas the Australians really didn't have that.
Glenn Maxwell's back into the attack and is chopped away by Stubbs for a single out towards Cameron Green on the cover boundary. Yeah, I hate to say I said it in the pre-show, but it's unfolding exactly as I intimated that it might. Really good bowling performance from South Africa. A couple of guys had evenings to forget. Corbin Bosch was expensive, 3 overs of 44, but Senya and Mutasami with his left arm spin, 1 for 24 is a great job. Quinna Mapaka 4 for 20 in his 4 overs. Terrific stuff. That's short from Maxwell. Not very short, but it's swung away by Rickleton behind square on the leg side, and they're going to pick up 4 runs. Wasn't where he intended. And I'm not sure it was that short from Maxwell. It was just maybe heading down the leg side, and it's helped on its way by Rickleton.
Yeah, I think he's just missed it here, Max. He's tried to bowl the sort of lower ball, and he's really dragged that down. It was a pretty bad ball, and Maxie's been very good with the ball today, and you can see the frustration there. Because if you can get Glenn Maxwell to bowl 4 overs for less than 30, you're winning most games.
South Africa 3 for 101, 100 on the board. Their target is 179 as Maxwell. Oh, that's a low full toss. That's another one that he's going to get away with it. Travis Head runs around from deep backward square to pick up and save a couple. But 2 ordinary deliveries in a row there from Glenn Maxwell. Stubbs 26 off 21. Ryan Rickleton carrying his bat so far, 41 off 33. But the asking rate for South Africa well above 10.
Hey, Max.
As we're into the 13th over, and they need another 76. It's pushed away by Rickleton. They'll come back for 2. They're doing it the hard way, South Africa. If they get there, they'll have lost a couple of kilos, these batsmen, and it's a warm and muggy evening.
I think what they are doing is that they are running well. They're getting it in, but again, this ball's now not stopping in the wicket, and whereas it was probably a couple of hours ago stopping in the pitch, it's now sliding on. So if the South Africans can take it deep, it is going to be very difficult to defend the last couple of overs.
We're in for a close finish. We kind of know that, don't we?
We are, and they're behind the rate as well, which could come into calculation of bringing that extra fielder in for the last over.
Maxwell in again, short, pulled away by Rickleton out towards Cameron Green at mid-wicket, and again there'll be a single. Just expand on that for listeners who may not understand what you're saying.
So the innings timer, if you're late with your overs, that last over or the last 2 overs potentially, if you're really late, an extra fielder will come inside the ring. So at the moment they're 5 minutes behind the Australians, so looking like that they will lose that extra fielder for the last over of the game.
Here is Maxwell once more, and it's Tristan Stubbs. Can't get it away. Tries to punch it through the offside. Maxwell fields off his own bowling. Good over, actually, in the end. He's bowled a couple of poor deliveries in it, but the asking rate's gone up again as a result of that. So it's a fielder per 4 minutes, isn't it? That you're over?
Yep. Yeah, so you have to bring an extra fielder inside the ring for the very end, which in a close game, it's something you definitely don't want to do. And Glenn Maxwell there, 1 for 29 off his 4 overs, and getting his 4 overs out of the way in the first 13 is such a handy all-round cricketer to have. He didn't have an impact with the bat, but making an excellent impact with the ball.
Ryan Rickleton, meanwhile, will be feeling the weight of responsibility. He's batted through the innings, 44 off 35. He's normally quicker than that, much quicker than that. He'll be thinking, it's up to me now. I've got to stay now that I've used up so many balls. Adam Zampa into the attack. Down the wicket comes Rickleton, getting to the pitch of it, and again driving it all the way down to long off. This is quality fielding and bowling for the most part from Australia. They're just managing the situation and exerting pressure, and the asking rate's going up all the time. It's going to be tough. They need another 72.
The dangerous thing for South Africa here is that they lose a wicket now, and then the Australians just collapsing on the next batter, and all of a sudden the run rate, which is at 10.5 at the moment, can quite quickly get out to 12 and 13 and ruin the night.
Adam Zampa, in his starting his third over, none for 18, has been superb, and that's a big hit from Tristan Stubbs out towards deep mid-wicket, and it's just between two fielders. Oh, just for a second, it looked like Travis. There's two men out there in the deep.
Cameron Green, it might have been. He was almost ready to launch himself, but just out of reach.
Mitch Owen is the other one. So Cameron Green at long on, Mitch Owen at deep mid-wicket, and both of them thought they were in business for a second, but neither could get there. Tristan Stubbs was clearly looking to hit that for 6. He wasn't trying to keep that on the ground. He didn't make the contact that he wanted, but he does pick up 4. He can score. I mean, it's 68 off 40 balls is a requirement. And Tristan Stubbs has the ability and the boundary hitting power to still win this game easily. But South Africa are doing it the hard way. They're doing it the South African way. They're not doing it the easy way. As Zampa is in once again and driven hard down the ground by Stubbs. He just gave that a little bit of air, I think, Adam Zampa, up around the batsman's eye line. And it's another couple. Stubbs is slowly catching up. He's 15 off 17 balls, now 30 off 23. And 66 required off 39 balls. 7 wickets remaining, but 3 of them aren't of much use in a run chase, with the greatest of respect. They all bowled very well. In for a close finish.
I think so. And one of the things that's going with the South Africans is they have been together since the 6th over. So that they've been batting together. They've slowly built this partnership up.
Here is Zampa once again.
Shots.
And that's driven away through extra cover for 4.
And this is, again, when you do invest time into your innings, as you said earlier, when he was 15 off 15, he couldn't afford to get out. Now, all of a sudden, you're starting to see them move through the gears. And this is a beautiful shot. Full stride, lovely swing of the bat, and through cover, keeps his head on it. That is a beautiful shot. And again, that's where it's hard with the ball sliding on. If you can keep your shape and hit to the spots you want to hit to, it's very, very hard to defend with this slippery ball.
One thing we haven't mentioned, I certainly haven't mentioned, is and I always do on every trip to Australia, I always cherish and celebrate the wildlife, most of which can kill you. But the only attempt that the possum has made to kill us is by dying in the commentary box wall and almost intoxicating us with its the aroma of death. Here's Zampa once again, flicked away behind square on the leg side. They run through for a couple. I do feel sorry for the ground staff and the people who look after the buildings, because they have done their best and they've had to resort to air freshener rather than finding the corpse.
Don't worry about the possums. You're in Darwin, you just don't go for swimming.
Oh, no, exactly. I did say to somebody, I'm looking forward to swimming the sea, and they said, you do that and you won't come back. So that is definitely something. Well, I understand now why there are so many swimming pools.
Exactly. There's some good swimming pools here. You don't want to go into the beach in Darwin.
I want to know how they know it was a possum. Do they smell different? Anyway, we're back to the run chase. 3 for 118 as Adam Zampa is in there again. It's short and it's pulled away by Rickleton for a single. Do you know what? I just sense that there's not a relaxation, but those couple of boundaries from Tristan Stubbs have just taken the pressure off for the moment.
Yep, for the moment. They're back in the game, the South Africans, and yeah, the Aussies need to bowl well with the slippery ball. I'm going to hand over to Dizzy to bring us home.
We are absolutely in for a gloriously tight finish, which is exactly what we want. Remember, it's a 3-game T20 International Series. The second is back here at the beautiful Marara Stadium, Marara Oval in Darwin. And then the decider, if it should be a decider, will be the first of 2 games in Cairns. The second game is the first of the 3 one-day internationals, and that series will conclude in Mackay. It's incredibly excited on my 17th visit to Australia to see a part of the country I've never been to before, Dizzy. I mean, I know my way around Sydney and Melbourne and Adelaide and Brisbane and Perth.
The north of Australia is an absolute treat. It's very grateful to be here. It's a beautiful part of the world. As you've seen so far in your early dealings here in the Northern Territory, what a place. It's glorious, isn't it?
Honestly, it really is. And just not what I had a small town picture in my mind about Darwin, and you know, when I came to book the flights and Singapore Airlines said, oh no, you can fly straight to Darwin. There's an international airport in Darwin. and yes, it's a city.
It is a city, that's right.
And Cairns, what can I look forward to there?
Cairns, Cairns is in North Queensland. So I think it's a little bit bigger than Darwin.
Oh.
You just go a little bit north and the Daintree Forest, rainforest, and where the rainforest meets the sea. It's quite special.
Wow, weird. It's Hazelwood back into the attack. First delivery's a full toss outside the off stump, which Rickleton misses out on. He swings up maybe too hard at that, to be honest. Try to hit it too hard. And dot balls count as 2 dot balls at the moment. The run rate changes so dramatically as we get into the last 6 overs. 60 off 35. I mean, there was a time where you'd think, well, the batting side have completely messed this up. But, these days, 16, 18, 20 off and over can change everything, and it's not in any way impossible. That one is slice-driven by Rickleton behind square on the leg side. Dwash's fields, and they go through just a single. Who's winning? Is he?
I think if these guys are still in with an over or 2 to go, I'd probably say South Africa at this point. I think they're, 10 and over is 10.4 is quite manageable. I think when you start getting over 2 runs a ball, beyond 12 and over, I think that's when it starts becoming a bit tricky.
How times have changed.
Absolutely.
12 and over, you guys would all pack up and go home a few years ago.
Yeah, that's right. But, I mean, this is, 10.4. Still quite manageable for the South Africans, I would suspect.
It's Stubbs on strike as Hazelwood is in to him, and a powerful swing. He's got an edge and he's caught. Inglis takes the catch. And now I think Australia will fancy their chances a whole lot more. Tristan Stubbs trying to swing that one through the leg side. He got the faintest tickle on it. Straightforward catch for Josh Inglis. And now South Africa are down to their all-rounders. That was a very, very interesting grip that Josh Hazelwood there. It was almost like he was almost gripping it as if he was going to bowl a deep in the hand slower ball, unless he changed the grip. Anyway, it was a little thin inside edge over the top of off stump. What was he bowling there? Does he have wobble ball?
Looked like a wobble seam. Manners.
Stubbs gone for 37 from 27 balls. South Africa 4 for 120 after 14 and a half overs, and they have their work cut out for them, I have to say. I think now that with 59 required off 5.5 overs, it's going to take something very special, and the pressure, it mounts again on Rickleton.
Yeah, it certainly does. I just had the benefit of a replay there. Almost Josh Hazelwood almost held the ball as if he was going to bowl an off cutter or an off spinner, but then he just released it. It was cross seamer. It's very well disguised by Josh Hazelwood.
It's so well disguised that I can't even pick it on the replay. Very good, Josh. That's why you are Josh Hazelwood. George Linder is the new batsman. He bats left-handed, and he's a very, very clean ball striker. It's not uncommon for him to bat in the top 5 domestically, and he's a big 6-hitter, but he's going to have to do it from the off. That's as a result of South Africa really being behind where they need to be. 59 off 33 balls is what's required as Hazelwood is in, and that beats Linder outside the off stump. I think he's gone full pace there as Josh Hazelwood, and Linder trying to run it down to third man.
The Australians brought a slip in place for the first ball to Linder. So Australians, Mitch Marsh on the attack.
Good smile, good grin from Josh Hazlewood as Linda played a miss in that one. It just looked like, he was beaten for pace. Josh Hazlewood's not the quickest. He's certainly amongst the most skillful, but that had good pace on it. As Hazlewood is in again, bowls. Linda tries to push it away to mid-on, hits it straight back to the bowler, and Hazlewood fields himself. And, well, I tell you what, at this stage, 2 consecutive dot balls feels like a wicket.
Just about. It's very good bowling from Hazlewood. Linda hit it back. He dived to his right. Good moving from the big man. Good agility.
Very impressive indeed. 59 off 31 now, so we're a couple of balls away from your tour ball.
Yep.
31 balls left. Last ball of the 15th over coming up, and then Corbin Middlemas will talk you through the last 5 overs and what might still be. Oh, he's edged it to slip. He's edged it to slip, who's just been pasted there, and that is a wicket. So 2 dot balls and a wicket. Terrific stuff. Is that Glenn Maxwell?
Yes.
Standing at slip? And, well, it's terrific captaincy as well. Yeah, you might say it's obvious. It's a new batsman. Get the slip in. But many a captain would say, I'd rather save the run than take the wicket. Of course, taking the wicket is better than saving a run, but that is excellent captaincy. Pretty straightforward catch for Glenn Maxwell. Wonderful bowling from Josh Hazlewood, and George Linda goes for a 3-ball duck. The 3 balls as important as the naught, you would fancy. And now South Africa need 59 from the last 5 overs, and they may have 4 wickets left on the scoreboard, but it won't feel like that in the camp. Anyway, to take you through the last 5 overs, you will be with Corbin Middlemas and Jason Gillespie.
ABC Sport coverage of Australia versus South Africa, live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Thank you, Manners. Josh Hazlewood does it again. Double strike in at the 15th over, so 3 overs, 3 for 18 for Josh Hazlewood. And as much as I think a lot of people associate him as, one of the great test bowlers, and rightfully so, his T20 form has been unreal.
Yeah, we were talking about that a little bit earlier. He was a big reason the Royal Challengers Bangalore and IPL had their ultimate success. He's been superb tonight.
5 for 120, 5 to go. Target 179. And needing almost 2 a ball from here as Rickleton's still there, skips down the track, gets jammed up, and the ball rolls away on the offside. So a single taken. First ball of Zampa's 4th over. He's wicketless so far. 5 for 121.
Just 2 of Hazlewood's wickets have been captaincy from Mitch Marsh, moving a play, moved Cameron Green from slip to cover point. Very next ball, took a wicket, and then a couple of balls after he moved Glenn Maxwell into slip, another wicket.
5 for 121. Target 179. 58 off 29 needed. Driven along the ground by Bosch. Crowd catch. Picks out cover. And that's Mitch Marsh, and immediately gets the towel out to dry the ball. Looks pretty wet out there, doesn't it? Very dewy.
Yeah, we can see a lot of the footprints from all the fielders.
Zampa drags one down, pull shot, down on one knee. And goes Corbin. Bosch picks the gap between mid-wicket and square leg, and I'll get back for a couple as Mitch Owen works around to his right. She's got a good arm too, just zips it in right over the top of their bails. Off the mark with a double.
A lot of the Australians have strong arms from the outfield. Saw Cameron Green throw one from the outfield a bit earlier, and it thudded into Josh Inglis's gloves. Very flat, almost like a baseballer.
Yeah. I did a podcast, a Grandstand Cricket podcast with Xavier Doherty after the first T20, which you're obviously at. There's a cut shot here from Bosch into the ground and bounces away to backward point. And he put forward the suggestion that this might be the best fielding unit that Australia have ever fielded after the game in Kingston in Game 1. Wow. And the premise for that, I know immediately you think, oh, hang on, Ponting, Simons, everything else.
Port Clark.
Great teams that obviously you would have played in Dizzy. But really built around the agility of the bowlers in particular. So how good the bowlers were as a fielding unit. And Zampa goes straight through him. Didn't pick it. Bosch loses his off peg. And Adam Zampa turns the game. South Africa 6 for 123. And Australia on top now. South Africa into the bowlers and Rickleton with a lot to do.
Yeah, too close to cut from Corbin Bosch. Adam Zampa getting that length right. Kept a little bit low, it appeared. But yeah, poor shot. Corbin Bosch. He's out 2 off 4.
Might run in the name, Dizzy. Unfortunately. 15.5 overs, 6 for 123.
Yeah, it's going to be hard work for the South Africans now. A lot of work to do for particularly Ryan Rickleton.
And for everything the innings has been, it hasn't been a sort of free-flowing, high-scoring innings, has it, from Ryan Rickleton? He's 48 not out, but he's lost partners at regular intervals. He's 48 off 40. And Adam Zampa gets himself involved at a key time. So required rate upwards of 13.
Yeah, it's going to be hard work now. I talked about that with Manners. If he gets over 12, 2 runs a ball, it's over 12 and over, all of a sudden it's advantage bowling team.
Senyaran Mutasamy walks out, a 31-year-old in his 4th match.
Only 3 runs off this over as well, Corb, with 1 ball to go.
Zampa to Mutasamy. Oh, trying to reverse immediately. He's struck in line and he's given. Out leg before, and Zampa's on a hat-trick. Mutasamy goes ball 1, looking to reverse sweep. He didn't really get down. It was a premeditated switch hit. And in the end, Zampa was straight and full at the pegs. Mutasamy missed it. And Australia are a couple of wickets away now.
Yeah, that looked out, even from our vantage point, square of the wicket. That looked very, very close. I think the reaction of Adam Zampa said it all.
He's reviewed it. They've got these DRS challenges up their sleeves, so they may as well use them, but he's already walking on.
He knows.
Yeah, thank you. Ball appears close to bat there. Can we move to RTS, please?
What do you reckon?
Out. I'm giving it out.
Clear gap on the right-hand side.
You can completely understand how the umpire gives that out.
No bat involved. Can we move to ball tracker, please?
And it only has to clip.
Thanks, Gav.
This is your cousin Philip Gillespie. We can hear the TV umpire.
Ball tracker coming up. Original decision
Put that
is out.
big front foot right in line with the stumps.
Wickets hitting.
Yeah, no problems with that.
DK, I'll get you to stay with your original decision of out. You're on the screen. Signal now.
Donovan Kosh raised his finger for a second time. Zampa's on a hat-trick. And Mutasamy's out for a golden duck. Situation worsens for the Proteas. 7 for 123. Oh, and he's done.
Zamps is done.
That is a most unfortunate. What a way to end. So after going none for 33 through 3.4 overs, he's got the double strike to finish, and he's done with his 4 overs.
He's done.
Never happened to you, does he? Bowled out right when you're on a hat-trick?
No. I was on a hat-trick a few times in international cricket. Managed 1 hat-trick in a 50-over game for my local club, Adelaide.
Yep. How'd you get the 3rd one?
Bowled. I think it was number 11, just knocked his off-pole out. Job done.
Kagiso Rabada striking at 111 in T20 international cricket, averaging 17. He's at the non-striker's end, and the ball is in the hands of Nathan Ellis, the diminutive quick. And the Aussies now well on top in this game. So first of all, the double strike from Hazelwood in the 15th over, and then Zampa repeats the same deed the very next over. South Africa losing 4 wickets in 2 overs. There's Ellis full and wide of the pegs and letting it pass Rickleton. 7 for 123, target 179.
It's the wide Yorker from Nathan Ellis. Rickleton looked to give himself some room. Ball landed inside the blue line. Just good execution of skills from one of Australia's best T20 bowlers.
I got distracted too, talking about the bowling unit from that game at Kingston, Jamaica. The great fielding unit as Ellis bowls to Rickleton. Slower ball, he pulls it away. 1 bounce to Maxwell in the outfield. Fields a deep square leg, single taken. Rickleton down the non-striker's end. So this is a bit different than what we saw, obviously, with Tim David batting with the tail.
Well, just going on the bowling units, being more, I suppose, athletic and that. Back in our day, I certainly brought the athleticism down a couple of notches. There was a reason why I floated between fine leg and mid-on. They were pretty much the only fielding positions that I was in. There's a good reason for that.
So I think, I'm just trying to work out, here we go. So Adam Zampa was the only one really in that lineup, no disrespect, as Ellis bowls a short ball. That is cracked away by Rabada. He's got every bit of that and hammers it for 6 into the fence. And maybe this isn't all straightforward. When the Aussies thought they were cruising to victory, Kagiso Rabada heaves it over the rope. 7 for 130.
Slower ball deep into the wicket, about chest high. Rabada, he wasn't going to miss out on that.
Put down by the young man leaning over the fence as well. Got hands to it. Shoulder.
Had a good crack at it.
Ellis to Rabada, playing a miss. Wide of the stumps. So that lineup was Mitch Marsh, Jake Fraser-McGurk. Inglis was the keeper. And then Cam Green, Mitch Owen, Glenn Maxwell, Cooper Conley. And then the bowlers, Dorcius, Abbott, Ellis. So all very good outfielders. And then Zampa was at the spinner.
Yeah, it's a very athletic team. There's no doubt about that.
49 off 20. 3 wickets left. Rabada trying to connect as he cranks one on the leg side, but along the ground out to Maxwell for 1. It is you think about it, it's something the Australians have always prided themselves on, haven't they? They've been
absolutely
great fielding teams over the years.
Oh, no question. And, I was fortunate enough to play with some wonderful fielders. I'm often asked who best fielder I've ever seen, and a lot of people talk Jonty Rhodes and Ricky Ponting. I've always maintained Andrew Simons was the best fielder I ever saw, I ever witnessed.
Some of his direct hit runouts and just cat-like reflexes.
Some of his ability to create something out of nothing was extraordinary.
Ellis on his way in, delivers to Rickleton. It's full and wide of the stumps. 2 wide. 1 more to the score. 7 for 132. South Africa need 47 off 19.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty tough for them now.
The final crowd posted at 8,816.
Well done, Darwin. Well done, Northern Territory.
Sell out tonight.
Fantastic.
It's been a great event. An excellent night at the cricket as Rickleton jams down on a full ball wide of the stumps, trickles away down to deep third. Picked up out there by Adam Zampa, and I'll just settle for the single, given it's the last ball of the over. And that is 50, by the way, for Ryan Rickleton. And it's been hard-earned off 43 deliveries. He opened, by the way, so he's seen 7 wickets fall at the other end. And Rickleton, with 3 overs to go, is still there to give South Africa life.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, though. It's been a good knock. It just hasn't had a lot of support other than Stubbs.
One of the great names in world cricket at the moment, too. As a commentator, we love a bit of alliteration. So Ryan Rickleton is a great name. Only 5 boundaries. So I mentioned at the halfway mark how modern T20 cricket, as you know, Dizzy, in your coaching prowess, it's a boundary hitting competition. There's some ridiculous stat over 80% that if you win the boundary count, you win the game in T20 cricket. And the Aussies had 25 boundaries. And you think Rickleton's only hit 5, doesn't mean too many else outside of that. The Aussies will be well on top in that count, and as a result, they're on top in the game. Here comes Hazelwood to try and finish it off. Oh, he bowls full and jams up Rickleton. A shout for leg before, maybe just outside leg stump. And umpire Donovan Kosh shakes his head. The ball runs away. And they decide against the single as Rickleton just puts his weight off one of his feet as he tries to kick out the pain from the classic Sandshoe crusher. Dot ball.
All important dot ball from an Australian perspective.
Oh, just looked at the replay. That is right on the toe at pace.
That would hurt. That would hurt.
46 off 17.
It's just Cameron Green, obviously, he's very dewy out there, just putting some sawdust down on that front foot for Hazelwood.
Here he comes again, bowls to Rickleton. He hits this cross-batted swat a long way down to long on and over the head of Maxwell in the deep. 6 for Rickleton. And all of a sudden, South Africa need 40 off 16. If they are to get there, this man is going to have to hit the lion's share of them.
He most certainly is. That was back of a length from Josh Hazelwood. Rickleton cleared the front leg. Free, big swing of the bat. Very good shot.
Rickleton awaits. Hazelwood delivers. And he carves the ball away, backward a point, bouncing away into the outfield. David collects, throws into the keeper's end. Rickleton's back for 2. So it makes the equation 38 off 15. 7 down, South Africa. Look at the bowling options that Mitch Marsh has got from here. As soon as my screen updates in nick of time. So Zampa's bowled out, Maxwell's bowled out. Dorsius and Ellis both have 1 each left. So there's not too much of a discussion here, is there? Dorsius will bowl 1 and Ellis will bowl the other.
I think Ellis will bowl the 19th.
Rickleton on strike, 40 off 15 needed. Drives along the ground all the way down to Maxwell, who fields it long on. Single taken, so 39 off 14. And what do you do if you're Kikiso Rabada here? Do you try and take the long handle to a couple, knowing there's 2 left in the over?
Oh, I don't think you have a choice. You can't soak up more deliveries.
And there's no point getting Rickleton back on strike.
So they didn't actually take the third ball. The one that went down to Tim David at third man, it was a dot ball. They got halfway, realised they weren't going to get back for 2. So they just
turned around.
They turned around.
The way it pans out, then they get 1 run off 2 balls. And you think you're almost better off getting Rabada back on strike and ticking it over again. Hazelwood to Rabada, it's full. He gets a full toss, didn't quite connect, and trickles away out the Marsh at cover. Calm single for Rabada, so they do take the 1. And Rickleton back on strike, last ball of the over. He's done it again, hasn't he, Hazelwood? 3 for 26 off 3.5 overs. And the game really changing in the 15th over, where Hazelwood was able to remove Stubbs for 37 and then Linda immediately. And then Zampa the very next over got the 2 new bats out, Muchasamy and Bosch, and carnage in the space of, what was that, 1.2 overs. They went from 3 for 120 to 7 for 123. Hazelwood, last ball of the over. Rickleton takes him down the ground. Maxwell's down there, gets to it on the bounce. Throws it at the non-striker's end and hustles Rickleton up. He moves to 58. Rabada's 8. Hazelwood finished. 4 overs, 3 for 27. It's a hell of a set again. And South Africa need 37 to win off 12.
Yeah, excellent bowling from Josh Hazelwood. Continuing his wonderful form in this format of the game. Economy rate 6.75. That's absolutely superb. And as I suspected, Nathan Ellis will bowl the penultimate over.
Why is this in cricket? Why is the penultimate over more crucial, or seemingly more crucial, than the final over?
Well, if you bowl your most effective bowler, so there's 37 runs needed. If he goes for 10, for instance, then it leaves Dorsius 27 runs to play with. But if you bowl the 19th,
Rickleton nicks wide of Inglis, a diving effort, and that's a good result for South Africa. It's a boundary through where second slip would be, and Rickleton to 62. South Africa need 33 off 11.
So it's 3 runs a ball, which is very tricky. But yeah, just going back to the point, you bowl your best bowler, they go for less run. Well, the chances are they're going to go for less runs, and then it leaves more runs for your second most effective bowler to play with.
I'm surprised we don't do that more in cricket. That feels like a lot of the T20 planning is done in advance, and it's sort of working backwards from the end. We kind of think when you're on top, why not just the end of the innings might never come if you just capitalise when you're on top and going for the kill at that stage. As Rickleton is on strike, gets a slower ball, threads it through cover in the air but safe, and they'll get back for 2 into the outfield, and Rickleton retains the strike, moves to 64. Is there a reason behind that? Why teams, say they got a side 4 for 40 early, rather than going through the sort of the middle over bowlers?
I think it depends. I think you've got to be flexible. You have your plans, but you do have to have flexibility, as you mentioned. I know when I was coaching the Adelaide Strikers and we played Hobart, Nathan Ellis was playing.
Yeah.
If he'd bowled 2 overs in the first 10, we'd look to take our power surge earlier.
Rickleton awaits Ellis, hoping to face the bat, just runs it down towards the third man boundary. It'll be pulled up inside the rope by Zampa, and they get back for 2 more. They need 3 a ball, though, not 2. So Australia will be happy enough with that. 29 off 9 needed.
And the reason we would do that is if Ellis had bowled 2 in the first 10 overs, we'd take our power surge a little bit earlier, because then he would then bowl a surge over.
Yep.
And then he's got 1 more over in the last 7.
Yeah.
And then you can certainly target other bowlers. And we used to see teams would do that when we had Rashid Khan at the Adelaide Strikers. We would always try to limit him to 1 over in the first 10, so we had 3 up our sleeve for the back end of the innings.
Rickleton awaits and reaches for it, cuts out backward, a point and away for 4. So Cam Green's up inside the ring at a backward point position. He's almost so wide he's in the gully. And that is 4 runs for Rickleton. He moves to 70. And South Africa hanging in this game. They need 25 off 8.
Is there a twist? Nathan Ellis hasn't done much wrong there. He's bowled a wide Yorker. And Rickleton's actually had to reach for it because he's kind of stayed leg side to give himself some room. And he hasn't done much wrong there, Nathan Ellis. These 2 pretty important deliveries, 25 off 8. From an Australian perspective, they'll like no boundaries. That would give Ben Dorshus to defend 20-odd runs, which is better than him defending. If there's a couple of boundaries here, he's defending 15 to 18. So very important 2 deliveries here.
10 off the over so far, 25 needed off 8. Ellis on his way in, bowls fallen wide of the stumps, and Ellis lost his towel in the delivery motion. It's going to be a wide anyway. So South Africa is still in this game, 24 off 8. Rickleton is 70. And Ellis still has 2 legal balls to bowl to get out of the penultimate over.
A bit too wide with the benefit of the replay. You can see what Ellis is trying to do. He's trying to keep Rickleton reaching for the ball.
So he's got long on back. There's also a man out at deep cover point, third man, fine leg, and deep square leg. Again, it's full outside off, and he carves it away down towards third man. Just an easy single for Rickleton. He walks through to the other end, gets to 71, and it basically gives Rabada a free swing.
It does give him a free swing. I was just about to say that, Corbin. And this could be really interesting. If Rabada can get onto one here, that'd take it 23 off 7, 17 off 6 balls. It's game on. Whereas I think if Ellis can play a good defensive play here and go for 1 run, that gives Dorshus a little bit of breathing space.
23 off 7. Last ball of the penultimate over. Rickleton will be on strike for the final over, so Rabada gets an opportunity to try and hit one out of the park. They're up behind the wicket. Alice bowls to Rabada, and he laces it away through cover. Has it got enough on it? No, it'll be picked off in the outfield. And Rabada's going to have to settle for 2 as Dorshus trots around to his left. He may as well keep the ball because he's going to bowl the final over. And South Africa need 21 to win. Rabada's 10. Rickleton is 71. 21 needed off the last. South Africa 7 for 158 after 19.
I think Rickleton just has to back himself to hit 4 boundaries here. Unless he can, if he doesn't hit a boundary, he's got to get back on strike. He's got to face, for South Africa to win this game, Rickleton has to face all these deliveries.
Yeah. Feels like we pumped up Nathan Ellis all night, and that's a rare occurrence where he's gone wiggerless and gone it over 10 and over. So hasn't been too often that's happened in recent times.
No, it hasn't happened very often. Look, he's a fine bowler. He just hasn't had his very best night, but he's a fine bowler, and he's got a great skill set.
No
bowled beautifully in the Caribbean on some small grounds. He bowled all the hard overs. He's always done that in his career, whether it be for Hobart or for Australia. He bowls the tough overs.
Finishes no wicket for 44 off his 4 overs, Nathan Ellis. Every other bowler has at least a wicket so far. So final over, 21 needed off 6 as Rickleton pops one up. It was a slower ball and very nearly caught and bowled. Importantly, it's a dot ball. And they're as good as wickets at this stage. Rickleton 71 not out. Now South Africa need 21 off 5.
Well, there needs to be a 6 here somewhere, Corb.
Yep.
That's a slower ball, well disguised by Ben Dorshus.
It's a brave way to start, isn't it?
A very brave way to start an over.
Slow ball into the wicket, short square boundaries. He's got long on back. He's got mid-wicket back, deep backward square, fine legs up inside the ring. 5-4 field. Dorshus over the wicket. Rickleton clubs it straight back down the ground. Long on his back. Is he going to pull it in? It's a juggled effort. It's a superb catch from Maxwell. Playing hopscotch with the boundary line. And Rickleton departs for 71.
They're going to have a look at that. Donovan Kosh wants to have a look at that. But what a piece of athletic fielding. We were talking about the athleticism of the Australians.
It's almost like we shouldn't be surprised now when Maxwell does this. He leaps outside the field of play, catches it in the air, tosses it up, runs back into the field of play, completes the catch, and as a result, puts the game on ice.
Well, with our pre-show this afternoon, Corb, when you were facing this way, I was facing that to watch, so you didn't get a ball in your head, back of your head.
We're getting the slow-mo replay here. So he catches it. He's on his way back down. He releases the ball. He lands outside the field of play. It's incredible work. Even when you watch on the replay, you think surely he's going to land before he releases the ball. Judges it expertly.
He would have caught 10 of these today in practice.
Which shows this is no fluke, is it?
No, it's no fluke at all.
This is high skill.
Yep.
And practice over and over again to perfect his craft. And that's what he does as an outfielder as he leaps back into the field of play.
That is absolutely superb from Glenn Maxwell.
And completes the catch inside the boundary rope.
His value to Australia is immense in this T20 space. Obviously, bowling.
He's a star, Glenn Maxwell. One of the best fieldsmen that the world's ever seen. Ben Dorshus is out for 7. Ben Dorshus picks up the wicket. Ryan Rickleton is out for 71. And South Africa's hopes disappear with that. 8 for 158. And it was another slow ball. Rickleton waited on it, clubbed it down the ground. And if it was just about any other fieldsman in world cricket down at long on, it'd be 6. Instead, with Glenn Maxwell, he's out.
Wonderful piece of work. But yes, we shouldn't be surprised.
No.
Practices it a lot. The modern players practice this over and over and over again.
He's got a suite of these now, doesn't he? Like there's a whole highlight reel of him just doing this.
Yeah.
Leaping off the ground, tossing the ball back in, steps back inside the field of play, completes the catch. Rickleton out for 71. 8 for 158. 4 balls to go in the innings. Quina and Parker makes his way out, the 19-year-old. Left arm quick, left hand bat. South Africa 8 down, Dorshus to him, it's full, he drives. Straight to mid-off, David Fields. And that means with 3 legal balls remaining, unless there's some kind of a no ball in all of this, South Africa mathematically cannot win. 21 off 3. Been a good game of cricket, hasn't it?
It has been a very good game of cricket.
David making 83 after the Aussies for 6 for 75. And in the end, they're crucial runs as Impaka works it around the corner, out towards deep backward square, and it's spilled in the outfield. Put down by Adam Zampa running in off the boundary, and Impaka's going to get off the mark. He gets 2 for that. South Africa need 19 off 2 balls. I did mention earlier when I was going through the team, I said, look, with all due respect to Adam Zampa, out of all the fielders in the lineup, he's a tremendous bowler. But he probably won't be accused of being the best fieldsman in the lineup. Stepped on the ball on the way through.
As well.
A popular member of the side, Adam Zampa. As Dorcius bowls another short ball, and Parker looking to hook here, high up in the air, and runs away through where the short fine leg would be. The keeper, Inglis, runs out to retrieve it, and Parker to 3. And now it's just a matter of what the final margin is. The Aussies are going to win. 18 runs needed off 1 ball. Next stop, back here at Marara on Tuesday night. So the second ODI. We've learned a little bit about the wicket and how well it plays. We've also learned how dewy it gets late in the piece. What adjustments will the two teams make? You can hear it all, of course, through ABC Sport on Grandstand Cricket. 18 needed off the last, and Dorcius picks up the wicket. The Aussies win by 17 runs. And what a start to the top end series. The Aussies continue their winning run. It has never been this good in the history of T20 cricket for Australia. 9 straight victories. A record for the Aussies in the T20 international arena. A quick thought from Jason Gillespie, some of our audience about to leave us. The Aussies by 17 runs.
Yeah, there was just a clinical display. Australia's found themselves in a little bit of strife with the bat. Tim David put on an absolute masterclass, scoring 83 runs off 51 balls, and gave Australia something to bowl at. And then they were just too good with the ball and in the field. It just felt the South Africans' innings never really got going. Yes, there was a partnership between Stubbs and Rickleton, but just never felt like it got going.
Australia win by 17 runs. What a night, Des. I'll catch you on Tuesday.
Look forward to it.
Thanks to Jason Gillespie, to Adam Crosthwaite, to Neil Manthorp, to Frank Autek, and to Adam back in the studio. We are done here. The Aussies winners by 17 runs. We'll catch you on Tuesday night.